Ahoy, 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 stinkers! How are you today? Good morning. I woke up early, like I said I would, because we're gonna do our very first art stream. I am excited but very, very nervous. I don't know why I'm so nervous to draw in front of y'all. I don't know why, but I am. Ahoy, Skulls, my boy. Hello, my oh my. And the beautiful Webby. Hello, hello. I hope your week has been starting off well. The thing is I don't really know what I'm drawing. Hi, Vampress. Hello. It's so good to see you. I have no idea what I'm drawing. No idea. I kind of have an idea, but not really. Draw skulls? Ooh, I need a ref. I need ref sheets because I'm bad. I'm so bad at remembering like what people look like. I never had a photographic memory. Have a good shift at work. No worries, cutie. No worries, cutie. So nothing? Ayo? Like a Kendall? No. I was thinking that I don't know what style Hades is in, but I kind of wanted to practice drawing whatever that is, so I guess we'll like Google what that is. Hades style art. What is it called? Sir, it is hard. It definitely is hard. Maybe we should start off with chibi references. Well, you're right. We're probably going really overzealous. We're probably gonna go for chibi style. Start with detailed stick peoples. The more detail on the stick people, the better. You gotta get those high lines. I also had like a bunch of One Piece scenes that I just saved randomly, because while watching I'll just like randomly pause it and be like, that's a good scene. Oh my gosh, I think I just found something. No, I think I just found what I wanted to draw. Okay, let me paste. It's probably gonna be like overzealous. Mai, send me a reference sheet for you, please. Does anyone have a reference for candles? I need a ref sheet for candles too, for this idea. No, it's okay. I already have Skulls. Skulls sent me his. Skulls got me. I know, Skulls, you might have one of candles. I meant to save one earlier, but I never did. Alright. Let's switch over to the drawing one, I guess. Hello, Snoozelin. How are you? It's so good to see you. We are. I'm gonna brave it. I'm gonna brave it. Haha. I never added the microphone to this scene. This is why we test things. This is why we test things. Okay, cool. I kept looking at this scene and I was like, why do I feel like something's missing? Something's missing, something's missing. It was the microphone the whole time. Ahoy, Lucy, ahoy. I have these YouTube videos in the corner that I see people do when they do art sometimes. So I have like a little queue of stuff that I thought would be fun and interesting. The first two videos are of BoJack Horseman. I know that can be really triggering for some people. I don't know if I should put up a trigger warning. I personally really like BoJack because I think it's a very, very incredibly well written story about a horse with BPD who does not know how to handle his problems. And it's like me when I watch Shameless. You know, when you watch people who just are not the greatest at their lives. And it makes you feel better because you're like, hey, at least I'm not doing stuff like that. Oh my gosh, BoJack Horseman is one of my feel-good binge watch shows next to Shameless. You can tell I have a great binge watch history. It's either Shameless, BoJack Horseman, or The Office. And 50-50 on yes, I'm doing okay. Okay. How loud is this? Loud. Very loud. Sorry. Let me pause this. I'm sorry. I already see Mai going, ah! Ah! My ears! I'm so sorry. What the fuck do you mean it's muted? What? What?
Do I look like I know what a JPEG is?
I just want a picture of a goddamn hot dog. Hot dog, hot dog, hot dog. Do I look like I know what a JPEG is? I just want a picture of a goddamn hot dog. JPEG, 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 JPEG. Do I look like I know what a JPEG is? I just want a picture of a goddamn hot dog. Alright, let's try this instead. Hey, yeah. Can you hear it now? But now you don't see it. Okay, there we go. There you go. No? What the fuck is going on? Okay, hold on. It might be because the audio capture is being stinky.
Situations are played for laughs, and that matters because as an audience, even though we know that Hollyhock knocked out BoJack and Todd multiple times,
you're like, wow, she sure is saying stuff. It works? Okay, it's working. What the fuck? Okay. I think I know what to do.
I love you the frickin' mostest.
Calling in a lifeline package. Got that shit myself.
Do the Mario, swing your arms from side to side. Come on, it's time to go. Do the Mario, take one step. And then again, let's do the Mario all together now. You got it. It's the Mario. Do the Mario, swing your arms from side to side. Come on, it's time to go. Do the Mario, take one step. And then again, let's do the Mario all together now.
Come on now!
Just like that.
Sexism, the flagrant mistreatment of Hollywood assistants, toxic celebrity culture, Hollywood's role in performative feminism, child stardom, and continuing to give horrible people power.
Right.
They comment on
y'all can
actors,
hear it
agents,
now.
network execs, blockbuster directors, indie directors. The writers don't exempt themselves from their criticism either. First mildly in season 3 with veteran sitcom writer Cuddly Whiskers portraying writer pretentiousness.
Send me an email, cuddlywhiskers@harvard.edu. That's H-A-R.
I got it.
Later, in season 5, they dive deeper into exploring the quintessential
There we
power-hungry
go.
showrunner.
Is that
with
better,
Flip
y'all?
McVicker, who is equally as insecure as he is.
So weird.
So, at the same time, BoJack Horseman is both cartoonishly absurdist and staggeringly realistic.
Thank
The
you
jokes
for
have jokes,
dealing
and the
with
characters have
my issues.
trauma. While this is a large part of what
That's
makes the
weird.
series unique and memorable,
If it starts to double
also
up, just
makes
let
what
me
I'm
know.
trying to do here a little harder. Because if we go off the cold, hard facts, the black and white actions of every character, we'd have to acknowledge certain things we may not have considered in a discerning light.
All right.
Like
We
Hollyhock
got this.
nonchalantly drugging Todd and BoJack, Todd committing genocide,
Enjoy
and
your
Princess
lurk,
Carolyn dating an
cuties.
actual child. I think that part's still a little unclear. Nevertheless, these situations
She
are
didn't know
played for
he was a
laughs,
kid.
and that
No, I'm just-
matters because as an audience, even though we know that Hollyhock knocked out BoJack and Todd multiple times
All
before
right.
Beatrice slipped
Here we
speed
go.
into her coffee, we also naturally know which instance we are meant to take seriously.
Sorry again. It's just so fun.
So parameters. We'll
Insert
keep the
as
underlying message of the
reference.
jokes when they're there, but we'll disregard the absurd. Basically, if the show doesn't take it seriously, I'm not going to. Which should be easy, because as zany and ridiculous as the stories can get, BoJack Horseman is a show that grabs you by the collar, pulls you close, and tells you when it wants to be taken seriously. We're going to analyze some of the characters from the main cast, breaking down their actions, views, and personal ethics, and how those things change throughout the series.
This
We're
is
gonna
what
talk
we're
about
gonna
the
draw
show's themes,
today.
the writer's intentions, the audience's takeaways, and how those takeaways affected later seasons. But first, as always,
It's a
spoiler
lot
warning
of
for the
sexy
following. Weirdly, I didn't go
poses.
too off book for this one. Sources are linked in the description. And I think that's it. Okay, let's start. My personal favorite, Princess Carolyn, is one of the most complex examples of moral grayness in the series. We need to preface with something, though. In the original pitch, creator Raphael Bob Waxberg claimed he didn't intend for BoJack Horseman to have a large focus on the entertainment industry. He later admitted this was a blatant lie, so the show would be more likely to get picked up. Raphael
Ayo.
was absolutely interested in exploring the machinations of Hollywood and BoJack Horseman, the good and the bad,
Jesus.
but evidently mostly the bad. Because the show takes place in a
Hello,
Hollywood-adjacent
Mira.
world, Raphael
Ahoy.
Bob Waxberg felt a
Citrus,
responsibility
you
to shed
are
light
such
on
a
some of its
good
very
boy.
real
I am
faults.
so
He
heckin'
said,
proud
"Part
of
of our
you,
job in being
and
a show
I'm
about
so
show
heckin'
business is
impressed
to
by
point
all
out
the
the things
heckin'
of show
things you
business
do.
that are kind of
You are
gross and
so
aren't quite
heckin'
right."
amazing.
And
Good
they do.
job. I am
BoJack
so
Horseman dives
heckin'
into a myriad of
so
prevalent
heckin' proud of
issues:
you.
sexism,
You're such
the
a good
flagrant
boy.
mistreatment of Hollywood assistants, toxic celebrity culture, Hollywood's
Okay,
role in
so-
performative feminism, child stardom, and continuing to give horrible people power. They comment on actors, agents, network execs, blockbuster directors, indie directors. The writers don't exempt themselves from their criticism either. First mildly in season 3 with veteran sitcom writer Cuddly Whiskers portraying writer pretentiousness.
Send me an email. cuddlywhiskers@harvard.edu. That's HAR.
I got it.
Later, in season 5, they dive deeper into exploring the quintessential power-hungry showrunner with Flip McVicker, who is equally as insecure as he is full of himself, and is unable to take criticism, but quick to take credit for everything.
The whole point of television is it's a collaborative medium where one person gets all the credit.
As the main cast's only Hollywood agent, Princess Carolyn's character frequently
Actually, you know what we'll
popularizes
do?
corruption in the entertainment industry. In the earliest episodes,
cut
when the show was
this.
still finding its footing and the characters were
And we'll
less
add this
fleshed
as a
out,
layer
this was more
instead.
exaggerated.
Sarah Lynn doesn't have an agent? Laura, hold my calls. Cancel everything. Ahab's got a white whale to catch, baby.
I don't think these offshore banks we've been using are 100% legal.
Yeah, well, my mother told me never to slap an idiot.
What?
As the show progressed, the writing mellowed out a bit, but still carried a similar sentiment.
What is going on here?
Only the future.
This is horrifying, and it doesn't look legal, but whatever it is, you better be cutting me in for 10%.
Beyond a talent agent's stereotypical attributes, Princess Carolyn's character opens doors to portray several industry-prevalent topics, such as hustle culture, talent agency dynamics, nepotism, and unpaid
Here we go.
internships.
What do you mean, like modern reading slaves?
Exactly.
Many of these jokes are told in passing, nudges between the writers, but the show will also explore issues
we can
deeper,
turn the
tackling
opacity
entire
down on
episodes
this
around
one.
problems like the
And then we can
industry's
start
role in
painting on this one.
desensitizing gun violence, sexism, and commonplace edifices of complicity that Princess Carolyn
How is everyone
quick to
doing
partake
today,
in.
by the way?
Yes, PC is ambitious, hardworking, and manipulative. But she's also satirically representing to the audience a quintessential power agent in Hollywood. Sometimes there's a distinguishable line between what the writers are trying to say about the industry versus what they're trying to tell us about Princess Carolyn as a character. Typically, it's easier to overlook Princess Carolyn's ethics because where BoJack and Diane's senses of self and character arcs are very much tied to
Aw,
morality,
that's stinky.
Princess Carolyn's aren't. She's kind of just busy with other stuff. She's more secure in her own sense of self. Not that she has it all figured out.
I hope
but
you
just
feel
that
better
it's not
soon,
as integral to
Skulls.
how she navigates the world or views her identity. This doesn't mean she's a quote
So we'll
unquote
just
bad person.
sketch. We'll start
Princess
out with the
Carolyn is
4.
not outwardly rude or inconsiderate in the
Good
way
old
that
Monday. It's
BoJack
pretty good
is.
at the flesh.
In
Pretty
everyday life,
dead at the
she's
flesh
generally
job.
nice, polite, and thoughtful to the people around her, going out of her way to help her clients to a
Yeah, make
fault.
sure this is
Where
placed
her
in the right
immoralities
spot.
come into play typically concern her career. The thing is, Princess Carolyn would be happy to always do the right thing, so long as it aligns with her best professional interests.
'Cause I'm
But in an
erasing
industry
still.
that
I'm like, what the
constantly
fuck?
ignores her potential and achievements and tends to
There you
value
go.
money and power over ethics.
Every
her
time.
best interests
Every
in the
time.
right thing aren't always one and the same.
There we go.
And more often than not, she's rewarded for lies and manipulation.
Exactly.
is.
We're not making them feel unsafe. We're just profiting.
And, you know, if PC is not
I
directly
like
involved with an issue, she doesn't
one.
always care. Or she cares obligatorily, but she doesn't really care.
Well, you know I've got your back, right? We women
I
have
want the
got to
sketch
stick
one.
to... Hey, fruit plate!
Princess Carolyn's focus is ambition and self-preservation.
Right.
Unlike
Leave
Diane,
me at
she doesn't want
15.
to stir the pot or make waves. She does what she
There we
needs to
go.
do to survive in the industry. She's all the less willing to compromise her career because of how much she
I don't like
sacrificed
this. Where's
for
the
it.
one that I
I
usually use
have
for
given
sketching?
everything to get where I am, and I am not
There we
about to
go.
throw all that away.
In some
Or
ways,
is it this
it's a
one?
far cry from how she grew up. Princess Carolyn spent her
No, it's this one.
childhood with selflessness as her defining trait, constantly prioritizing her family's needs above her own. She'd
Oh,
frequently
I like
fill in
the
for her
cold.
alcoholic mother
When I'm
as a
cold,
maid
you
for a
can
wealthy
get
family.
So unless I wanted us to be out
warm,
on the street, I
but
had
when
to
you're
step
hot,
in and cover
it's
for
harder
her
to
a
get
lot.
Quickly
Why is
solving
this
other
not-
people's problems is how she had to
Oh yeah.
survive.
My mom, well, obviously she was planning on cleaning the floors, but I asked her if I could do it.
Princess Carolyn was the last of her many siblings to stay behind to take care of her mother. I don't think it's a coincidence that the first selfish decision Princess Carolyn makes is also the decision that dramatically changes her life for the better. PC retains many of the traits she developed in childhood, like her tenacity and intelligence. But from this point on, her life revolves around a paradoxical dichotomy between selfishness and selflessness. This dynamic is perfectly encapsulated in her profession. As an agent and later a manager, Princess Carolyn takes 10% of her clients' paychecks. She's not paid per hour, and she doesn't earn an annual salary. What she makes and how much she makes is literally contingent on how good she is at helping her clients get work.
You ever notice how, as a woman, you only make 10 cents for every dollar your clients
I have
make?
similar
What
mindset,
makes you
but
think,
when it's in
huh?
the
There
teens
are
and
some
freedom,
exceptions, but the
that's it.
parameters
It's
of her
fair.
job
It's
naturally
fair.
dictate that to be
It's
selfless, she
last
has to
night.
be
It was like
selfish,
minus
and to be
31
selfish, she has to be selfless.
Celsius.
This same dichotomy extends to her personality. As an adult,
It's too
she
cold
reverts
last
to the
night.
role of helping those around her.
Thank you.
Princess Carolyn
Just finish
defaults
this
to this mode
mouth.
naturally. It's borderline a trauma response. We see it manifest into helping people around her, like the countless times she takes care of Bojack, or when she gets Diane a job doing social media.
Because my life is a mess right now.
There we
And
go.
I compulsively take care of other people when I don't know how to take care of myself.
Yeah, I had a
This is
feeling it was
coping mechanism
doubling.
PC uses to soothe her own stress. Although her actions are selfless and she is helping
Can you
other
still hear
people,
it?
she does have the conscious intent to make herself feel better. Interestingly, Bojack recognizes this trait in
Oh,
her.
only the
You let
alert.
me help you tonight because you knew I needed it.
You can still hear the video.
Of course, that opens up the debate of psychological
That's so
egoism
fucking
versus
weird.
altruism.
That's so
if a
fucking
person
weird.
does a good deed for another person, but also benefits from it themselves,
Technically, I guess it fixed
is
itself
their action
then.
inherently
That's
selfish?
wild.
Psychological egoism says yes.
Oh, yeah, I forgot to
Altruism says no.
drink water
The
and
show
stretch.
actually touches on this exact philosophy in The View from Halfway Down, with the characters, at least through Bojack's subconscious lens, having varying opinions.
If you got pleasure, it wasn't selfless, and it's only good if it's selfless.
I helped people. Who cares if it made me feel good too?
Nevertheless, Princess Carolyn cares deeply about the people close to her. She tolerates Bojack's flighty
Every
mistreatment of her
time.
for years, helping him even when he's manipulative and dismissive of her.
Now, why don't you leave this to the grown-ups? And if somebody needs coffee, I'll give you a ring.
Okay? Best of luck.
She lets Todd move in with her, and even after Sadie makes it clear she won't let Princess Carolyn adopt her
Actually,
baby, PC
these-
continues to show her kindness.
You want to keep the baby? You want to give the baby to
I
someone else?
am
Fine. Just do
she,
what you
but
wanna
I
do.
go
After I told him I
by
wasn't gonna give him the baby,
any
they all went cold and
pronouns.
nasty,
I'm not
except
picky.
You were still nice. I think that's a sign.
Like
I
Diane,
am
Princess Carolyn has
a Lady
tendency to get
Faeblin.
tunnel vision and miss the bigger picture. But while Diane's hyperfixation stem from
What
this
the
is
heck?
wrong, Princess Carolyn's
Thank
a more product
you.
of this needs to be
Making me
fixed.
You're
blush.
seeing
Get out
things
of
in
here.
absolutes. We can wriggle out of this. Who's we?
In these moments, all PC can think about is closing the deal, spinning the story, fixing the problem, putting out the fire, being good at the job. It's easy for her to fall down this rabbit hole and get lost in how she can solve what's right in front of her without considering the ethical ramifications doing so might have. Maybe the worst example of this is when she hires well-known horrible person Vance
You
Wagner to star in
small
Filbert. This
I
is
missed
particularly
ya.
bad because this isn't an instance where she's
Good boy,
complicit
good
to something
boy.
unethical that's already happening. Princess Carolyn is the one who suggests Vance's name. She takes him out to lunch to convince him to join the show, fully knowing and not caring about his problematic past.
Once word gets out that it's okay to hire you again, all the other offers will come rolling in.
It isn't until Vance double-crosses PC and backs out of the Filbert contract that she admits that she was wrong and wants to punish him. This same thing happens during the Hollywood assistant strike. Princess Carolyn's default position is to find a way to end it the fastest way possible while losing the least amount of money possible. That's the problem she's fully fixated on. It takes Princess Carolyn hearing
We're
the phrase she was repeatedly
just
told when she was an assistant to make her
outlining,
snap
so it
out of
doesn't
this
have
fight
to be
to win
perfect.
mindset and see
It's
the
one thing
bigger
I have
picture.
to get
Getting Judah
remind
to represent
myself
the
of.
assistants is one of the best things
So we're doing
PC
sketches.
does,
It doesn't have
and
to be
we're proud
perfect.
of
So
her
it's just
for
a
it.
sketch.
Let the negotiations begin.
It's just a
Over
rough
the series,
outline,
we see PC
and then once we get
shift
the
from
sketch
someone
done,
who is
we'll go from
complicit and,
there.
at her worst, even encouraging of the systemic issues within the industry, to someone who is actively making it a better place.
Oh my god, that's
She declines
terrifying. What the
Turtle Todd's
fuck,
offer and
Citrus?
decides to start her own production company in the way that she can fully design from the ground up.
So
She
unsettling.
agrees to open up a daycare to make her employees' lives easier. And she backs Diane's children's book series, encouraging her to write it, despite Diane's hesitation.
I liked it. I like thinking that my daughter could grow up in a world with books like that.
Although the characters in BoJack Horseman definitely vary in their scales of positive and negative actions, the series makes it a point to show that they are all capable of both good and bad.
Yeah, I
It's hard to
know.
find a
It's
character
when the
that
eyes
hasn't
flip
done
the
something
wrong
wrong.
way.
It is safe to say
Ryan,
that the worst
hello,
sins
cutie. It's
fall
so
on the
good to
eponymous
see you. How
protagonist,
are you?
BoJack Horseman.
Oh, and I bet eponymous was supposed to be a
Mine
pun on
does have
pony.
a nose.
There are
Oh my
Reddit threads and YouTube
goodness.
videos dedicated to listing and categorizing every bad thing BoJack has ever done. Even BoJack's tried it. We could look at these lists, pick out a few
BoJack
random
does
things,
a lot of
and conclude
fucked up
that
shit.
by social and cultural standards, yeah, BoJack Horseman is a bad
Is
person.
not a
But
good
that
person.
doesn't seem to be the show's point.
Nope.
The creator, Raphael Bob Waxberg, said, "It is very easy to see bad guys and say, that is a bad guy. But I think the truth is more complicated, and it does a disservice to us as a society to write off bad men and
I
reward good men.
agree.
The good men have done bad things, and the bad men have done good things. I don't think the good forgives the
There
bad.
is no
but I
good
also
and
think
bad.
The bad doesn't destroy the good. This ideology
I would love
is a fundamental
to.
theme of the series.
There's no such thing as bad guys or good guys. We're
That's
all
right.
just guys.
BoJack Horseman suggests labeling people as good or bad is largely reductive, because if you're deemed bad, your negative actions are lumped into one indistinguishable pile, and anything good you do is automatically disregarded, making
you're
the
a bad
prospect of
person.
change pointless. Or you use being bad as an excuse for your behavior, which just relinquishes your own responsibility from the actions that you do in fact control.
You're never going to be good because you're not bad. So you need to stop
So I
using
love
that as an
BoJack
excuse.
Horseman so
Conversely,
much.
being a good person either underplays or even dismisses your bad behavior.
Yep.
That's exactly the problem. Because he's so nice, people don't want to think he's capable of awful things, so they let him off the hook.
Dang, 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 dang. Everyone loves to call me Moo Dang. Stupid chicks, yeah. Everyone loves to call me Moo Dang. Moo
Because they
Dang,
were
Moo
actions done
Dang.
with the best of intentions by a good person, and any criticism of their actions becomes a criticism of them, a criticism which they must ultimately dismiss to continue feeling like they are good. So neither options are desirable, because as soon as you're dubbed either good or bad, there's only so much you can be.
BoJack, you ruin everything.
You put
That's
yourself in
what
a
you
box.
are. And it actually took him saying it out loud for me to realize how stupid that is.
We're well versed in
Oh,
the
what the
extent of
fuck?
BoJack.
We're just gonna delete this. There is a limiter. I don't know why. That was so fucking weird. I had that one muted mine and it had a limiter on it, and then it deleted the limiter and unmuted itself. I don't know. OBS is being very weird. Oh my god, are you fucked? OBS, what the fuck is going on with you? What the fuck is going on? Here, we'll do this, and we'll just do this. But if I play it, will you hear it? Okay, can you hear this? Yeah, I'm gonna hop into a call with you, Mike, because I'm getting annoyed. It doesn't make sense as to why it's not working. Here, let me just call you straight up. I'll just connect to you. We're just gonna call my y'all. Hi, Stinky. Let me share you my screen. So, the project, we'll delete this one because this is the new one I just added. Okay. Is this? No, it's just this part. It is in this one. Okay. 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 Oh, freeze-dried marshmallows? That sounds so good. Right? Because it's coming out on the projection, but when you come here, it's not. Which is why I'm so confused, because I even checked this too, in advanced audio, and it's coming through both. Oh, and then put the filter on here, right? I'm excited for you. I wanted to try the freeze-dried candy, but a lot of it's so expensive. Let me know if you like it, Citrus. I'm excited for you. I tried those gummy peelable candies and they were all right. They weren't as good as I expected them to be. No, wait, I just added that to this again. My bad. Yeah, fuck. Stupid. Hmm. The drawing scene? Like this scene. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Like, this one. Oh, wait, no, this is... Where's... Can I hide this? Okay. Yeah, I just audio output captures what I clicked on. But then it captures everything. Beta or regular? Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah.
This
one.
in a lifeline package. Got that shit myself.
No, this one's from Microsoft, yeah. Okay.
Please get some alcohol into my mouth!
There are jokes that lean into BoJack's worst traits, his selfishness, stubbornness, and carelessness.
Disable this?
BoJack,
Okay, and then at the
you
filter
really
on this
shouldn't throw a
one.
lit cigarette off the... Fine, I'll call 911.
I don't want the muffins. I was just looking at them. But I gotta say, if you put muffins down, they're not your muffins.
Yeah, it didn't
These
want to
jokes are often
paste.
played in
I
a
don't know
similar
why.
vein as Larry David in Curb Your Enthusiasm. Endearing in their bluntness, relatable in sentiment more than execution.
That thing where you make a big deal
Oh,
for
you're
nothing and
amazing.
everyone
Thank
laughs
you,
at but
Mai.
also at the same time we relate because you're saying all the things.
Good or bad.
You're the bestest. I love you. I will see you in chat. Y'all, my
There's only so much
is
you can be.
amazing.
BoJack, you ruin everything. That's what you are.
There you
and
go.
It actually took him saying it out loud for me to realize how stupid that is.
We're well versed in the extent of BoJack's bad actions, so we're not going to weigh them out or spend too much time on them. Honestly, we'd be here all day. And BoJack
can't remember where
explicitly
we
breaks
were.
down the why of his actions in season 6. So
we'll
we're
drop
not
it
going to
here.
fixate too much on the psychology surrounding
best
those
nerd.
actions. What I'm more interested in exploring in
Amazing.
relation to the morality of BoJack's character
I know I adore
is his
freeze-dried
impact
saltwater
on the
taffy.
audience
Ooh.
and the subsequent conversations going on behind the scenes.
Thank you for
The
being
writers were deliberately very
patient.
cognizant of what was being said online about the show and what viewers thought of BoJack as a character. In The Art Before the Horse, Chris McDonnell wrote,
get back to
discussion in the
drawing.
writer's room often has centered around how far they
First
can push
time is
BoJack's
always
behavior
scuff.
without making him irredeemable. Staff writer Joe Lawson said, that scene with Penny and BoJack on the boat was days and days of conversation. Mainly the
Coldplay.
conversation was, can we
Coldplay's
make
My Little
BoJack
Secret.
irredeemable? And the answer is no. But we wanted to get right up to that line. Are we going to be able to come back from this? It was a
Maybe.
genuine concern. They didn't want to make BoJack irredeemable to the audience. They didn't want to cross that line. But they did at the end of season 3, with the death of Sarah Lynn. Raphael Bob Waxberg told IndieWire, I saw a lot of reaction from people when season 3 ended, saying, I'm done with this character. BoJack is unredeemable. He's unforgivable. He's crossed the last threshold of my compassion.
Oh,
I can't
really?
care about this
Season
character
3
anymore."
made people
When
quit on
Raphael
him.
saw BoJack's actions had finally crossed that line, he tried to adjust. It's like after season 3,
I'm excited
the
for you,
writers felt they needed to swing the
Citrus.
pendulum in the other direction toward likability to get the audience back in the gray area. So they took BoJack out of the hot seat for season 4. And although he's nowhere near perfect and definitely has some bad moments, comparatively, there's a noticeable
He
difference.
gets better.
It's not that BoJack does anything that incredible in season 4. He's still
He's just
very much
not as big of a piece of shit.
himself. But let's be real, the bar is really low, so it's easy for him to impress. Like, BoJack's worst acts are so terrible that when he goes through a whole season without permanently traumatizing someone, he automatically looks like a saint. Season 4 also
Facts.
narratively works in BoJack's favor. He isn't in the
Oh,
first
this makes me
episode,
wanna
so
binge
the
watch
audience has
BoJack
time
again.
to feel his absence and actually miss him. He does some good things. He helps Princess Carolyn, he lets Beatrice move in with him, and he bonds with a new significant character, Hollyhock. Season 4 also includes a fan favorite episode shedding light on his internal
Until
monologue, making fans sympathize with him more. On top of that, the worst thing that happens is, for once, not really his fault. And the season ends on a high note, with him doing something selfless, helping Hollyhock find her mother. All of this worked a little too well. In their efforts to make BoJack find a middle ground with the audience, the writers overcorrected, where at the end of season 3, BoJack was flat out hated by fans. By the end of season 4, he was beloved. Raphael said, at the end of season 4, a lot of people said, oh my god, I love him. I'm so happy he's happy. He found the way to be. There's someone in his
No.
life now. This is great. This is
No.
wonderful.
No.
I wanted to say, hold on. The guy at the end of season 4 is the same as the guy at the end of season 3.
Legit,
And
he's
I
gonna
think the
fuck
end
shit
of
up.
Season 3 BoJack does not discount the end of season 4 BoJack. The end of season 4 BoJack also does not forgive the end of season 3 BoJack. How do you live with this guy who is both those things? Yes, it's true that BoJack's flaws make him more complex. But being more complex also makes him harder to understand. And if he's harder to understand, he's easier to misinterpret. The inevitable reality is, the more fleshed out BoJack becomes, the more likely people are to defend, rationalize, or justify his actions. In a Gothamist interview, when asked if he worried about certain audience members romanticizing BoJack, Raphael said, "Yes, I do worry about that. I think there's only so much that I can do to prevent that without being completely didactic and naked. But I am doing what I can because I do think it's important to kind of keep reminding the audience that BoJack is a cautionary tale, not a role model. And as much as we want you to care about him or empathize with him, you don't want to be him. And if you see parts of yourself in him, or parts of him in yourself, that is something to be concerned about, not comforted by. Although sometimes, not always, I will say, there are ways in which it is okay to be comforted by him. And that's what makes it a sticky, difficult thing, is that I also want our audience to feel comforted, and feel like it's okay to be depressed, or it's okay to have these self-hating feelings, or it's okay to come from a broken home. I think the way that BoJack reacts to this stuff is not always okay. I think that's an important distinction to make.
Good people can do bad things, and quote-unquote bad people can do good things. People aren't good and bad. People are just people, and they make decisions.
Some of these gray areas are baked into the structure of the show. Already, we're
those were bad decisions.
And sometimes it's easy to forget, but BoJack Horseman is a comedy. With that territory comes lighthearted jokes that lean into BoJack's alcoholism and addiction issues in a way
alcoholism, so funny.
Wine mom merch.
I just use a small dose to help me fall asleep at night, and then a much, much larger dose to get me through the day.
Can we please get some alcohol into my mouth?
There are jokes that lean into BoJack's worst traits, his selfishness, stubbornness, and carelessness.
It sucks because I see, when I watch BoJack, I see a lot of myself in BoJack, at least early BoJack. Like when I was young and I didn't know I had BPD and I still drank and stuff.
Are often played in a similar vein as Larry yeah. Curb Your Enthusiasm. Endearing,
and then I like to watch BoJack because I'm like, I've changed
execution.
a lot.
You make a big deal over nothing and everyone laughs at you, but also at the same time we relate because you're saying all the things polite society won't.
BoJack Horseman offers up these little bits of comedic hedonism in more episodes than not, but offsets their toxicity by also showing the audience that BoJack's actions ultimately have very real and very permanent consequences. Still, there are people who fixate on the humor and ignore the underlying messages. There are fans who view flashbacks of BoJack's neglectful childhood, not as reasons for his adult behavior, but as excuses for it. There are people who equate BoJack's sadness and regret for his actions to earning exoneration of them. Some people see BoJack with his money, fame, and womanizing nature as cool or aspirational. Or they relate to BoJack's faults, but instead of using his desire to be better as motivation for themselves, they use BoJack's character to wallow in their own toxicity. Fans viewing BoJack as someone they want to be, or someone they revel in being similar to, is
once I found out I had BPD, there were a few people that I ended up connecting with online.
You know, I like
and
flawed characters.
One of the things we had in common was like really liking BoJack.
But the question is, what do you do with those flawed characters, and how do you continue to?
But the downside is that I was like, I would use BoJack as like a, hey, if I don't get better, this is what I can become. And then the person I knew kind of like used it as a relatable thing.
These characters have that,
and I was like, oh,
so maybe I could be forgiven too.
That's not good.
It's a wonderful thing. I don't want people to take away from my show, oh, I will automatically be forgiven because I feel bad, which I think is a message some people do take from the show, which bothers me.
This overwhelming positive reception of BoJack as a character following season 4 was already concerning to Raphael Bob Waxberg. And then he got word that Harvey Weinstein was a fan of BoJack Horseman.
Of course he was.
Post, when I heard that story, the idea that Harvey Weinstein watched my show really gave me chills. And I thought, what is he getting out of it? Does he watch it and go, yeah, that's right, that's the way to be? Us Hollywood guys, we're trouble. What are you going to do with us? These instances, along with the rise of the Me Too movement, were strong influences on the writing and direction of where the show would go next. And where they ended up going, is kind of ingenious. In season 5, BoJack takes
One
on
of
the
the
role
best
of Detective
seasons.
John Filbert,
One
the
of
lead
the
in
best
a new
seasons.
dark detective drama show. Working within this series allowed the BoJack writers space to stretch out one of their familiar strengths, commenting on the entertainment industry, to explore a facet they hadn't yet examined, one that, not so coincidentally, paralleled their own. Many fans have speculated what TV show Filbert is specifically based on, and there has been some confirmation that True Detective was an inspiration, with a similar intro and mystery format. But Raphael has made it clear that Filbert is more of a catch-all than one singular series, a coalescence of shows that contain a, quote, unexamined male anti-hero. Though Filbert serves another purpose. While the BoJack writers play with genre-relevant tropes, they also use this fictional protagonist, John Filbert, to
We're
represent
doing
BoJack
really
as a
good.
character, yeah, but also as the audience sees him. They don't hold back either. The writers firmly establish the parallel between Filbert and BoJack right out of the gate at the start of season 5. Both characters share similar names, and both shows are named after them. Filbert's house doesn't just look like BoJack's house, they verbally acknowledge the similarity, twice. BoJack and Filbert are essentially sleeping with the same person. BoJack hates Filbert for the same reasons he hates himself. The episode begins
there's
with a
so
party
many
at Filbert's and
crossovers.
ends with a party at BoJack's. From the get-go, it's very consciously not subtle, and that's kind of the point.
It's not about
He's
you,
supposed
you
to
know?
lose it.
It's Filbert.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, you get it.
By holding up a mirror to BoJack and Filbert, the writers also reflect that mirror onto themselves. They use this show within a show as a conduit to speak directly to the audience.
It's a TV show.
I really like this
Normalize anything,
person.
But maybe it normalizes it.
Later in the season, Diane in particular echoes the writer's thoughts, while BoJack represents the fans misinterpreting
Hello,
and
Ian. How
glorifying
are you?
Filbert's,
Big
but
hugs,
really
cutie.
BoJack's character.
What
It's
the
so
show
good to
says
see you.
is that we're all terrible, so therefore we're all okay.
What? I didn't know it
No.
would feel like that, to be in that room, to hear people cheering for Filbert.
And though Diane's methods are at times repugnant at best, we will get there. The message is clear.
That's not the point of Filbert, for guys to watch it and feel okay. I wanted to make Filbert more well-rounded so the audience could relate to him better. I made him more vulnerable, and that made him more likable, which makes for a better TV show. But if Filbert is just a way to help dumb
Do you see
assholes
it?
rationalize
Do you see
their own
it?
awful behavior,
Do you
well,
see it?
I'm sorry, but we can't put this out there.
Arguably, out of all of the characters,
You see that?
Diane Nguyen struggles
Such a
with
good
morality the
fucking
most,
show.
solely because she cares about morality the most. Unlike other characters who, for much of the show, either
They saw what they were doing with this show and then
try not to
fucking
think about
went
them, or only think
into
about
it,
them when
but
it's
didn't go
convenient.
into it.
Diane is someone who genuinely wants to do good in the world.
I'm gonna
In
turn
her
you all into
earliest
BoJack
rendition, Diane was
fans.
not a writer, but a development exec, still tasked with the role of helping BoJack with his comeback. Because BoJack's normal world is the entertainment industry and the corruption that comes with it, it makes sense that they would want to separate Diane from that world in order to highlight her moral contrast. Diane outlines her moral philosophy a few times throughout the show.
I don't think I believe in deep down. I kind of think all you are is just the things that you do.
She defines people by their actions, so she
right.
tries to make her actions good. While some people prioritize money or following a passion when they pursue a career, Diane seeks purpose and
How are you
meaning through her
doing,
writing.
Ian? What are you
Because
up
of this,
to?
It's easy for her to become disillusioned when she's faced with reality.
When I first moved to LA, I thought I was gonna be doing really important work. You know, just writing stuff that makes a difference. How do I make people care about the important stuff when all they want to do is read articles about who got slayed and who owned at the VMAs?
Diane is an idealist in a corrupt world. She's a compassionate person who feels deeply and is understandably affected by the injustices around her. The bad that exists simultaneously weighs her down and enrages her.
We're doing feminism. It's supposed to be fun.
This isn't fun for me.
But where most people can vaguely accept or ignore the injustices in the world and continue on in their day, Diane can't. She's impulsive and highly reactive, and sometimes I really respect her for it. Like, in Hank After Dark, while on a book tour with BoJack, Diane offhandedly references allegations against beloved late-night host Hank Hippopopoulos. The public backlash is instantaneous, but Diane stands her ground. She bravely defends the victims, women she doesn't even personally know, and continues to, even after being ruthlessly defamed by the media and receiving literal death threats from people who know where she lives. But as intelligent and well-informed as she is, Diane has a tendency to get caught in the details and only focus on what's right in front of her. When this happens, she's often unable to take a step back, separate her feelings or thoughts from a situation.
Oh,
and
good
see the bigger
morning,
picture.
cutie. I
We
hope
see
you
this
had a
over
good
and over again
sleep.
throughout the
Give your
series.
puppers
Like when
lots
she
of
accidentally
hugs
tweets on pop star
for
Sextina
me.
Aquafina's Twitter, prompting Sextina to publicly abort her fictional dolphin and make a pretty radical music video about it. Diane is quick to criticize her for causing a negative effect on society.
I gotta take the high road and go on the news and rat
It's
those
fucked
suckers
up, but I
out.
really
Isn't
liked
it
that
really a
song.
good idea?
I sang
Despite
it for a
being
while.
Sextina's literal social media
really
manager,
fucked up.
it takes a teenager approaching Diane for her to realize that the young female fans that are directly affected by Sextina's extreme approach actually view it as satirical and empowering.
And when you can joke about it, it makes it less scary, you know?
Yeah.
Again and again, Diane gets the lines between ethics and her personal feelings blurred. And sometimes, when she's in vigilante mode, these
Feel
blinders
that,
can even make
bitch.
her immune to her own hypocrisy.
It is
feel that,
illegal for a restaurant to serve people water before they ask for it. There is a drought.
In season 5, Diane is upset when What Time Is It Right Now hires Vance Wagner to work on Filbert. She scolds his publicist, Anna Spanakopita, for working with him.
When you, as a woman, give awful men the cover of your friendship, you are then complicit. No, you're culpable for the terrible things they do.
This backfires when Anna has Vance Wagner parrot the speech as a reason why he won't work on Filbert. While Diane zeroes in on how Filbert is in the wrong, the truth is that she is too. Diane is arguably Bojack's closest friend. Even though she doesn't initially know everything that we know, she wasn't with us in New Mexico with Penny or the planetarium with Sarah Lynn, Diane still knows who Bojack is, and she still supports him despite it. Beyond their friendship, Diane is largely responsible for Bojack's comeback. Way back in season 1, when Diane was his memoirist, she leaked the first few chapters of One Trick Pony because she knew the public reception would be positive. She knew exactly who
I
Bojack was,
did.
and she believed the
I
book would
fell
make him
asleep
liked and culturally
early.
relevant again, and she fought for it to happen. And it did.
And I
Yes,
stayed
end of the day,
asleep
Bojack's
for
actions
most of
are
the
his
night
actions,
for
and
once.
no one else is responsible for them. But by helping his career and supporting him as a friend, Diane is the person she outwardly condemns.
When you, as a woman, give awful men the cover of your friendship, you are then complicit. No, you're culpable for the terrible things they do.
She doesn't even begin to consider this until Anna makes her confront her own hypocrisy by playing her the audio of Bojack talking about Penny. The worst instance of Diane's hypocrisy happens after she hears Bojack's tape, and it might be the most unethical thing Diane does in the entire show. After listening to the tape, and after Bojack tells her they're the same, Diane takes over Flip's script and writes a scene with Filbert that parallels what happened in New Mexico. They're so behind schedule that they have to use cue cards. But for Diane, it's also a way to intentionally catch Bojack off guard. On a cinematic level, it's an incredible scene that really pulls you in, and the
So
tension is
fucked
only
up. I love
heightened by
it.
the rush production is in to get the scene done. You can feel Bojack's confusion and shock as he starts to realize that he's seen this film before, and he didn't like the ending. But if we were to approach this scene purely from an ethical stance, Diane's actions are, well,
kind of fucked
they're
up.
horrible. Diane is smart enough to surmise
No,
that
that's
the girl from
not
the tape
right
is
to do.
Bojack's old friend Charlotte's daughter, and even that Bojack went to Penny's college on his bender with
But she
Sarah
did it
Lynn.
anyways,
But despite
because
having
sometimes
all of
good
that
people do
information,
bad
she
things.
somehow doesn't stop to consider the impact this scene airing would have on Penny. Diane's not thinking about the actual victim in the situation, and how she might feel if she just casually walked into a room and saw the scene playing on a TV, which, by the way, is incredibly plausible. Filbert is a popular show in this world. Bojack the show also establishes that Penny's family watches Birthday Dad. The TV could be left on. Her friends could talk about it. This episode could play on a TV in the diner where she works. Or she could go on Twitter and read about it. Penny could even seek it out herself. It's totally feasible that after Bojack ambushes her at school, she likes to keep tabs on him and know where he is so she feels safe. The point is, there are a myriad of ways that Penny could organically find out about this scene. And for just a second,
We'll learn
because
about the
Diane
Penny
didn't,
scene in the
let's
next
consider what
video
she
if
would
anyone's
think if she did.
curious.
Penny's first thought might be, is Bojack mocking what happened? Did the writers of the show know?
We'll
Is it supposed to be
pause.
some kind of sick joke?
Because I really gotta go pee and I want to stretch my fingers, my wrist. So we're gonna take a quick break while ads play, and we'll be right back after the second break. Thank you so much for your patience. I'm feeling a whole lot less anxious. We'll be right back. We're back.
Joke at her expense? Is it his grandiose way of apologizing, or
addictive levels of good? They're just free-dried high chews, but still. Tony's chocolonely mini barb. I don't even know what that is, but it sounds delicious.
If Bojack was giving the writers ideas, he didn't have to pick
USS
New Mexico, but he did, planting it like an Easter egg, knowing that she would recognize it. Is he trying to get her attention? None of the answers to these hypotheticals add up to anything remotely good. They're all rabbit holes that Penny has no way of knowing the answer to without talking to Bojack directly, which, again,
let's
could be
get back
the
to
very
it.
reason he did it, to get her to reach out to him. Now, of course, we know he didn't and was ambushed, but that doesn't matter, because realistically, what conclusion is Penny more likely to come to?
It sounds
Bojack's
good.
Close friend who works on the show found out and passive-aggressively confronted him as they shot the scene? Or that Bojack, the star of this TV show, and an alcoholic who has literally stalked Penny at least once before, seeking her out on the other side of the country from where he lives, intentionally had this scene written into the show for her to see. But Diane does not consider any of this, because she's not thinking about the girl from the tape. She's not even thinking about justice. The only thing she wants in this moment is to hurt Bojack. That's all this is, a means
I
to
watched a
punish him,
documentary
not even
on
necessarily
about
for what he did,
on
but
and
for not
about
confiding
chocolate.
in her about it. This is Diane at her worst.
And I never actually
This
knew
is her
how many
biggest
different kinds of
problem,
chocolate
because
there
she's
were. Like, because
objectively right
there's
in
so
her
many
moral
different kinds of
argument.
cacao
She
beans.
feels like she is justified
It's
in
insane.
whatever actions that anger brings, even if it causes more harm than good. Diane weaponizes morality. At her best, Diane wants to have a positive impact on the world. She wants to do good things, to help people and create real change. But what she slowly learns throughout the series is that it can't always be in the way that she envisions. Diane's instinct is to fight the current
Diane
head-on in whatever form it may take, but often
tries
this can
so
lead
hard
her
to be a
setting
good
unrealistic
person that she ends
expectations for
up doing
herself
some
and others
really
because she
shitty
believes
things.
it's the right thing to do. But it's like swimming
Her
in a
character
riptide.
always
The
kind of
straight,
annoyed me.
instinctive path to shore is the one that causes swimmers
It's like
to
one
get
of those people
exhausted
who-
and drown. Diane's depressive episodes are
like-
a direct result of growing tired and frustrated doing.
The thing with my take on Diane is Diane has all the points to become a good person except for mindfulness. She has like the proper outlook. She knows what like the good things that she wants to do are, but her issue is she doesn't have the mindfulness of herself to like look inwards on her actions and see how her actions go against what she actually wants to do. And that's what I find to be the most frustrating aspect of her character, and honestly kind of like makes me hate her, because I love her because I can see where she's coming from, but I'm like, bitch, look at yourself. Look at yourself. Look at yourself. There's so many things that you do that like you should be aware that you're doing, but she's not, and it's so frustrating. And like that goes with a lot of people. I don't know if you have friends too that like you love them, but like when they do something, you're like, you should have known better. Like you should have known better. You're not going to say it, but you should have known better. Because they should have known better, you know? Because they're not thinking things through. And it's okay, because there are so many fucking things that I do all the time where I don't think it through. And I go, you know what? I should have known better. Because it's the mindfulness. You have to work on the mindfulness. It's so important. It's so heckin' important.
Doing what she thinks she should be doing, what she views as the ideal path that aligns with her morals, the path that doesn't always work. But the best path isn't always the most obvious, and failure on
This is fair. This is fair. I don't see a lot of people who would watch this show. This is one of my favorite shows because I like shows that hit heavy and go in some weird triggers and have like some good aspects. And the thing that I like about BoJack Horseman is it's not one of those feel good happy shows. It hits like points that are really relatable in the way that like not every character is a good person. They do bad things, and you can compare yourself in the way that like you also not do good things. You do bad things sometimes too. I don't know why I went caveman there, but like that's life, you know? I like to be reminded that life isn't all black and white, that life is actually gray, and people are just people, and sometimes we make bad decisions, but like it's okay, because at the end of the day, as long as we're trying to do our best, it's fucking shitty. But like, we're all, as long as most of us, at least if you personally, you yourself and you know those around you are trying to do your best, then like that's all you gotta focus on. And I like BoJack because like it hits a lot of talking points that I don't think people think about or get uncomfortable talking about. And I like that. I like having uncomfortable conversations, because those conversations are uncomfortable for a reason, you know? And you have to ask yourself why they're uncomfortable. Like, mental health is a really big uncomfortable question for like discussion for a lot of people. And like, it's because there's a lot of like heckin' whatchamacallit on them, right? I don't like shows that hit too close to home. Ooh, see, I'm the opposite. I'm like, yeah, hit me where it hurts. I want to be reminded that I'm not the only one that feels like this. I get hurt enough by life and also rewarded sometimes that I'm okay with not watching something that will hurt me. That's fair. I really like to be reminded that, like, I think it's because in my brain, I have such a habit of like, here, I'll draw while I talk, while I have this paused. I have such a habit of like excluding myself from everybody else. I like to think that like what I'm going through, no one else has gone through, or no one else is going through. Like, sure, everyone has struggles in life, but like what I'm going through right now is specifically hard. No one else can relate. Just because like, I don't know, BPD things, and sometimes I really feel that like no matter sometimes who I talk to, they don't understand what I'm trying to say, you know? Like, they don't understand the feelings, or they think they do, but like I honestly don't think that they can quite interpret how deep the level of pain goes. And again, I think that's a BPD thing. And it's hard because when you have so many people around you that you feel like you can't really relate to. Hi, Al. How are you? When you have so many people around you that you feel like you can't relate to, it can get really lonely, you know? Oh, yeah, I have borderline personality disorder. So you probably definitely understand. If your mom has it, you've probably had a lot of difficulties. Sometimes people who have BPD don't know how to help themselves, and it can cause a lot of trouble for those around them. So coming from someone who has BPD, Citrus, I'm really proud of you for probably having to deal with some things that you probably never really should have had to deal with because of a lot of misunderstandings. Because I've done that to people that I love too, and it's just because the pain is so deep. Sometimes you don't know what to do with it, and I have a habit. Personally, my habit is when I'm feeling hurt or I feel hurt by somebody, I have a habit of wanting them to feel as hurt as I am. So I have outward BPD. So if I'm sad, instead of getting sad and crying, I'll have the habit of feeling anger instead. And I'll get angry and I'll get kind of loud because I came from a family of yellers. So I'll get really loud and I'll get really defensive, and I'll probably become like 0 to 100 in a small amount of time, and then you'll go like, what the hell is happening? This is probably a huge overreaction. And it always usually is, and it's just because I don't know how to handle my sadness properly. I don't know how to handle that feeling of intense hurt. So instead of allowing myself to feel pain and hurt, I protect myself by having outward reactions of anger. It's like a flight or fight response, right? Like, I feel in danger, so I'm going to put up a fight, even though maybe a good percent of the time no one's actually fighting me. It's just like my brain saying, you're in danger. And I go, oh, protect myself. And then usually it leads to not good situations. So that's why I say mindfulness, especially for me, is really important, because I have to be mindful of what I'm feeling, because if I'm not, and I don't realize the emotions that I'm having, I can misinterpret my own emotions and then react wrong. And then it's not good for anybody. Yeah, so I have ADHD, clinical depression, BPD, and then general anxiety disorder. And then I'm in the midst of like talking to my doctor about possible autism diagnosis. So like, spicy brain is spicy. I don't remember adding all the sauce, but it's good. Saucy is saucy. You figure out how to deal with it, you know? And I give all the best to you and your mama. I can only imagine. My heckin' roommate has ADHD and a little bit of the tism. So like, when we are both having a bad day, sometimes we set each other off. And I'm sure that happens with you and your mom as well. And just know that like y'all are both doing your best, and it's good that you're both aware that you both have these things, and then that's what kind of makes it easier to support each other. And I'm proud of both of you. You're a really good boy, Citrus. I'm really, really proud of you. And honestly, being scared of needles is like, I don't know. I don't have an issue with like blood or like any of that stuff, but I don't know what to describe it as, but like I get really lightheaded. So I used to have an industrial piercing, which is like a barbell, right? So it's just like a bell in your ear from like one side to the other, little barbell. And I had that in my ear, and it was really sore, and I had to clean it. So I took it out and I showered, but it was still like a fresh piercing. So when I got out of the shower, the piercing had already started to close. So I had to like technically reopen the hole, and then like putting my piercing through that hole, even though it wasn't necessarily painful, like doing that by myself like made me incredibly lightheaded. Like it made me feel really sick. I think I almost passed out like 3 times trying to do it. It took me forever to do. Like it should have just been a quick like pop through, quick little amount of pain, but like for whatever reason, I could not do it. It kept freaking me out. I was like, oh, is that why is that dangerous? I hear all my friends do it all the time, except they were doing it with like stretching their ear. They're like, oh, blah, 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 blah. I just shove it in when it's too big. It was like years ago, honestly. Yeah, I didn't do that. I don't have the piercings. I don't have the piercings anymore. Because the first time I got the one side pierced, she put way too big of a piercing in, so it was just putting pressure on. So it was healing funny. And then the second time I got it pierced on the other side. And I think it again was just like a bad angle. And then I had 2 like the scarring was still healing, so like my proper piercer didn't want to do it because he was like, I want these to heal more, and I was sad, but I knew he was right. So I only have my lobes pierced, but I never wear earrings in my lobes because I got them when I was like too young to even remember, and they're not fucking straight. They're in two different spots. One is lower than the other. It is so annoying. Also, I'm really picky with piercings, so I just haven't found any piercings that I even want to wear. I had a feeling you were going to eat the entire bag. Honestly, I probably would have too. I hear freeze-dried candy is really good. I'd probably like it because I fucking love crunchy things. I did try, I think I mentioned it earlier, I did try like that Japanese like peelable, we had mango and banana candy. And yeah, they weren't really that good. I actually was kind of disappointed. They were not as easy as people made them out to believe to peel. And not only that, they just, I don't know. They tasted, the mango ones tasted almost exactly like mango. Exactly like mango. Super impressed. Incredible. But yeah, I don't know. There's something about them that I didn't like. How did you feel about those Japanese peelable candies that we got?
Yeah, I mean, they were good, but they're super messy.
Yeah, like they were really hard to peel.
Yeah, like I don't want to sit there and peel a fucking candy just to eat the outer shell still.
Yeah.
I'll just pop the whole thing.
Yeah.
I mean, they're good, but like inconvenient.
Yeah. Yeah, just weird. I don't think I'd get them again. I also have a sweet tooth. I also have a sweet tooth. Oops. Or is your sweet tooth over? And the 12-pack of chocolates. Oh my gosh. Yum, 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 yum. I have been craving snacks. What is this supposed to... His hand. Okay, so that's his palm. Okay, I see now. These were for a 1 ounce bag of freeze-dried less than 5. Yo! I need y'all to send me your freeze-dried snacks. I went to the mall, to the fancy candy store. Maybe that's why. Well, even the small end candy store. And the frickin' like bags of candy, like what Pepto, the freeze-dried ones were like $18 for some of them. Sorry, the freeze-dried candies were super sorry. Do you remember how expensive the freeze-dried candies were? They were like super expensive for like a small bag. Yeah. It was like not worth it. I was like, those could taste like I don't know, like fucking, I don't know what fucking tastes good. Like, I don't fucking know. Watermelon. Delicious watermelon. Oh my god, I love watermelon. Or mango. I don't know. They could taste really good and have a crunch, but I would not be paying 15 fucking $12 a pop for like 6 fucking candies. It's like $2 for one candy. I don't make enough money. And I have way too much of a sweet tooth to have that even out, even remotely, to make heckin'. Oh, I don't know. Like ordering food off Amazon sketches me out. It sketches me out so much because I used to like work at an Amazon warehouse, and like I used to receive some of those things, and like, yo, people be weird when they ship shit to Amazon. Also, there are the people who try to rip Amazon off and will like say that they're putting stuff in, and then they just had a bunch of bricks in the box, and there was actually nothing in the box but a bunch of bricks. Freeze-dried saltwater taffy is airy. My mom doesn't have teeth, and she can eat them easy. She had them all removed surgically. Ooh, that's like, I think my stepdad had like all his teeth removed. He's got dentures, but it's funny because like half the time he doesn't wear them because he's like, it's just comfortable not to. I think it's kind of cute. His favorite snack now is just a spoonful of peanut butter. I think it's like the cutest thing. I like wake up and there's just like a spoonful of like a spoon indent in the peanut butter missing, and it makes me laugh all the time anytime I visit. On the Zom, hell yeah. It's like Mickey D's. All right. There is our outline. Done. Okay, so we will work on freeze-dried sugar babies or milk duds. Ooh. Honestly, I tried anything freeze-dried at this point. Okay, so lock this layer, new layer. Now we gotta add a reference sheet. Do this. Okay, and then do this reference. All right. Skulls is the bad boy. Skulls is the bad boy with... Yeah, he's the bad boy with the bat. If Skulls was in a position, which position would he be in? I think he'd either be this one or this one. What do you think, Pepto?
He'd be like this with his bat on the ground, leaning over.
Okay, well, I have to do one of these positions.
He'd be bending over, leaning his little head, resting his head on his bat with his butt in the air.
No, it has to be one of these poses.
Cute, like.
It has to be one of these poses, Pepto.
Which poses?
Which one of these poses is most Skulls? I figured this one or this one. No.
Why?
It's gotta be one of these four.
It's someone laying down. In fact, this would probably be Skulls and Candles right here. I imagine this would be Candles, and that would probably be Skulls.
No, because I figured this would either be Candles or me. And this would either be Candles.
That's me. Sorry, bald.
What, you want to be in here? They're all bald. They're all me. They're all Pepto. You are such a good boy, Citrus. You are the goodest heckin' boy. I am so heckin' proud of you. You are such a good boy. Thank you for the care package. Let me stretch. Ow. You know what? I feel like it's really quiet when I'm not like talking or anything. I'll find some background music for next
to where you want to
time.
be on another. This is a lesson that Diane learns throughout the show. Just because you only see one way to go doesn't mean there aren't other directions that lead to the same or even a better place.
Well, I just mean for
Diane
y'all,
doesn't
I
have to
always feel
travel
bad
to
when there's
war-torn
like not
Cordovia to be able to
background
directly help
noise.
people. She doesn't need to work at the New Yorker to write articles that start important conversations, and she doesn't have to create a memoir on damage for her writing to help people deal with their own. The most fulfilled version of Diane we see is when she lets herself take a path she typically wouldn't.
It's for here.
Is this your way of asking me to move to Chicago?
Couldn't ask you to do that.
I wouldn't ask you to ask. If Sonny's going to Houston, then we're going.
I'd feel better if you just tried the medication your doctor prescribed.
Well, I'd feel worse. I
I
don't
think I'll
want to
stick
write a
'em here.
middle grade fiction detective series. I decided that one day I would write something that would make little girls like me
Okay,
feel less
be
alone.
safe.
And if I can't write that book,
Then maybe write this other book.
Are you just going to
good luck with your braces. I think they look cool.
Maybe this book does that too.
Yeah?
Yeah, no, I get it. It's just parts of it felt real, you know?
Oh, Jack, I can't wait for you to be better. I need you in my life. And you can be grateful for
Some
them,
kind of chocolate.
even if they were never meant to be in your life forever. I'm glad I knew you too.
In so many ways, BoJack Horseman is responsible and conscientious in a way that
Can I
other
have
shows
the
just
caramel
aren't.
chocolate one?
And that is largely because of Raphael Bob Waxberg and his
Yeah,
belief that
70%
television
sugar.
affects people. He believes
With
that TV has the
pudding.
power to influence and change how people think.
'Cause
Look,
we're-
this is a complicated and polarizing topic. How media directly influences
Pudding.
people is not an easy thing to measure, and
Pudding.
it's something I go back and forth on
They'll know
all the
what I
time.
mean.
Yeah, it's one
It's
thing
instead
if
of
a
boba.
show or film is marketed to children. That's much more clear cut. I've talked about that before. But
Oh,
when
that's
a TV
weird.
show or a film is made for adults, it's murkier. And I don't mean
That's
if you watch
weird.
Hannibal, you're
That
gonna
would
wanna
sketch me
barbecue
out,
somebody.
especially if
But,
it happened at nighttime.
Okay, in
I'd
a
be like,
HuffPost interview,
"Ooh."
Raphael discussed how proud he feels when fans tell him BoJack helped them understand their emotions or feel validated from the show's representation of asexuality. He then added, "But if I'm going to feel good about those stories, it's disingenuous to say I have the power to affect people in a good way, but how dare you accuse me of affecting people in a bad way?" And there does seem to be a consensus that fiction can affect us positively.
All right,
I've
so
never
if this
seen
is gonna
anyone
be
debate that.
skulls.
But when it's proposed that fiction can also affect us negatively, people
He's
are quick to
got
disagree. Raphael addressed his perspective on the podcast Talk Easy
messy
with Sam
hair.
Fragoso.
And it's something I wrestle with on the show a lot too is how aware are we when we watch
How
something?
far does
is there
his
enough
hair
distance?
goes?
I am a very susceptible individual of the art that I
Quite
consume.
deep
And I
down.
think a lot of these conversations are difficult to have because not everybody is the same, right? I think some people can quite effectively consume art and not be affected by it in that way. And then someone else says, well, you know, this is really influencing people. And they go, what are you talking about? I don't understand that because that is not a feeling that I have when watching it. And I'm the opposite, right? Like when people say, no, I can discern fact from fiction in that way, and I can not be affected by art in that way. I don't understand it, and I kind of don't believe it.
got
When I
a
go
little
see,
alfalfa
let's say, like a
hairs.
Wes Anderson movie, and then like for the next day, I'm like talking like Wes Anderson character, you know?
That's what you do?
Yeah, or like Woody Allen, Quentin Tarantino, any of these guys, and those are two guys that I don't want to be like, you know?
They don't always get it right. Despite the show's strong messaging against putting people in good or bad boxes, we are clearly meant to view Vance Wagner as a bad person. Raphael recognizes this double standard. He told HuffPost, as we were breaking down the story about Vance Wagner, we started to think, well, how is BoJack different from this? Are we hypocrites if we constantly want our audience to feel bad for BoJack while also saying what a terrible thing it is that our industry forgives guys like Vance Wagner? And that is honestly very self-aware and valid criticism of themselves. I hate to compare levels of wrongdoings, but if we look purely at the characters' actions, are Vance and BoJack really so different? They've both driven while intoxicated. They've both abused their celebrity status. They've both hurt women. They've both victimized themselves. And, to certain extents, they've both been involved with underage girls. What makes it different for Raphael
Ayo.
and consequently Diane and the
You're
audience
my eggs.
is that
No.
Vance Wagner represents a
What the-
public figure
not
that Raphael and the writers don't personally know, supposedly know person. Raphael has implied that he considers the act of forgiveness of public figures to be different from the forgiveness of people that you personally know. But even though BoJack is technically a public figure too, he's not treated with that same distance. There is a subjectivity of closeness that we don't have with Vance. And again, we're conditioned to root for the protagonist, with the character we spend the most time with. Because of that, it's hard for us to be fully objective. It's contradictory and complicated because relationships with people like BoJack are contradictory and complicated. But also, Vance is satirized in the same way that Flip and Sebastian St. Clair are. Their characters may be based on real people, or a culmination of problematic commonalities and tropes among specific groups of people. The tortured artist showrunner that walks over everyone. The performative, wealthy philanthropist that prioritizes his own image above all, and the actor that gets away with doing terrible things and is never fully held accountable for them. For most of the series, BoJack is the real fleshed-out counterpart of what Vance represents. If BoJack was a real person, based on the public's awareness of his actions, it could easily be speculated that he was an inspiration for the character of Vance Wagner. Though it is important to note that the writers enforced one very significant, very defining difference between BoJack and Vance. Unlike Vance, BoJack recognizes and cares that his actions are morally wrong, and he genuinely wants to become a better person. This distinction is vital to the show's theme. It's what keeps BoJack from straying into narcissism. It's what keeps the tone's undercurrent optimistic, this never-ending possibility of change.
What if I relapse again?
Then you'll get sober again.
Don't get me wrong, sometimes, well, a lot of the time, BoJack Horseman can get bleak. It's kind of an ongoing joke in the fandom, poking fun at like, hey, who knew this comedy about a cartoon talking horse would be the darkest show you've ever watched?
Legit.
And that definitely has merit. But Raphael always saw his show as ultimately hopeful. When I think of the most feel-good parts of the series, my mind goes to scenes that give us hope for BoJack's change. His smile knowing he's reconnecting with Hollyhock. The montage in rehab when we see him put effort into recovery. When he finds community at the church service reenactment, symbolically letting go of his internalized hatred of horses. The emotional fulfillment he experiences teaching kids acting at Wesleyan. These moments are profound because despite everything BoJack has done, we still want him to get better. Raphael said, I would like to see BoJack find some sort of peace. I don't know if happiness is the right word. I don't know if he deserves that. But I would like
Everyone loves to
even
call
a
me
soul as lost as BoJack can somehow crawl his way toward redemption.
Yeah. Everyone loves to call me
platform, they'll often wait to see initial popularity and audience feedback before weighing out their slate and deciding whether to renew the show for another season or cancel it altogether. This is notoriously the case for animated shows, whose contracts are usually only for one season at a time, and whose plugs Netflix are more likely to pull because they have less broad appeal. Even though BoJack Horseman was Netflix's first animated original series produced in-house, that didn't exempt it from potentially being canceled. It wasn't until the beginning of season 6 that Raphael Bob Waxberg was told it was going to be the last season. Before that point, the writers had no way of knowing if the season they were working on would be their last. So these season finale moments, they're incredibly significant.
So many
because each one
dumpies,
had the
holy
possibility
moly.
of being the end of the series as a whole, and they had to be written with that in mind. And no matter how horrible BoJack's actions were in that season, no matter how hopeless any chance for his redemption seemed, every time the writers were faced with choosing one final message to leave the audience with, they made sure that message was the same.
Thanks, man. You're like my hero.
Really? Huh.
It gets easier.
How?
Every day it gets a little easier. But you gotta do it every day. That's
This
the
was
hard
my
part.
favorite scene.
I've never had a brother.
Hello, I am
You just
BoJack
gotta do
Horseman,
it every day.
And I am here because
It's the hard part.
I need help. Life's a bitch and then you die, right?
Sometimes.
That's why I really like
Life's a
this
bitch
show.
And then you keep living.
It's because it always reminds you.
I guess that's it. If you liked this video, please subscribe.
I always
and hit the
remind
bell
you
so
to
you're
keep
notified
going.
the next time I emerge from my crypt. If you have more of a BoJack itch to scratch, you're in luck because there are like a bajillion more video essays on YouTube on so many different characters and topics. Honestly, I steer clear of other creators' videos on the same subject I'm working on or about to work on because I'm scared I'll accidentally subconsciously sponge their ideas into my own work. But I do remember really loving this video by Johnny Two Cellos. In it, he analyzes how the sitcom paradigm from Horsin' Around is mirrored onto one of my favorite episodes, but with much darker results. Really good. Highly recommend it. Thanks for watching.
You can have all the
This
head
video
pats,
is
cuties.
sponsored
Here,
by
listen.
Mubi, the best cinema at your fingertips. Stream anytime, anywhere. Last year, I covered grooming on the teen series Pretty Little Liars. Now, BoJack Horseman is not
There
Pretty
you
Little
go,
Liars.
cutie.
Even with the leeway of moral ambiguity a show for adults allows, the series is notoriously conscientious of its impact on the audience, forming its episodes with this in mind, and even changing writing directions because of it. It's not that they don't portray unethical characters with unethical actions, it's that they actively try not to romanticize their depictions. Which is why it's surprising and frustrating when they're
hated Pretty Little
misunderstood
Liars.
anyway.
I tried to watch
BoJack and
it
Penny's
because,
relationship is one
like,
that has elicited perpetual conversation,
I heard that it
conjecture,
was
and
good.
discourse from the show's fandom since Netflix released season 2 back in 2015.
But
Despite BoJack Horseman, the show,
I
making
have
it
to
very clear that BoJack's relationship with Penny is incontrovertibly bad, there are viewers who downplay BoJack's actions in the episode Escape from LA, with some even flat out excusing them. We're gonna get into some of these takes, explore the real nuances and the fake ones, and discover if there's any validity to this idea of the unconventional predator. We're going to compare and contrast actions and character dynamics, explore the definitions and limitations of grooming, and figure out if, in the end, intentions really matter. But first, a quick spoiler warning. I'd also like to add a light warning for some basic plot elements in Lolita by Vladimir Nabokov. Okay, let's begin.
Everything always
in
comes
my
back
Pretty
to
Little Liars video,
Lolita.
I stripped away the writer's romanticization
My-
of their underage relationships to
I
focus on
know.
the external actions of the
Lindsay,
characters as they
ahoy,
objectively align
ahoy,
with grooming patterns
hello.
outlined by Rain,
Hello,
and how
hello,
those actions would
hello.
influence the
Welcome,
young audience's
Raiders.
perception if they were played out in their own lives. I want to do some
Oh my goodness, ahoy, welcome. Hello, hello, welcome, Raiders. Moo, Ninzy, ahoy, ahoy, Stinkies. Oh my goodness. Hello. Welcome, everybody. How are you? Hi. We're in our little mood dang fit right now. Welcome. I hope you're having a wonderful day. How did stream go? I was lurking on you. Let me close that tab. I don't like having myself open. That's weird. How are you? It's so good to have you. Welcome. What were y'all up to? I hope you had fun. I would play you the raid video, but it's not on this scene. Whoa! We are doing drawing today. My first art stream. So we're having a little bit of scuff, a little bit of fun. Just chatting, sketching, doing the good stuff. How is everybody? It's so good to see you. Hello, cuties. Ahoy, ahoy. How are you? If you have to raid and run, please feel free. Make sure you take care of yourselves. Make sure you get some rest if you're tired. Drink water. Don't forget to take your medication. Get something to eat. And stretch. And rest your eyes. It's important to rest your eyes every once in a while from the screen. So make sure you do that. Thank you so much for sharing your community with me. I really appreciate it. We're watching some YouTube videos while sketching out some stuff. Aw, that's so sweet of you. Thank you, Citrus. Yes, please check out Ninzy and please check out Moo Moo. They are very wonderful streamers. Thank you so much for sharing your community with me. I really appreciate it. Of course. Yes, of course, of course. Here. Mwah. A smoocha for you. That's for you. I hope you can have a wonderful rest of your day, Moo. Thank you so much for stopping by. Thank you so much for the follows. I really appreciate it. I hope you have a wonderful stay here at the Mushroom Grove. You're now officially a stinker. My I have a question. I used the mirror tool yesterday to draw. I should have used the mirror one for this ear. Can I mirror something after I've drawn it? Or is it only for when I'm drawing something? I just want to mirror the ear because I really don't think I'm gonna get the heckin' ear again. Yeah, because I already drew the ear. I already drew it. I could sketch like over it, I guess, again. I guess I could also do this. Just copy paste. Can I just copy paste one thing though? Square selection. I haven't used these tools yet. Copy. Okay, and then do this. No, not that one. Transform. Edit. Control T on your wheel. We'll add it too, because I'll probably be using it again. Transform. Is it this one? Ooh, so fancy. Oh, thank goodness I have smart peoples here. Okay. Oh, wait. Do this. Nope. Then mirror vertical. Nope. Horizontal. Horizontal every time. Why do I? There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. Then move it. Ah. All right. And then we can just edit this. My uses any pronouns. Move it a little bit higher. Hey, I think we did it. How do I get it to stop selecting that though? How do I how do I stop selecting it? I want that to go away because it's annoying now. Heck. Control Shift A, Control Shift. Thank you. Let me do one thing really quick. Ah! Thank you for the care package. I appreciate you. Let me just do this really quick.
Friend? Hello, friend. Friend. Friend.
Gosh darn it, gosh darn it, gosh darn it. Okay.
I forgot Coco's closed still.
Oh yeah, because it's not new.
I got you that.
That's okay.
No, my headphones.
Oh no. Oh, let me see. 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 Yeah, that's a place you can hot glue. It's okay. They're fine. They're not broken. They still work. It's because you got to be careful when you take them off. You got to take them off with 2 hands. Holy crackers, it's cold out there.
It is really cold.
It was minus 31 last night when I went to bed. I remember that. Do the Mario, swing your arms from side to side. Come on, it's time to go. Do the Mario, take 1 step. And then again, let's do the Mario all together now. You got it. It's the Mario. Do the Mario, swing your arms from side to side. Come on, it's time to go. Do the Mario, take 1 step. And then again, let's do the Mario all together now.
Come on now.
Just like that. Is that big enough? It's kind of a spicy topic.
He's sleeping in Duck's room. She doesn't want to be bothered.
Yeah, she's on. Yeah.
I want to sleep in peace.
Yeah, Celsius. 31 degrees Celsius last night. It'll probably get colder. Once the wind chill hits, hell yeah, it'll probably get colder. Like, what's it? Right? It's not minus 18. Suck a dick.
Poor fingies.
It says it's minus 18. Ah! I live in Canada. Why are y'all so surprised? It's cold here. Fucking huh? Huh? Is how cold where? Who said what? You could fire sword. Even my it is still cold in here. It is still cold. Thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Hack. Yo, let's go. Thank you. Thank you. I hope you enjoy your stay here at the Mushroom Grove. I don't know why I said it like that. It's because you're going to like it here. That's why I said it like that. It's because you're going to like it here. Minus 31 Fahrenheit is cold. On par with Celsius. I always forget how the negatives work when it comes to that stuff. Just in case some people who came in with the raid were watching this YouTuber review BoJack Horseman videos right now. We just finished the main one. We're about to review the grooming in BoJack. If that's a trigger, please feel free to mute or step on. The video is 25 minutes, and then after that we'll be watching a historian answer questions about witchcraft. I know those are very different. I like to watch weird things. If that bothers you, feel free to pass until next time. Your mental health and safety always comes first and foremost. So make sure you take care of yourself first. just want to give that preamble before I
Something
play the
similar
video.
here, and take Bojack's actions away from his thoughts. This time, not to highlight
Le
the
chon.
effects on the audience, but on the characters.
le
We'll
chon.
consider Bojack's own intentions later, but for now,
No,
I want to
that's
reflect
me.
on his actions as someone like Biscuits
Hepto's a
Braxby or
stinker.
adult
Ignore
Penny
him.
would. Let's go over some of the events of the episode without the numbing privilege of Bojack's perspective. If we take those rose-colored glasses off, we can see from the beginning that many of Bojack's actions align with the steps of grooming. There are several credible paradigms that dissect the process of grooming, but they all generally follow the same outline.
I mean,
Targeting
those
the
babies
child,
don't need that
isolating
candy.
them, building trust, desensitizing them, essay, and maintaining control. Even in a 23-minute episode where Bojack and Penny's interactions are limited, we are given so much from what we are shown. For the first step,
Hello, Shart. Hello, my darling. It's so good to see you. How are you? How are you?
Including emotional neediness, isolation, neglect, a chaotic home life, or lack of parental oversight, etc. We see this very clearly from the first day Bojack and Penny meet. I mean, Bojack taking Penny on a driving lesson literally happens because both of her parents are too busy to take her.
And I already took the morning off, so unless you know any other adults...
Can Bojack take me? The driving lesson may seem innocent, but it does an incredible job of establishing Bojack and Penny's dynamic and sowing the seeds of their relationship in the 2 months we don't get to see. The driving lesson also aligns with gaining the child's and caregiver's trust. Perpetrators work to gain the trust of parents to lower suspicion and gain access to the child by providing seemingly warm yet calculated attention/support.
there
The
we go.
perpetrator gains the child's trust
I had to flip
by
this back
gathering
around, though,
information
'cause
about the
it's
child, getting to
sketching
know
me
their
out.
needs, and finding ways to fill those needs. Even on this first outing, we see Bojack's interest in Penny's personal life.
What's the story? Does a cute guy live there? Girl you hate? Weird college kid that gives you Adderall?
These driving lessons also align with fulfilling a need, isolating the child, and in this scene in particular, it's the start of keeping secrets. Rain says, abusers attempt to gain trust of a potential victim through gifts, attention, sharing secrets, and other means to make them feel that they have a caring relationship, and to train them to keep the relationship secret. Here, Bojack admits to Penny a version of the truth behind why he really came to New Mexico.
I didn't like the person I was in LA.
Then he says,
Please do not tell your parents.
Penny agrees, and right after accidentally crashes Bojack's car into a sign.
Please don't tell my parents I crashed your car.
Yeah, deal.
I have to be better, but overall, I'm a healthy deuterino. Yeah, I was just talking about how I relate with Bojack.
Although this is the most concrete
But,
example
like,
of sharing secrets, it's not the
in
only
the way
one.
that
Even after Bojack rejects Penny,
I
after
saw
he's made
myself
the obvious
before I made
decision
the
in
healthy
that one
changes.
instance, he has the opportunity to tell Charlotte.
What'd you do with my daughter?
He's an
And he
unhealthy
just
BPDer.
doesn't.
She had a big night. She was falling asleep on the ride home.
And
Hello,
then there are secrets between Bojack and Penny,
we are
specifically, that are not verbally
drawing
acknowledged,
this
but are heavily
pose
implied, like Bojack
with all
and
my
Penny are
friends.
friends
We're starting out
forever.
with
It's
skulls.
also implied that had Bojack and Penny actually slept together in the infamous
starting out
scene
with
on
skulls.
the boat,
That's
she
what I
would
have to
not
say.
tell her parents.
Yeah, she
And
would
let's
have
just
said
talk
anything.
about this boat for a second. Everyone only ever
Messed
refers
up.
to it as a boat, as if it could just as easily be a humble little paddle boat. But let's get a
Pardon?
little more specific. This is a yacht.
no, I still have my
Off-screen,
muffin.
Bojack and Penny go boat shopping, and Bojack buys a yacht. And sure, the boat show concept was Bojack's impulsive lie, but Penny is the reason he buys one.
You want in? Send me your
Boat
reference.
show and don't come back with a boat. Penny only has to hint about Bojack's
Send me your
plan being
heckin'
flawed
reference.
without a boat for him to immediately go out and buy one. Penny is
It's
very
not
aware he doesn't even
confirmed.
care about
So it's
buying
not
a boat.
100% confirmed that Bojack has BPD. But if you look at like BPD and Bojack, there are a lot of similarities. Like especially untreated BPD, like his addiction, the reason why he like he is so addicted is because of his addictive personality. So in order to help himself, yeah, and then all his overreactions, and then how he so now you're either gonna love this show more or you're gonna hate it. There's two ways, but this is why I love okay, so Bojack has BPD, and once you realize that and you start watching it from knowing that understanding, it'll probably fuck you up, Shart. But it'll be really good. I watched this like fucking 9 times, like over and over and over and over again when I got my BPD diagnosis, because I was like, I can do better. I can be better.
Only an excuse, but for him to spend at the very, very least $100,000
Fire! I need a burn
the
emote.
17-year-old girl said something is not insignificant, though it might mean nothing
Sturdy,
to Bojack, to Penny.
Sturdy.
It has to feel validating.
Send me a
and
reference and I'll stick you in
empowering. This is one of
this.
the first instances we see of Bojack treating Penny, how she describes, as a person instead of a kid. This is also an example of gaining trust
Yes.
and filling a need, making
Yes.
Penny feel special and giving her attention. At the dance, he compliments
I'll stick
Penny's
you in
looks,
this.
and it's easy to miss, but we can see
And then
how
if
this
really,
affects
if
Penny.
more people want to be in it, I'll just keep adding poses and people in it. We'll
Brain
see.
outlines,
This is the point.
groomers will
I'm just
also attempt to make
practicing.
their behavior seem natural, to avoid raising
I'm just heckin'
suspicions.
practicing.
We see this in
So
Bojack
send
defending
me
his
your
thought
stuff.
process when
Send me
Penny
your
and
stuff.
Charlotte seem confused after he suggests taking her to the prom.
What? Why?
Think about it. If you went with Diego, you'd be nervous all night. But with me, you can just relax and enjoy yourself.
We see it in his
That's
rationalization
fucking
behind
weird,
supplying Penny and her friends with
Bojack.
bourbon.
I'm getting you kids some bourbon, and you're gonna cut it with water. That way you don't get hungover.
And we see it when he tries to cover his tracks when they
Okay,
ditch
we're gonna
Maddie
do
at the
this
ER.
instead.
Penny and I are gonna take off.
What?
Yeah, you don't want to have too many people around like, in a hospital setting.
And let's remember, this type of grooming doesn't always just happen to the child. Often, a predator will groom an entire family with the aim of gaining their trust and
do
getting
this.
access to their child. Parenting Source Raising Children made a list of some of these behaviors adults should look out for, and we're going to go through some of them. These actions can happen in any order, so we'll just go with how they linearly correlate with the events of the episode. Raising Children warns someone may be grooming your child and your family if the person oversteps your social boundaries.
You didn't drive all this way just to see my mom, did you?
No, of course not.
Bojack,
Yeah?
supper's ready.
Shows an interest in your child's activities, well-being, school grades, or other areas of your child's life.
I'll talk to her.
But he keeps not doing it.
That is so typical Diego.
Offers to take your child to sports or other activities.
You should take me to the prom. And both hands on the wheel.
Okay.
And don't text and drive.
Tries to start a flirtatious or romantic relationship with you, the adult.
I don't care about your husband. All that matters is us.
Compliments your family and parenting.
Right, Bojack? That's right, buddy. I love you
Stop.
and your family and this town.
See, we know Bojack being in New Mexico was to get with Charlotte. But how are Charlotte and Penny supposed to know that? Was this part of the conversation when he left?
Yeah.
Happened to us, okay? And he's still out there.
Penny.
If we can get the word out.
Bojack's
if people
fucked
knew.
up.
And more importantly, does it really matter what Bojack's intentions initially were?
But I
when
love
end
the
result
way
is the end
how the
result
show
anyway?
creators
Here's the thing.
did it,
Typically,
which is
intention
kind of fucked up to
deeply
say,
matters
but
to me. Like, I talk about it a lot on this channel, especially concerning writers' intentions in relation to their creative works, whether they're positive and conscientious, or potentially self-indulgent, damaging, and maybe even sinister. Whatever the case is, for me, an author's intentions are vital to understanding the full story. And, under the law, intent usually matters quite a lot. In predatory legal cases, intention is especially pertinent, which makes sense. Many of the actions associated with grooming, like gift giving and offering emotional support, are, on a surface level,
that's
positive, or in many circumstances can genuinely be innocuous. Let's say a teacher allows their student to hang out in their classroom after school while they grade papers and chat. Is this teacher helping a student get some reprieve from a neglectful home life while offering a listening ear? Or is the teacher trying to isolate the student from their family and manipulate them into becoming emotionally dependent on them?
a lot of people, oh my gosh, we
we
just watched so the video we watched before the chart was the morality of Bojack, and this Sloan person, who actually I will subscribe to because I like her, this Sloan person was going over the morality, and she was explaining how a whole bunch of the people who were actually fans of the show ended up losing all compassion for Bojack during the Sarah Lynn section because like of how he handled it and what he did and everything. And the show creators realized they like messed up. Oh, he kind of looks crazed. That's okay. We'll fix it later. And
like that.
he would, yeah. And you got to do the nose holes. And how the show creators ended up going back in like season 4 and 5. Oh, it was good. It was good. It's okay. It's okay. If y'all are actually into this BoJack analysis thing, I'm still into like watching more YouTube videos. That's fair. That's fair. That's definitely fair. I don't really know how I feel about him being irredeemable or not.
Where did they want it to go? I mean,
I don't-
even on To Catch a Predator, intent is the first thing Chris Hansen asks.
He's fucked up. He's so fucked up.
What's going on?
He's so fucked up. That's
What did you expect to happen this time, Jeff?
Project Safe Childhood, formed by the United States Department of Justice, says grooming is a form of CSA that can involve the targeting and isolation of the victim in order to gain the trust of the victim through a controlling relationship to manipulate, exploit, and abuse the victim. Here are some more definitions as well. The term and definition of grooming has expanded and changed over time, but there is one commonality that all of these definitions have. Intent. The technical term of grooming consistently requires for there to be a conscious and calculated agenda with a clear end game in mind. Now, do I think BoJack sat in his car and thought to himself, oh, to get this girl closer to me, I'm gonna tell her a secret and keep her secret? No. Do I think before this moment, at any point during his 2-month stay, that he planned on or had any intention at all of sleeping with Penny? No. I don't think up to this scene, BoJack intentionally groomed Penny. But
maybe one day.
That or not, it changes virtually nothing in
Maybe
Penny's
one day I
real-time
might draw a cat.
experience of the scene and the way each of these individual moments impacted
this would
and
be his
shaped
waist.
how she viewed
Or his
BoJack.
waist
Whether the
is-
intent of grooming is there or not, the effects undeniably are. Our society tends to only recognize one specific archetype of a predator. This is the popular depiction across the board in media, our legal system, and everyday life. It's Humbert Humbert of Nabokov's Lolita, a man who marries a woman to get closer to her young daughter. We see it in online chat rooms where predators go specifically to look for kids to talk to and take advantage of. We see it in camp counselors, pastors, coaches, and teachers who deliberately put themselves in environments where they can prey on victims. These predators are sinister, calculating, planning each step, actively desensitizing the child, pushing boundaries, setting new ones. And while this is a valid, important, and very real depiction, it might not
Power
be
word
the
cringe,
only
you
one
are no
that
longer
exists.
based.
Because if we're going off of this definition,
Whoa.
the current definition of
Whoa.
grooming, BoJack doesn't fit. Despite all of BoJack's actions objectively aligning.
How are
despite
you,
the end
Blues?
result
It's
being
good
the
to
same,
see you.
For most of his time in New Mexico,
You really wanna
he
see- I don't
doesn't
know if
have
I
the
can do
calculated,
cats.
methodical intention that grooming requires.
Heck,
There is
cats
not
are-
a lot of research
cats are
into
horde.
cases in which grooming can occur without calculated intent. The closest source I could find that has any insights into this concept is a recent article from an academic textbook that explores a few students' testimonies regarding their imbalanced relationships with their professors and advisors.
should be his
now,
foot.
because this is an article on higher education, the dynamics and circumstances are not a perfect fit, but the parts that do align, well, they really align.
Right?
Like me, Dr. Bull and Dr. Page also hit a wall with the standard definition of grooming, which, in technicality, doesn't apply to the students' cases either, even though that is
what?
how they described their experiences. In the article, they write, there is a risk that the term grooming implies scheming, manipulative,
Show's made me
well-planned strategies,
cry
and
very many
abuse,
times.
rather than
Boy, do I
encompassing
miss the
a
late
range of
2010s, and we're
interactions that
halfway
are an
through
accepted
20.
parts of
Legit.
normative culture.
Legit.
Everything is this nefarious scheme. Most of the bad shit that happens in this world isn't because of wicked plots and machinations. It's just because we're
People
all
suck.
stupid, hungry goons just grabbing at shit, hoping it'll press that little button in our brain that says you're happy now.
They specify a reliance on legal definitions is not
How
necessary
is this
nor helpful when discussing behaviors that are
shoe?
acceptable within a professional environment. What is important is how victims experience
This
such
is where his
behaviors.
laces
We
would be.
suggest that intentionality should not be a defining feature of grooming, but instead the experience of the person targeted should be foregrounded. This allows a focus on the pattern of behaviors over time and their impact on the person targeted. Not only does this validate Penny's experience without diminishing BoJack's role, but it also introduces a key aspect of of Bojack's
So it's, like,
actions that are easier to
shaded.
dismiss in isolation. They are part of a larger pattern.
But how can we believe you've stopped this pattern of behavior if you won't acknowledge this pattern exists?
I don't even know what pattern you're talking about.
I'll try one.
It's not just Bojack attending family meals or asking Penny to
And the
prom.
pocket would be
It's
on the
not
other
just
side,
Bojack
so it's
buying
just
alcohol for teenagers or taking
his
Penny on
leg.
driving lessons or showing a strong interest in her personal life. It's all of these things in tandem that impact Penny, blur each and every boundary, and culminate
But
to the
his
scene in the
boot
boat
would be
when he
like-
uses the power he has in their relationship against her. The article settles on a looser definition. We have described boundary blurring behaviors as those that transgress often tacit professional boundaries, and grooming as a pattern of these behaviors over time between people in positions of unequal power that may lead to an abuse of power. This definition fits Bojack much
here.
more aptly. I know this is a lot of work to make a word work, but not calling Bojack's actions grooming takes away from Penny's experience. Conversely, some people feel this way about Bojack's intentions. There are fans who insist that Bojack planned to groom Penny. I imagine those people don't want to believe that Bojack didn't consciously intend to groom Penny because they want
Have
to
a
hold him
nice
fully
nap,
responsible.
cutie.
And
Thank you
in their
for
minds,
spending
maybe they
time with
think
me.
if
I
Bojack
appreciate
didn't have bad intentions from the
you.
beginning, that it minimizes his role or pushes accountability away from him. But I don't
Magic
think
missile.
that it does,
Yo.
or that it should. Why is this version of a predator any less
I don't know what
harmful
that
when
means,
still
but it
leads
sounds
to him
cool.
abusing his power? Why is it any less sinister that a 50-year-old man could act inappropriately towards a teenager, not because he planned it, not because he wanted something from it, but because he simply didn't care enough to stop himself? What makes it less scary if he can flip a switch so easily? One moment turning a 17-year-old down like he should, and the next moment taking advantage of her because now he suddenly feels like it? Why is this version of a predator any less harmful when it still leads to him abusing his power? But for some fans, because Bojack doesn't initially have the intention, when he later does decide to sleep with Penny, his actions are judged less harshly or are even flat out excused. Hulu's A Teacher faces similar discourse. The miniseries follows the illicit relationship between Claire, a married 32-year-old English teacher, and her new student, 17-year-old Eric. Fortunately, this isn't a #Ezria situation. I think A Teacher has undeniable flaws, but to its credit, the show makes a conscious effort to convey to the audience that Claire and Eric's relationship is unambiguously bad. Still, there are some fans that don't like the way their relationship is executed, or even think it's more acceptable because of how their relationship is executed. Much of this rhetoric aligns with how some fans view Bojack and Penny. Like Bojack, Claire's character doesn't overtly encapsulate the quintessential premeditated groomer. She acts impulsively, without a real plan or endgame. Because Claire doesn't initially have the intention to groom Eric, because she's not secretly calculating how to get this kid in her clutches, some people don't view her behavior as predatory. Like Bojack, Claire uses Eric because she's dissatisfied with another relationship in her life, and because he's there. In both cases, there are contributing reasons, not excuses, behind Bojack and Claire's predatory behavior. Claire had a repressed childhood, spent taking care of her alcoholic father. She didn't have the typical high school or college experience, and due to that, in many ways, she's emotionally immature and socially stunted. She doesn't view her 17-year-old student as a 17-year-old student because she doesn't view herself as a 32-year-old adult unless it's
Bojack
convenient.
is honestly
Because of
how
this, she
you
tramples
know
past
people are
boundaries that
fucked
should
or
be in
not.
place and treats Eric like a peer.
Because, like,
She
if they
tells him
think
to
what
call her
Bojack
by
did
her
was
first name
okay,
outside of
then
class. She takes him to visit a college
you
where
stop
she
talking to
proceeds to
them.
attend a frat party with him. None of these actions are done with the
Because
deliberate
what
agenda
Bojack,
you'd see
anything
on
that
To Catch a
Bojack
Predator or
does
read
is
in the
never
arena. But that
okay.
doesn't stop them from affecting Eric
But,
the
like,
same exact way, and it does not make Claire
I enjoy
any
it
less
because
at
I
fault.
understand
Bojack
why
is in a
he
similar boat
does
as
those
Claire.
things that he does, and it's fucked
Stuck
up.
in Arrested Development.
Well, Bojack stunted too. He got famous in his 20s, so he's going to be in his 20s forever.
That's
After you
not
get
how that
famous, you stop
works,
growing
though.
because you don't have to.
He treats Penny like a peer more than his old friend's teenage daughter, unless it's convenient. It might appear harmless, but it isn't normal. Just because these characters don't
so
consider
that's
the
his
effects of their
hoodie.
actions doesn't mean they're any less
Hello,
responsible for them.
Kush.
Being emotionally immature does not
It's good to
actually
see
make BoJack a
you.
teenager. And let's be real here, all cards on the table, it's not like BoJack is unaware of the optics. He's fine with his reckless actions hurting other people if he can benefit, but as soon as they threaten to hurt him, he shows just how conscious he is of the situation and is suddenly capable of weighing out the ethics of his choices.
It's one thing if a bunch of kids get drunk together on prom night, but if there's an adult there, then it's like I was supposed to be the responsible one, and then the whole thing feels kind of creepy.
There are other
Because
factors
you were
that
supposed to
contribute
be the
this
responsible
pseudo-nuance
one, you
that, to
fucking
a few
freak.
fans, minimizes BoJack's role. Some of these things I truly just don't see a point in picking apart, like Penny's perceived agency. Age of consent is something I pointedly did not address in my Pretty Little Liars video because it felt cataclysmically reductive. If your argument relies on pinpointing the age of consent or outlining the distinction between
Thank
a
you for
pedophile
gathering
and a
your daily
pedophile,
mushrooms.
you don't have an argument. I fear I can't explain and you would not understand. We're simply operating on different planes.
Legit.
I would genuinely suggest reading My Dark Vanessa. That might help. BoJack is in his 50s. Penny is 17. It wouldn't be Penny's fault for coming onto him, even if it was out of nowhere, which, by
It
the
wasn't.
way, it was not. Both Penny and Eric passionately assert their consent, blissfully unaware due to age and the power imbalance that they're being taken advantage of. For both Penny and Eric, it appears like they make the first move. But this isn't true. At the end of A Teacher, Eric confronts Claire 10 years later, after coming to terms with his abuse.
I should have just turned you down.
Is that what you think happened?
You came into the classroom and kissed me, but I should have ended it.
You agreed to tutor me. You took me to UT. You insisted that I call you Claire. You took me away from that dance, and you told me to get in the back seat of the car.
I never wanted you to do anything you didn't want to do.
You're in denial.
I mean, she was my friend's daughter, and she wanted it. No, you think you do, but you don't know what you want. And she walked in, and I was with her daughter, but again, nothing had happened yet. Nothing happened.
Do you know how long it took me to figure out that I wasn't responsible?
It's all really confusing.
This is his
You were the one creating
gloves.
those moments?
The moment BoJack's intentions towards Penny fully sway from ambiguous to damning is when he comes back to the boat after Charlotte turns him down.
I don't care where you go, BoJack, but I can't have you around here.
I know what I want.
Go to bed, Penny.
One intention is very clear. If Charlotte had not walked in on them, BoJack and Penny would have slept together. If the whispers and Penny taking his tie off aren't proof enough, BoJack's own words confirm this.
If her mother didn't walk in, would I have done it? Part of me is sure that I couldn't, but another part knows that's a lie.
BoJack wasn't thinking about Penny. He was thinking
about
about his own
himself.
wounded ego after Charlotte rejected him, and that Penny was there.
Which is the
and
fucked up
next best
part.
Thing.
You know, you look just like your mother.
He was thinking about what would make him feel good in that moment, no matter who it hurt.
He
was
lost
thinking
his
that verbally turning Penny down
mindfulness.
would make him feel less guilty when he left the door open knowing she'd follow. He was thinking that he was already leaving anyway, because BoJack doesn't care enough to consider how his actions will affect others.
The worst part
He
is
only
I don't
cares
even
about
know what
himself.
happened after I left. Did I scar that little girl for life? I don't know.
I mean, that's what it always comes back to, right? BoJack prioritizing what he feels like doing in the moment, despite how it impacts other people. That's the whole reason he's in New Mexico. We see this pattern of reckless, impulsive, selfish behavior from him so often that half the time we don't even consciously register it. Take this episode. There are the obvious
smaller
things.
pen.
BoJack basically moving into this family's home, Maddie and the bourbon, his attempted homewrecker behavior towards Charlotte, the entire situation with Penny. But there are other moments we barely clock. BoJack leaves Secretariat during production, not knowing or caring how that might affect the many people involved, not to mention the crew's jobs or PC's well-deserved cut for getting him the deal in the first place. Sure, the film gets saved due to CGI, but BoJack doesn't know that, and he definitely doesn't ask. In New Mexico, they're the
His
neighbors he
facial hair right
inconveniences
here,
and is
too.
presumably rude to off screen.
Well, I'm sure if we ask them nicely, they'll move the boat.
When he tries to recreate a memory from his youth with Charlotte's daughter, he doesn't stop to think about the negative effect the balloons could have on the environment.
I think we have all the key stuff.
One of those balloons.
Yeah.
You have to get ready for work.
Right?
In any other show, these actions
Get ready and get into work for like 2 hours, then
Bojack,
come
we
home
see
and
it
languish
so
over my
often that
health
we're
because of a
literally
hypochondriac.
desensitized to his
And also my dad has
smaller
diabetes and I'm afraid
actions.
I'm about to get it
Bojack's
because of
biggest
my...
problem
Oh
amounts to the
no,
same
that
pattern.
sounds
A
stressful, Short.
consistent prioritization
I'd
of
say
his own
book an appointment
selfishness.
with
See,
your
Bojack doesn't
family
intend
doctor
anything.
and
It's
talk
not
to
that
them
he
about
actively
things
wants to cause harm.
to help your
It's that
anxiety.
he's okay with hurting other people if it means he can
maybe
do what
there's
he
some
wants
things
to
you can
in
do
the
and
moment.
change that
Over
can help
and
with
over
that.
again, he makes enough peace with this trade-off to commit the action, even if it will
But I also know
inevitably
you
haunt
said
him
be right
later
back,
by
so you
mode of his own
probably
guilt
didn't hear
and
me say that.
self-loathing.
I feel really terrible that I might have really messed that girl up.
Or the court of public opinion.
Over these last 2 nights, you've drawn us an outline of a person who doesn't think about others.
Bojack, we can merge these two.
A person
Okay,
who puts
okay.
his own needs first. And over, other people get hurt.
Bojack?
Merge
What
those.
are you doing here? I was 17. I didn't know any better. You need to leave.
Not necessarily because he means to hurt them, but because he just doesn't care.
Carson, and that's her real name. You can look her up. I don't care.
This person I'm describing, is it a different person? Or is it you?
It's me.
Mubi is a curated streaming service dedicated to elevating great cinema from all around the globe. Each film on the platform is thoughtfully handpicked by Mubi's curators. From hidden
The
gems
doctor
to
wants me to
gleaming
exercise more and eat less
masterpieces, Mubi
crap
is a
and
treasure trove
reconvene
of
in 6
genres,
months.
styles, and stories.
Ah.
One of their latest ventures is the Cannes Prize-winning film *The Substance*.
So,
The
sort of
film follows
easy,
Demi Moore
but
as
also
Elizabeth
not
Sparkle, a past-her-prime Hollywood A-lister that turns to a mysterious experimental drug in
We're
an
gonna go
attempt to
black,
recapture the
'cause
glories
we're
of her
gonna
youth.
start doing
I won't
lines.
spoil the movie, but I will say every so often a film comes along that grabs everyone's attention, and it is so comforting. Seeing it, being a part of
it's
it,
this
passing
one?
around memes
Yeah,
like
it's
notes
this
in
one.
class, diving through endless threads of theories. In such an unpredictable
Okay,
industry, it feels
so-
like proof of life in a way, of how much we need film.
We're gonna
and how we'll
outline
always
his
find
hair
ways to connect to it.
first.
Mubi is contributing to this landscape by bringing us films like The Substance, amplifying diverse voices, and lifting up emerging filmmakers. The best part? Mubi is offering my subscribers 30 days for free. Now, I've put together a couple of my own little recommendations for you guys based on what other movies you might like. This format has helped me find some of my favorite movies, so I hope you'll enjoy these films as much as I have. And if you're one of the few who hasn't seen The Substance yet, it is now showing on Mubi. So go try Mubi free for 30 days at mubi.com/Sloan. That's mubi.com/Sloan for a whole month of great cinema for free. Thank you, Mubi, for sponsoring this video.
I'm historian Mickey Brock. Let's answer your questions from the internet. This is witchcraft support. It's too silly. At Layla Likes Music. Can men be witches, or is it hashtag just for the girls?
Just
Yes,
for girls.
Men can be witches. Anywhere between 75 and 80% of those accused of witchcraft were women. There were a few places where the majority of people accused of witchcraft were men. Russia, Estonia, Normandy, Iceland, but these were also places where the witch trials never boiled into a full-blown panic. A lot of the men who are accused of witchcraft are accused in moments where they are related to or in proximity to a woman who is accused of witchcraft. So their mother might have been accused, their sister, their aunt, their wife even. And that could bring them in the minds
I think
of
an even worse
authorities
damning
closer
part is he
to
goes
the
back to
crime
open up
and
Penny's
to make
wounds
them
so that he can
vulnerable
feel
to that
better about it. Oh
allegation.
well,
There were
legit,
also some men who ran
legit.
afoul of traditional
He's so
norms
fucked
of
up. He's so
masculinity. They might have
selfish.
used their power in a way that was deemed irrational. Men were supposed to be rational, the opposite.
I
of
think
women who
visiting
were
her with Sarah
irrational
Lynn was
and
like the most
emotional.
fucked up part.
These
I was
sorts
like,
of
bro,
deviations from the norms of masculinity
fuck.
could make potentially someone more vulnerable. You may remember the case of Giles Corey. Giles Corey was made famous by Arthur Miller's play The Crucible, and he is the man in that story and in the actual history who was pressed to death after he was accused of witchcraft. That is to say, a slab of wood was laid on top of them, and then rock was placed, and rock was placed, and rock was placed until he was pressed to death into the earth. He had been accused of witchcraft after his wife, Martha Corey, had been accused. And the reason he was pressed to death like this is because he refused to enter a plea. And in English law, you had to enter a plea. Are you guilty or not guilty, right? This system lives on. But he wouldn't say anything. He held fast. And of course, very famously, and this may be apocryphal, we don't know for sure if he said this, but Arthur Miller said he did. Giles Corey's last words were defiantly, "More weight." Our next question is from Adam McIlveen. What better way is there to spend a Thursday morning than learning about methods of torture used on accused witches in Scotland? I too enjoy thinking about torture methods. We're talking about 90,000 people accused and about 50% of them executed. And torture was really key in order to get people convicted for witchcraft. And that's because when you think about witchcraft, it's a crime that's kind of unseen. It's secret, it's hidden, it's concealed. If you don't have eyewitnesses to the crime, then what you need is a confession. You need an individual to confess to meeting with the devil under the cover of night, using harmful magic to kill babies and harm crops and render men impotent. So the question might be, what sorts of torture methods did they use? If you're interested in Scotland, they really enjoyed the thumb screws, these little screws that tighten and tighten and tightened on your thumb. In some places, they were a little bit less gruesome, like the use of sleep deprivation, which was common in England in the 1640s. Other places more gruesome still, like the rack, a medieval torture device that was used into the early modern period that could either stretch or compress limbs. The strappato, which is
I was like, I'm not dignifying this with a response. If you're gonna kill me, because I won't say that I'm not a witch. Then y'all are wild for that. More weight.
So really horrific stuff. And of course,
do it sturdy. Do art with me.
It's not good judicial practice, but it was useful for authorities who felt that witchcraft was such an exceptional crime. They would use torture in ways they typically wouldn't. People were allowed to flout the typical legal norms and practices. And what that meant is you could get people to confess to all sorts of fantastical things. Next question is from Ask Historians, great website on Reddit, and it is asked by Sir Drunken the Tall. Sir Drunken, 10 out of 10 name. I feel like you're a Monty Python character. How did the Salem witch trials become the face of the historical witch hunts when European witch trials took place much earlier and were more numerous? Number one, America. Right?
America.
The dominance, kind of the cultural imperialism of America has really brought the witch trials, Salem witch trials, to front of mind. And of course, Arthur Miller's play The Crucible, which was performed on both sides of the Atlantic, is going to be part of that.
America.
I think Salem, too, is kind of shocking. It's late. Right? It's in the early 1690s. It happens in this Puritan colony that's often held up as this great example of the American experiment. And I think because it's so late, people think surely this is a time period when they have stopped hunting witches by the end of the 17th century, right? The 17th century is the heyday of the scientific revolution. We're talking about, Isaac Newton and all of these things. So
are you here to say Creta does?
To the system, whereas potentially a 16th century witch trial seems more understandable. But I also want to say that this idea that the witch hunts happened in the Middle Ages, they didn't. If you ever hear someone say witch hunting was a medieval phenomenon, it was not. The bulk of the witch hunts happened in the early modern period, that is to say the 16th and 17th century. Cora asks, were witches ever burned at the stake in the USA like they were in Britain? Actually, I'm going to go with no and no. They were hung in New England and in the colonies, and they were also hung in England. English common law treated witchcraft as a crime of sort of treason, an act against the state, an act against the church, and it wasn't treated as a heresy, so they weren't burned. They were just hung in England and the English colonies. In Scotland, they were strangled and then burned, and then in many places in continental Europe, they were straight up burned. So a nice range of execution methods we have there. Now we have a question from Phil Array. Why were the witch tests so deadly and dumb? Almost all the tests required the person to die, even if there was no proof that they were or not. So the witchcraft tests, these are variations on what people called in earlier periods the trial by ordeal. The idea that you could do a certain test, the most famous one that we tend to think of is the swim test, the dunking of witches, the throwing the women into water, and seeing if they floated or not. People really thought divine providence was critical, it was crucial, so there was a lot of confidence that God would not let an innocent person die. And that belief was really strong. It underpinned the faith in these tests. Now let me say, actually the swim test, the throw her into a pond, as they do in Monty Python.
There are ways of telling whether she is a witch.
That's right.
That isn't actually used as often as we're led to think by its prominence in popular culture, but it did happen, and it is an example again of that belief that humans were not alone in the world, and there were a lot of other forces that governed the application of justice and the rooting out of evildoers. Another excellent question from Reddit's History Forum, asked by Six Horrigoth. How is it that there were witch trials happening in different parts of the world
I can't do
around
that
the
with
same
this
time?
circle.
It's the printing press. You have the advent of the printing
Right in
press
front
the
of my
15th century, or
Krita.
at least the use of it and development of it in Europe. And that leads to the printing of these demonological texts that are being spread around. So
I will say one last thing about my health. I've stopped drinking, which is good, and I've already set intention to start fasting and keto starting February, so I'm already on track to health. Thank you for listening to. I'm so proud of you, Shart. I'm so heckin' proud of you.
The witch. At Mike Queener, do witches really cast spells, or are there?
I felt
abilities
so
limited to
much better
potions and
once I
stuff?
stopped drinking.
Well, people believed that witches had a wide range,
Like
of
mentally
powers. They
and
believed
physically.
Witches certainly could use potions, double, toil and trouble. Right, Shakespeare's famous line. Probably the most gruesome thing that people imagined witches to do is people imagined that some witches might grind up or use parts of humans, especially parts of unbaptized infants, to make them into a paste, to make them into a potion, and anoint themselves in order to fly. If you've seen The Witch from 2015, you'll remember the scenes of the witch in the woods grinding something on the stone block and then sort of flying out and turning younger. That was envisioned to be parts of a baby, but it draws on older stereotypes about blood libel, heretics doing these sorts of horrible practices to children, and by labeling accused witches as killers of babies and even as cannibals, using the pestle and mortar to grind up some bones of babies, whatever, is a very surefire, quick way to dehumanize them and to demonize them. At Scott Daly 26 asks, has anyone watched The Witch? What an absolute shite horror film that is. Scott.
It was horrible, yeah. I agree with you.
The Witch is a brilliant film.
No, it was
I think
fucking
you just
so
maybe should people
bad.
jumping out of corners and going,
I fucking hated that movie.
Robert
It was
Eggers'
so
The Witch, which came out in
shitty.
2015, is, to my mind, and I'm just saying this, I'm just the
The new
expert,
one.
the best
Oh.
film about witchcraft ever made. It
Oh,
looks at
no,
a
not that
family
old one.
in the 17th century in New England grappling with fears of witchcraft.
Oh, wait, maybe
And
it is that one. I don't know.
Perfect encapsulation, I think, of Puritan anxieties.
I thought it
of
was so
theology,
fucking
of
boring, dude.
fears the Puritans had about whether or not they were
So
elect,
boring.
and of this sort of fever dream about witchcraft that so took hold of people's minds. When you watch the film The Witch, you get a real window into why the witch was so scary to people. It really helps us understand why people thought witches were deadly and a threat to their families, to their livelihoods,
that
and to
movie
their
was so
communities.
stupid.
I know Scott says it was shite. I don't think it was shite. I think it was great. 5 stars. How many stars are there? A lot of stars. All the stars. I have
No
2
stars.
scenes from
Zero
The Witch that I really
stars.
love. They also happen to be quite gruesome scenes. One is, of course, the scenes involving Black Phillip, who is the goat that belongs to the family. The goat is really sort of emblematic of many depictions that we have in popular culture and historically of the devil as this
Thank
goat
you,
figure,
Skulls.
which of course is again an inversion of the idea of the lamb, right? The Lamb of God. The black goat is an inversion of that. Of course, also a demonization of certain pagan
I
rituals.
hope you
ideas
like
about Pan and
it.
whatnot. That's why the goat's often associated with Satan. But Black Phillip is a perfect devil. The other scene that I really love, there is a scene where a child in the film is sort of having this experience of bewitchment and is kind of having these almost possessed convulsions. And in that process spits up an apple. And there's your clue to the role of the Eve narrative. He's been in the woods with a witch and he comes back possessed and chokes up an apple. And that's straight to that stereotype that we see in a lot of depictions of witches. Next question is from @Jasmine Ermani. Who came up with the idea that witches could fly on brooms and why? This is a great question. The broom is one of those iconic images that we associate with
Thank you for the care package.
It's a totally domestic object. And so much of what we think of when we think of witchcraft is associated with the domestic sphere, right? You have the cauldron, right? The mortar and pestle, these things that you would find in the home. And that's because when you think of the crimes that witches supposedly committed, many of them were about harm to the domestic sphere, children, food, crops, and so forth. Now, during the the early modern period, people did wonder about whether witches could fly. Authorities really thought about this.
Hello, Silvers. Good to see you.
Fundamentally was that with the aid of the devil, witches could fly to undisclosed locations, maybe a mountain under cover of darkness, maybe a forest far away on a hill. And there they could meet under cover of night and engage in the witches' Sabbath, which was envisioned, believed, fantasized to involve all sorts of demonic acts.
It could be a
orgies,
Lurkamo.
cannibalistic infanticide, singing and feasting, and things that were in some ways inversions of appropriate Christian practice. Another note about the broomstick is it was sort of envisioned to be a fairly phallic object. Now, looking at this, make your own judgment. If you believed that witches were engaging in sex with the devil, then having these sort of phallic objects could re-emphasize that aspect of witches being carnal and being in sort of lustful service of Satan. I love modern takes on some of this. I love how in Hocus Pocus, when you're looking for a domestic object that's like more or less phallic adjacent, you have one of the witches grabbing a vacuum. Now, they weren't grabbing vacuums in the 16th century, but in our modern retelling, they serve that same purpose as the broom. Next question is from @WickedWalnut. I didn't know walnuts could be wicked, but now I do. I guess anything can. Anyhow, is the Malleus Maleficarum worth reading at this late date? Well, for those of you who don't know, the Malleus Maleficarum is the Hammer of Witches, is what it literally translates to, and it's a work that's published in the late 1480s by
Just a little
very
bit.
nasty piece of work, a
Just-
Dominican inquisitor called Heinrich Kramer, who basically was
may or
pissed
may
off that
not
he wasn't
lust
being
for
trusted
Satan a
to
little
run
bit
these
in
witch
this-
trials in Innsbruck, and
with
writes
the
this
witchery
screed
and
that's meant to be
witchcraft.
used as a guide to identifying and hunting witches. And should you read it? Is it worth reading? Well, how much do you enjoy misogyny and demon sex? If you enjoy both of those things, then that is the book for you. But in all
Ayo.
seriousness, it's a book that is really important for sort of promoting some of those misogynistic tropes that are part of the
Demon
witch
sex.
trials. Certainly one of the
What
things
book
that
is she
Heinrich
talking
Kramer
about?
in the Malleus Maleficarum was obsessed with was this idea of witches as being carnal, in witches as being lustful, in witches as having uncontrollable tongues that couldn't be trusted. He
Hell
really
yeah,
thought
brother.
morally women tended to be witches. So I can only
Hell
imagine
yeah,
what he would have
brother.
made of me and many of the women in my life. Sometimes my students ask me why the Malleus Maleficarum was so popular. Why was it translated so quickly into English? Why did it become so prevalent? And why today do we still think about it, right? If anybody knows a witchcraft book, that's what they know. And part of it is, I think, because the Malleus Maleficarum is at times quite illicit. It's quite pornographic. One of the most salacious, interesting folkloric stories in the Malleus Maleficarum is this story of this group of witches who were widely known, as he says, to be stealing men's members and taking them up to a tree and putting them in the branches and feeding them corn. It gets a bit weird. And a man came to the tree and said, "I've lost my member. I need my member." And the witches say, "Okay, you can choose yours from this tree.
Hey,
but
yo.
do not take the biggest one, for that belongs to the village priest." I love that story because it combines folklore but also with actual witch belief. People were really worried about witches causing impotency. There really was a case of witchcraft.
Yeah, I'm
in
gonna
the
come
17th
take your
century
dick.
where a man supposedly lost his penis to a witch. And I
I'm
tell
gonna
this story to
steal
my
your
students, and we
dick,
actually
'cause I'm a
read parts of
witch.
the Malleus. I have to say, though, I teach my witch hunts
Wacky.
class at 8 a.m. and a lot of them say that's too early for demon sex and penis trees, but you know. Next question is from
It's never too early for demon
Seeds.
sex and
Who is
penis
going to
trees.
tell
Are you
these
kidding
people
me?
that the Salem witch trials were the result of mass hysteria from false accusations and not actual witches like the European witch hunts?
Honestly,
So I
it gives
don't
a
think we should
totally
call
new
this a
meaning
mass
to jacking
hysteria.
it.
I think there are moments where we can think about it as panic, where things really go off the rails, accusations get made willy-nilly, but it wasn't a panic. This was a group of people who truly and genuinely feared witches. The sort of authorities that they looked to, clerics and judges, and of course the Bible, provided fodder for this. It says in Scripture, "Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live." It's scriptural. So the sources of authority suggested that
in the
witches had to be
scripture.
eradicated. And the
I gotta
worldview at
zoom
the
out a little
time,
bit.
the belief system,
Can't get this line if I'm
meant
not
that it was
zoned
very
in.
rational to believe in witches. Think about
I've
it.
had my
Early
bongas
modern
stolen
life
by a
is
witch, but we were
hard.
together and I
We all
loved her.
live by comparison, in homes with thousands of
In fact, I gave it to her. I told her to steal it.
If you have a car, and we never worry about what we're going to eat, and we have vaccines and all of those things, we don't have to work in the same way to find explanation for misfortune. And I think if you understand that, then you can't quite as easily dismiss the fears of witchcraft that were going on at the time period. At Dr. Sandman 11 asks, why is witch hunting considered to be bad? They tried to eat some children in a gingerbread house that one time. Dr. Sandman, I love this question because it brings in one of the most prominent stereotypes that occurs not just actually in witch hunts, but in moral
we don't
panics
want to
in
eat
general.
you.
And this is the fear of the specter of harm to children. The
More like a
story
letter.
fundamentally is about these two innocent kids who just love candy.
Oh no! Don't steal my penis! No! Oh no! Oh man!
Of the good mother.
Shucks.
Who harms children. Women
I
are meant to give
definitely didn't want you to do that.
So the inversion of that,
Dang.
the opposite of it, is this witch who harms them, who eats them even. And that's why you see harm to children in so many of these witchcraft cases. And that's not unusual to witch trials, right? Much of the stereotypes about Jewish communities early on are related to harm to children, to blood libel. You see it certainly in the communist scare, actually, this fear that communism could be spread to children. What about the children?
What about the children?
Of the 1980s, this fear of what's going on at pre-K and daycares and whatnot. So harm to children, I think, is one of those movable fictions that people use as a way to articulate, to justify, and to demonize over the course of repeated moral panics that are still very much with us, I think. At Wisemure 40718, why do witches always have such a nose in cartoon movies in Disney? Well, you see in some of these visual depictions of witches, including from the late 15th, 16th,
maybe don't
and 17th
taste so
centuries,
fucking good.
of these sort of large
Son of
appendages, large
bitches.
noses, things that mark them out from other members of the community. And of course, the large nose trope,
ever
which is
think of
actually more
that?
prominent in some later depictions than in the early modern period itself, comes from anti-Semitic stereotypes. There's very little new that's under the sun. So much about the witch trials is pulling from stereotypes from other moments of panic in European history. So if we watch this little clip about Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, of that famous scene of the witch holding out the poisoned apple and offering it to Snow White.
This is no ordinary apple. It's a magic wishing apple. Take a bite.
Bro.
I think we see some really prominent stereotypes that you can find in a number of the witch trials. First of all, the apple. If you see a woman with an apple, your brain should immediately go to Eve. Here is someone offering temptation, offering something that they shouldn't have access to. And of course, you have the witch in the scene. She's kind of an Eve figure, right? She's evil, she's been tempted by the devil. And then you have Snow White, who is, of course, virginal, pure, a very Mary figure, right? We are always sort of skirting within this Madonna, whore, Mary, Eve complex.
Bye, Silver.
And it was very hard.
Thank you for stopping by. I love you.
So people were more likely, especially authorities, to think of you like an Eve.
heck.
You also have in this scene, this famous scene of the witch holding the apple to Snow White, her wearing a dark cloak. That is kind of reminiscent of the way people envisioned heretics to meet under the cover of the night, and that large, cartoonishly anti-Semitic nose that you see in some of these depictions. At Bunsen Burner BMD asks, why do we associate cats with witches? This idea of cats being associated with witches comes actually very specifically from the English witch trials, where witches were believed to have demonic familiars. So local domestic animals, a cat, a toad, a bunny, whatever, that was believed to be a little demon or a little creature doing the devil's bidding that was feeding off the witch. And this really becomes prominent in particular in some major witch hunts in the 1640s in East Anglia, where you have Matthew Hopkins and John Stern style themselves as self-appointed witch finders and go out and basically use sleep deprivation to get people to confess to witchcraft. Any of you who have ever owned a cat will know they are finicky creatures. They have a mind of their own. They do their own thing. Also, cats have always been sexualized. We'll all know the slang that is associated with with cats, and that's another thing that gets them kept up to the forefront of being associated with witchcraft. Probably the most recognizable object associated with a witch is, of course, the witch's hat. But I have to say, historians aren't entirely sure where this comes from. Some people have posited that it's related to kind of a exaggeration of the types of caps people would have worn during the time period. Maybe it has some anti-Semitic roots. Maybe it's just, frankly, a really good way to mark someone as different than others in society. But they do show up only rarely in pamphlets from and woodcuts from the time period, but they have certainly become dominant norms in today's society. So happy Halloween.
Interesting.
This question is from @HolySchnit. Googling how to spot a witch. Let's imagine I am a minister.
I'm unaware of the cat and sex reference, please enlighten me. People call vaginas pussies.
Scotland, and I am advising my parishioners.
I don't understand why.
Witch. And it's very important.
I think I brought this up to somebody the other day too. I was like, why is that a thing?
If you hear a woman who's on the margins of society in some way, maybe she's widowed, maybe she's poor, maybe she's just cantankerous, maybe you're skipping out on the church, maybe you're Sabbath breaking. But if you're an ordinary person, you're really only looking for a witch if something bad happens.
Yeah.
If your
Gasp
cow dies,
indeed,
if
Shard.
your child dies,
Gasp
if your husband goes
indeed.
impotent. You might think back to yourself and think, did someone do me wrong? Did something happen that could have been perceived to be an act of harmful magic? And you might think, did you have a neighbor who you quarreled with? And did that neighbor fit the bill of someone who could be a witch? And that would help you identify who the witch was. Carolyn Calfo asks, why did the Salem witch trials start at all? Caroline, great question. And how much time do you have? The long-term causes are that we should understand Salem as coming at the tail end of a much larger chapter of European witch hunting. That is to say, the Salem witch hunts are in the early 1690s. By this point, most places in Europe have already hit their peak of witchcraft, and witch trials are starting to decline. But Salem is very much part of this story, part of the circulation of all these demonological ideas about witches, about the devil, and the ways that they might interact in the world. And of course, when people come from England to the so-called New World, to these colonized lands in New England and elsewhere, they are bringing with them those ideas. The other sort of long-term causes are this intense Puritan desire to build a city upon a hill. When you have the major wave of Puritan migration in the 1630s, you have people coming who want to build a truly pure, truly godly society. And that takes zeal. They see themselves as fleeing persecution back in England and coming to the New World in order to build something better and more godly. And if you want to build something better and more godly, you have to be on the lookout for any threats from the devil. And for the Puritans who settled in Boston and beyond, they really saw themselves as under threat from a range of actors. They were colonizers, of course, so they were coming into conflict with local indigenous groups, and they are going in some ways to perceive indigenous people.
I'm trying to erase it with fucking. I'm like, why aren't you
Especially
erasing?
they think this after waves of frontier wars that took place in the middle and latter part of the 17th century. Short-term causes are there's so much communal feuding. There are debates among community members. There's a general sense of unrest and distrust of one's neighbors. A new minister has come to Salem a couple of years before the Salem witch trials, a guy called Samuel Parris, a real asshole, and he is certainly at the center of a lot of these witch trials. It's really in his home. He's the minister of the newly appointed Salem village, where the witchcraft symptoms start. So Samuel Parris, this diehard Puritan minister, he has a daughter, Betty Parris, and a niece, Abigail Williams. They're in his home. They're young, 9 and 11, and they start to experience symptoms of bewitchment and affliction. And that is what gets the witch trials going. They are the first of the afflicted girls, and it sort of spreads like wildfire from that. And that's partially because it serves the purpose of Samuel Parris. If this minister is trying to make his way in the world, if he is trying to sort of show himself as the godly emissary on earth, then of course the devil's going after him, right? This legitimizes his position. And I think we also have to ask the question of, why did these young girls perform bewitchment? Why did they think they were afflicted, or at least why did they manifest the symptoms of affliction? Odd contortions of the body, the speaking in strange voices, the writhing about, signs that we would typically associate with demonic possession. Why did they do this? Well, few people in Puritan society had less power, less of a say, less of a voice than young girls. They were told to be quiet, They were told to sit back. They were told to ask permission before speaking. They were told to obey their mother and father at all costs. And here is this moment where they take center stage. The spotlight is on them. And then you have the adults interpreting that for their own purposes in ways that spiral into the trials. Next question, and this is a good one, from @DreamOfDelphi. Do we believe that witch hunting was the result of actual witches or ergot poisoning? I think in some ways people want to believe that these girls were just low-key tripping, right, as a little light LSD action, and that maybe explains it, because that's easier to understand than thinking that people really believed in witches and were really fearful of them. When we read about people believing that witches were going to the Sabbath and having sex with the devil and committing cannibalistic infanticide and so on, we just find that beyond belief. We think, how did people actually think this was true? Surely the witch trials must have been about something else, social control, ergot poisoning, these sorts of things. But in reality, this was a serious belief in the time period. People genuinely believed in witches, and they genuinely believed that people who were guilty of witchcraft needed to be eradicated from the earth. And there's also no evidence that they were tripping on poisoned rye. That might have been a more exciting explanation, but the reason we know that's not true is because that would have been a lot of poisoned rye, of ergot poisoning going around. And the witch trials were not just in Salem. They took place from the late 15th century through to the early 18th century. That's tens of thousands of people accused, tens of thousands of people executed, and there's just not that much LSD bread. Claire asks a really common question. Anne Boleyn didn't actually have 6 fingers, did she? And I think what Claire in some ways is sort of asking is, was Anne Boleyn believed to be a witch? Did she have these signs of witchcraft or physical difference like 6 fingers that could mark her out? Well, Claire, she didn't actually have 6 fingers. There's no contemporary evidence of that. And actually, Anne Boleyn was never accused of witchcraft during the period of her life. She was not accused of witchcraft at the time of her downfall. She was accused of adultery. She was accused of incest, but she was never formally accused or tried as a witch.
Wait.
That stuff comes later when she was demonized by later writers in various ways. I will say, what caused Anne Boleyn's downfall is frankly that Henry VIII was a megalomaniac with authoritarian tendencies who used women, abused women, and wanted to get his rocks off with Jane Seymour, one of Anne Boleyn's ladies-in-waiting, and Anne Boleyn had not given him a male child. Hence, that's really what causes her downfall, but it was not an accusation of witchcraft. It's not really until the latter part of the 16th century where certain people start to think about Anne Boleyn, to think about her legacy, and in some cases to try to tarnish it. Elizabeth I is in power 1558 to 1603, first female queen of England in this way, has a tremendous amount of influence, and Anne Boleyn was her mother. So if you're an enemy, then trumping up charges or rumors really against Anne Boleyn is a way to do it.
Bitches.
A good name. How do you avoid being accused of witchcraft? Well, number one, have a penis. No, in all seriousness, there were about 20% of those accused of witchcraft who were men, but typically the probability was that most witches would be women, because a lot of the things that happened that were attributed to witchcraft, children dying, crops dying, someone getting poisoned, a husband getting impotent. A lot of those things happened in a really domestic space, right? Happened in the home, happened at the farm. And if you happen to be born a woman, you might want to really perform your good and godly behavior. Make sure you're going to church on time. Don't yell at any of your neighbors. Certainly don't curse out the minister or anybody in a position of authority.
I'm gonna
if
fucking
you
curse
are
out that
engaged
minister.
in
Hey,
any
minister.
sort of neighborhood dispute, try to remove
Curse
yourself from that,
you.
because it's really often these neighborhood quarrels that lead
Curses on you.
when something goes wrong. If you're in the midst of a witch panic, even if you do everything right, even if you're a man, potentially, you could be accused. We often have this assumption that if you were accused of witchcraft in this period, and as I say, the 16th, 17th century, you would go from 0 to being a witch to being executed. But in fact, there were judicial processes in place that were meant to try
heck
to
yeah,
sort
playing some
the
heck
wheat from the chaff, the
divers.
witches
I look
from the
forward
good
to playing
Christians,
some
as
heck
it were.
divers
And
with you.
some people in England,
I'm
for example,
excited.
a lot of people were afforded lawyers. There were jury trials, and you had to have a
I
unanimous
love
jury
you, the
conviction
frickin'
according to English law
mostest.
in order to be convicted of witchcraft. witchcraft. And that, of
I
course,
like that
meant
you
rates
like
of
it
conviction in a place like
here.
England were lower. But typically the way people were acquitted was that juries just did not find there to be enough substantive evidence that that person was truly guilty, or the judge in charge of a trial decided that in fact the evidence was not there on the table to suggest that this witch had done all of these dastardly deeds. Harry asks, why would you be convicted as a witch in the witch trials? Let me give you a sense of how the legal process of this works. If you're accused of witchcraft, typically it goes like this. You're accused, you're brought to some initial questioning. If there's enough material to go on, you're then brought to the trial. And over the course of both that initial questioning and the trial itself, there are depositions given by witnesses, there are questions being asked by authorities, and often some of those questions relate to crimes that you purportedly committed 10 years ago, 12 years ago. So you might have a neighbor who tells the courts, you know, I heard so-and-so is accused of witchcraft, and I remember 10 years ago, we were having an argument about the boundary of our property line, and she gave me the stink eye. And then I came home later that night, and my child got sick, or there was a strange swelling in my belly. And I survived, or they survived, but I think that was a sign she might be a witch. Those sorts of allegations that could date back a really long time surface in the
What? Jinxie, hello. I keep fucking forgetting we're in that romance chat Discord. I need to message you so I can send you your voice recording.
If you confess, you're executed. And
Hacking stinky brain.
Are often elicited through
How
the
are
use
you,
of
cutie?
torture
How are
and the
you?
use of
It's
very
so nice
leading
to see
questions on the
you.
part of authorities. So you could be asked by authorities, didn't you go into the woods and meet with Goody Proctor at night, and didn't you see this go down? And this intimidated person who's come from a small town and is now in this court with magistrates and ministers and so forth might just say, okay, yes, I guess. And if eventually this leads to a confession, that could be
It's like the
enough to get
stinkiest little
you
skull.
executed. Next question is from @whiskey456. Whiskey, I also love whiskey. Why do witches always get such a bad rap? They were midwives,
'Cause they're
herbalists,
witches.
and powerful women. Because there is this sort of idea that we have in popular culture that midwives
Witches are
likely
scary.
to be accused of witchcraft. And that does show up
Witches are
in some of the demonological
scary.
literature, right? It does show up in the Malleus Maleficarum, right? Watch out for midwives, watch out for how they might harm children. In practice, midwives were very rarely accused of witchcraft because they were trusted members of the community, because you wouldn't have that position of helping deliver children into the world unless you were. In fact, I would say on average they were less likely than your average woman, because their position in society meant often that they had a good reputation and a certain level of trustworthiness. And it's only when things go
hold on, let me
really
double check
wrong that they
when
might
we're gonna get
find the
ads,
viewpoint of
because
it
I
then.
really gotta pee.
Another great
I gotta
question
pee.
from Reddit's Ask Historians by Cheese and Onion Crisps. Did witchfinders ever find anyone innocent? Great question.
I'm using Krita right now. Krita?
With convicting and eradicating the actual witches. And it hurt their cause to convict someone who might not, in their eyes, be actually guilty.
I'm still just learning though, like this is maybe like the 6th or 7th time I've opened up this program to sketch things. So I might try this other program, what's it called? Psy? And then I might also try Clip Studio in the future. I'm just trying about a bunch of things.
Where did the idea of witches come from in the first place? Once it's available, I can see that sadly it's often used maliciously by women against women.
I want to
But who
add this.
started the whole idea? Dawn, there's a lot here. I think the best way to understand the stereotype of the witch, the idea of the witch as conceived by elites at the height of the witch
like one that I like
was to
painting
see
with,
it
too.
as a sort of mixed bag of other groups and tropes that had long been objects of fear and loathing by authorities. And by that I mean, if you look at this witch stereotype, in it you see ideas that were anti-Semitic in origin, ideas about blood libel, harm to children. You see ideas
like
about
one thing that I really
heresy.
like to
People
use to
certainly
color
believed
in, but I
witches were
can't remember what it
heretics. If you
was.
serve the devil, if you worship the devil, what could be more heretical than that? You have the idea of ritual magic as being demonic. One of the things that happens over the course of the medieval period is that the church increasingly tries to control how people interact with the supernatural world and to deem all magic as being involving pacts with the devil. And what really you also have happen at the start of the witch trials is the development of a court system in early modern Europe that can put laws on the books, laws in place through which to prosecute witches judicially. So all of those things are part of this very
tablet. I have a drawing
that
tablet.
eventually leads to the witch trials. Now, really interesting point
No,
that
this
you
isn't
make
the
here
one
about
that I
women
like.
accusing other women. Some scholars, I think, wrongly,
I will
have
be
used the fact
right
that this
back.
happened. Women were often
have to go to the
accusing other women
bathroom.
to say, you know,
Use
the
this
trials
time
weren't
to
really
grab
about
a
gender. They didn't really have
stretch,
anything
a
to do with
snack,
this. When in
something
fact,
to
of course,
drink.
it
If
makes
you
sense
forgot
that
to take
women
your
would accuse other
medication,
women,
make sure you
right?
take your
Most
pills.
of these things,
We'll be
these
right
initial
back. I
allegations of
gotta
witchcraft started in
pee,
the home.
grab
She
something to
poisoned
eat
my baby.
myself.
She did something to my husband. She made it impossible
And also,
for
I
me
just
to
gotta
turn my
stretch
I also want to say that
my
if you're in the
arms and
midst
my
of a
wrists.
very
I get
intense
sore
witch
sketching
hunt,
this
it
long.
is safer
So we'll be right back after
if you're
this
one
break,
to
y'all.
be
Thank
on
you
the
so much for
side of
your
helping identify who the
patience.
accused witches were. Now, this is not women also believed most witches were women. This is the way these ideas work. When something becomes a norm, everybody buys into it to a large extent. It might start with one woman accusing another woman of using various household objects to poison a child. But then when it gets to
I
the
got
authorities
snack.
who are really interested
I
in
got
what the
chocolate
devil's
milk
up to on Earth,
and
they
I
might
got a
ask the
muffin.
accused witch, where did you meet Satan in the woods? You had this ability to poison. How did you get it? Did you enter into a pact with the devil? And it is, I think, that elite male interest in the devil and in sex with the devil and these sorts of questions where you really start to see things shift in the trials. At Simon Antihero, witch hunting never ends. It doesn't. So if we're looking at the timeline of witch hunting, the last witches are formally tried in England in the 1680s. The last witches formally tried in Scotland in the 1720s, and even in Central Europe as late as the 1780s. People had questions about the realism and efficacy of the crime of witchcraft. Particularly authorities became skeptical of that, and laws were taken off the books in the 18th century, so witchcraft laws. So witchcraft, as we think of it historically, ended, but witch hunting hasn't ended. This tendency to demonize and dehumanize others and sort of associate them with very old and dangerous tropes persist in really profound ways. At Meg D. West asks, apparently I've never seen Hocus Pocus. Why did I not know that witches were the bad guys? Number one, Hocus Pocus, 10 out of 10. I love that movie. It's kitschy as hell. What a delight. I watch it every year. I've seen it like 30 times. But why did I not know witches were the bad guys? Well, that's, a really interesting point. It sort of raises the question for us of if in the pre-modern period people were scared of witches, they thought they were evil, servants to Satan, deadly. Why now do we have these kind of cuddly witches in Hocus Pocus or in the series Bewitched or in lots of other sorts of venues, Charmed, Practical Magic? Why do we have cute little toddlers wearing witches' hats at Halloween? Why?
Because it's
The
cute.
reason is because there's been, as we become more skeptical,
Witches
as
are
we've
cool.
decided that in fact maybe the devil's not that active in the world, and maybe that there are different modes
Oh,
of
he is.
spirituality that are appropriate.
He's active.
Maybe there are different ways that women are allowed to be in the world. There's been almost a witch renaissance, a sort of reclaiming of that label, and a real interest actually in ideas about magic among the populace. So I think it really is our modern depictions that do in some ways come out of the 1970s and this sort of feminist rethinking of how we ought to conceive of and perceive witches.
I still
Thank you,
haven't
everyone,
found
for these fantastic questions. Clearly there
nice
is so
color
much to
tool.
say about witches, but that's all we have time for today. Thank you for watching Witchcraft Support.
Today we're testing discontinued restaurant recipes from our childhood. Just because they go extinct doesn't mean that we can't keep them alive in our kitchen. First on the extinction list is Buca di Beppo. For the few that's left,
guess we could
it's
just
an
do basic.
Italian-American restaurant known for its oversized
We'll try basic.
family-style portions of classic dishes like spaghetti and meatballs,
Spaghetters and
It had a very
meatballs.
fun, lively atmosphere that was perfect for parties and group dining. I remember I had my 17th birthday party there. But as people started opting for quicker, health-conscious, and more modern Italian restaurant options like Olive Garden that was able to revamp its entire menu, or Maggiano's Little Italy, Buca di Beppo's huge shareable meal portion didn't seem as enticing. Add in the shift towards delivery service, fast casual dining, the competition, financial struggles, led to many store closures, and Buca di Beppo finally filed for bankruptcy in 2024. So today I'm gonna try to recreate their fist-sized meatballs, their spaghetti and meatball dish, and see if it could live forever in our kitchens. I actually found a recipe video from like 20 years ago on the Marie Osmond show, but they didn't list out the portions. She starts off with some ground beef, some Italian breadcrumbs, Parmigiano Reggiano, and one thing that stood out in the video was that they use poached garlic. I guess it makes the garlic a little more mild. Salt, pepper, and then you whip up some eggs. The whipped eggs are just supposed to make it mix a little easier. It's all in the and then the secret to this is all in the hand.
Probably like a way easier way to color.
Just kind of pinching them together, massaging the meat. Now I'm gonna try to form it into pretty large baseball-sized meatballs. Let's see, is this good or do we want to go bigger?
Yeah, on Steam or the book.
Meatballs per platter. I'm gonna try to get 4 out of this. The thing with Buca di Beppo, it's family style, so their portions and their platters were ginormous.
He's in a competitive game right now, but when he's out,
like I said before, that's
I'll get him to
probably what
message
led
you.
to their downfall, because it gets expensive and they're using a lot of ingredients.
Check your
for this.
messages.
So now let's bake these
Rams
up. Okay, so
messaged
while
you.
our meatballs are
You have to
cooking,
get back
I'm
to
going
him.
Heat up our marinara sauce. I'm just
Rams.
gonna use a jar sauce. They're
Your
not
brother?
making it from scratch. Promise you. These meatballs are so big they may not even fit my pot. Oh
Stinky.
yeah, there we go. And then we're gonna let it simmer for about 20 to 30 minutes to really soak in all the sauce. Ready, spaghetti? These came out looking pretty good. And the way that they
You should tell him to message me, and when he says he's in competitive, just tell him he's gonna lose anyways.
This is looking like the emoji. Hey, some Parmesan cheese and some parsley.
He's
And
winner.
this is
He's a
so
winner.
close to the real deal.
He's been doing
I'm
really
just gonna
good.
Take half of the meatball.
I think he's almost out of gold.
Could definitely use more sauce on this.
That Silver League isn't going anywhere. I think he just got to gold the other day.
That was really good because I found some.
Your brother said that silver isn't going anywhere. Quit playing competitive. Quit playing competitive, you're gonna lose.
I'm gonna DM the restaurants to see if they'll spill their secrets with us. Gotta keep those childhood favorites alive.
I think he's in gold.
Tender Greens is a fast, casual, healthy restaurant originating in
Check your
California that
FB.
focuses on fresh, locally sourced.
Bye. Have a good day.
Super popular for its large salads and grilled meat plates. It became a favorite for people that wanted quick, nutritious meals, but as competition from places like Sweet Green and Just Salad exploded, Tender Greens struggled to keep up. These newer spots offered more variety, more customization, and the biggest thing was that they were more efficient with expanding their stores in the right
Super
location. That
expansions.
and the rising cost of food, labor costs, inflation, added with the challenge of scaling outside of California,
What?
they ultimately filed for bankruptcy in
Oh, you're not talking to me?
2024. But this salad right here is supposed to be one of their most popular ones. It's the Chipotle barbecue chicken salad. And compared to Sweet Green salad, it's definitely not as abundant. But I'm gonna test the recipe for this salad and see how closely I can get it in case we need to recreate it once they're closed. So their salad comes with like a cilantro lime dressing. It looks kind of creamy. I'm gonna make my own version in this jar. I'm gonna add some freshly chopped cilantro, a garlic clove that I'll just crush right into the jar, a little bit of Dijon mustard. The Dijon mustard helps to emulsify the dressing, a touch of honey to balance, salt, pepper, lime, and some olive oil. And we shake. Hey, close enough. Let's test theirs. I taste mayo, but it's nice and tangy. I'm gonna skip the mayo in mine. Super tangy with a hint of garlic. But now let's move on to our Chipotle barbecue chicken. So for the Chipotle barbecue chicken, what I'm gonna do is actually season it with some garlic powder and chipotle powder for the flavor. Ooh, spicy. Then salt and pepper. I'm gonna oil it up and
It's
rub it
easier
all
to
in.
erase.
Then as it's grilling, I'll baste on our barbecue sauce to really infuse it with that barbecue flavor. Let's build our salad. So they have radish in theirs, some avocado, cheese, and then crushed up tortilla chips and our chipotle chicken. Let's chop up our chicken. Get our dressing in there. Theirs came with a slice of bread. Well, let's dress Tender Greens. Let's just break this down real quick. Theirs has has a ton of lettuce, basically
Ton
just
of
lettuce
lettuce.
and some of these radish slices. This salad cost me almost $20, and I'm gonna be honest, buying all the materials just to make this salad cost me $20, and I still have a lot of chicken, lettuce, and stuff left over to make 5 more salads if I wanted to. But if you're gonna compare salads to salads from like a sweet green that costs about the same, I feel like the other ones just fill it up more with vegetables and you get more bang for your buck there. But let's see if this tastes as good. I like the visible cilantros in there. Herbs and salads just taste so good. Is good? Is it $20 good? I feel like I've had better $20 salads. Let's taste mine.
Better $20
I really
salads.
Like my dressing. I'm gonna say mine has a little bit more of an edge. It's fresher, it's warm, and the flavors are just a little bit more poppin'. As much as I like tender greens and the concept of farm to table and healthy, fast casual options, I don't think I'm gonna miss this salad too much, so I'm gonna stick to my recipe for this. And now we have Rubio's Coastal Grill. Rubio's blew up in the 90s for its Baja style fish tacos, bringing fresh seafood-based Mexican food to the fast casual dining scene. But as they expanded beyond Southern California, where they originated from, they struggled to keep up in other areas.
Can't pay for expensive
especially
salads.
with
You gotta make
Chipotle
your own
as their main
salads. It's
competition,
so
who offered
expensive.
more variety and customization.
Making salads
So
is
even though
expensive,
Rubio's was
though.
beloved for
Eating
their
healthy
original
is just
fish tacos, financial
pricey. It's
issues led them to
ridiculous.
file for bankruptcy twice. First, for Chapter 11 in 2020, and when they couldn't handle the rising cost of food and the hefty competition, they had to
Vegetables
file for bankruptcy
are
again
expensive.
in June of 2024.
cheese.
Either way, today I'm gonna try to make their iconic
Lettuce,
Baja-style fish
not that
tacos,
good
which
for you.
I did find a dupe recipe on Reddit, which might be their actual recipe because it has their watermark on it. So I got the recipe for their salsa fresca. It calls for jalapenos,
Salsa
bacon, so I can't do
fresca.
spicy, so I'm gonna leave that out. But I'm supposed to start with 3 cups of diced tomatoes. I'm just gonna
Spinach
use
is such a
3
hassle
tomatoes,
to clean,
some
though.
white
That's my only
onions, fresh
downside.
cilantro, salt, and lime juice.
Hate cleaning.
My favorite way to make salsa is with this crank chopper right here. 1, 2, 3, and
Oh, I like goat
maybe 4.
cheese. Oh no! Oh, I don't like that noise.
Salsa fresca. I gotta pick out the long
do love
cilantro
fresca.
stems though. And then they have like this white sauce that goes on it, which is just some mayo, yogurt, and then finely chopped cilantro. I am glad they mix it with yogurt because I do not like mayo sauce. I'm very curious about this sauce.
Yum,
I
yum,
feel it's
yum,
kind of
yum,
good. It's kind of like
yum.
DIY crema, where it has a little bit of tang from the yogurt, and then the cilantro is just very nice. Okay, now
Yum,
we're
yum,
gonna
yum,
make
yum,
our
yum.
beer batter for the fish. So I'm gonna start with some flour, garlic salt, mustard, and oregano. Just make sure to use
Yeah, but then you have to like
Mexican oregano and black
take
pepper.
take the
Cerveza,
leaves
anyone?
apart, or the
Okay,
dirt
and then while
gets
I'm
stuck in
mixing this,
between
I have to
them.
add in 1 cup of beer, which I feel like is.
You don't take the
half a
leaves
cup.
off.
It
The
feels like a thickish
dirt
kind of
always
batter.
gets
Add
stuck
a
in
little
between
more.
them.
All right, to fry this baby up, we're gonna heat our oil up to 150 degrees, and then once it gets hot, I have to dip the pieces of fish in regular flour. I'm using cod here, and then into the batter and drop it directly into the hot oil. And then we're gonna cook it for like 3 to 4 minutes until it's cooked. All right, everything is pretty much done. Now I just have to layer it. Let me get some corn tortillas. First, we layer our fish fillet. Oh, so crispy. Then our white sauce, salsa, avocado. Maybe they went bankrupt because they added avocado for free on their fish tacos. Then cabbage, and then we top it with a squeeze of lime. Fold tortilla over
Squeeze
to serve.
of
This actually
lime.
looks so good. I guess for today's standard, this is pretty high quality with the beer batter and then like the thick piece of cod and then the avocado. I'm a little bummed that they're going out of business, but let me verify if this is the original recipe. Hey Rubio, so sorry to hear about your bankruptcy, but can you verify if this is your fish taco recipe? Tastes pretty close. Boston Market, once super popular in the 90s and also owned by McDonald's in the 2000s, was known for its classic comfort food, the rotisserie chicken dinner with all the sides like mac and cheese, cornbread, mashed potatoes. It was the place to go to for that quick home style meal. And because my parents were Vietnamese immigrant and didn't know how to make classic American food, I'm pretty sure we ordered Boston Market for Thanksgiving one year. It was really good. But as fast casual places like Panera and Corner Bakery started coming along offering more variety variety, and more customization for the customers, Boston Market's old school model couldn't keep up. They expanded way too quickly,
Sorry, y'all.
updating their menus or appeal, and when the pandemic hit, it pretty much wiped out their entire catering business and dine-in traffic. They ultimately filed for bankruptcy in 2023. And since they were iconic for their rotisserie chicken, I'm going to be comparing some cheap versus expensive options that are available today. You can't really think of rotisserie chicken these days and not think of Costco's rotisserie chicken. These babies sell for $5 a chicken. I literally hate that they're wrapped in plastic like this now. Oh my gosh. Oh, this has gotta be like a 5-pounder for $5. And then we have a more expensive version for $36 from Goop Kitchen. You know, the Gwyneth Paltrow brand. This one comes in the tray that I was expecting, except it's a lot lighter. And they've already chopped it up for me. So I couldn't find a Boston Market available near me to order to test against. But the idea that they have competition these days with Costco selling $5 chicken versus Goop selling more high-end rotisserie chicken. How do these stack up?
I don't think I would buy Goop chicken since like Goop makes me think of
difference between a $5
vagina
and a $36 chicken. $5 must have gone to the labor of just carving up this chicken, because I'm gonna have to say it's kind of nice having it already cut up. So the Goop Kitchen's chicken, I have to say, is a little more dry. The breast of it, the flavor isn't as good as the Costco version. Is this a hormone chicken? Oh, no added hormones or steroids, so it's just a big
Was the Goop chicken pre-cut? Because that might be why.
It dries out so fast, so I'm actually gonna try a leg.
I should have sold my Lady Bread idea. Oh, she would freak over an idea like that.
Just to compare, look how much bigger this one
Thank
is.
you.
This
I'll
one
take
for
a
sure is
bite
no
of my
antibiotics, no
muffin.
hormones, none of that stuff. So I know that it's quality ingredients. There's just something about this that's just very mid. Competition-wise, if Boston Market were still around, I don't think it needs to worry about Goop Kitchen. 6 out of 10. Costco chicken, on the other hand, 8 out of 10. And now one of the saddest losses of my childhood, Red Lobster. It was the place to go to in the 80s and 90s. Red Lobster made seafood accessible for the suburban areas that didn't have access to fresh seafood. Their promotions like Endless Shrimp and their famous Cheddar Bay biscuits were a cult classic. However, in recent years, the chain struggled with keeping up with consumers' changing habits, the rising cost of seafood leading to its financial struggle. Their new CEO even came out and said that their Endless Shrimp promotion led to significant losses because people would come in masses, eat a ton of shrimp that caused huge financial losses and significant chaos for the staff and the kitchen. Red Lobster ultimately filed for bankruptcy in early 2024. But today I am going to recreate their Cheddar Bay biscuits.
I just ate at a Red Lobster not too long ago. No way.
Out of business though? Is this still going to be around? So we're
No
gonna
way.
start with
I
some
ate at
all-purpose
one.
flour. I have 2 cups here. Then we're gonna dump in 1 tablespoon of baking powder.
I ate their
some
crab at their
salt,
crab
a little bit of
fest.
sugar, and
Although
garlic
you could eat
powder.
crab
And I
fest. It was
think
a lot
their
of fucking
secret
crab. Oh my
ingredient to
god,
their
it was so
biscuit
much
might
crab.
be this Old Bay
I
seasoning,
love
which
that you
is
like
where
it
the
here.
biscuit comes from.
I
I'm
love
just
that
gonna
you're
do a
here.
dash. Mix, mix, mix. If you want to get the recipe for all the dishes today, follow me on Patreon, where you can get exclusive recipes along with other perks on each tier. So the recipe is very similar to like a scone or a biscuit recipe. I'm just gonna grate my butter and my cheese to keep the dough light and flaky. Okay, now I just have to mix in the butter. Okay, now we just have to grate some cheese, the best part. Toss that in.
I didn't
We're gonna
even
mix it
eat
one more
any
time,
shrimp.
And then we're gonna add our milk. I'm super
Not a big
tempted to
shrimp
add a little
eater.
bit more of this in because I don't smell much yet, and I feel like this is a secret ingredient. Now let's add our milk and let the dough come together. The dough is kind of wet. I'm gonna turn this
Cheddar
onto the
Bay
cutting board and knead
biscuits.
it a little bit. Okay, it's starting to come together. It smells good. Okay, got my dough. Now I'm just gonna divide it into 6 little balls. Looks more like a scone. Their biscuits are kind
Ooh,
of
I think I have. Like, those are the
biscuit
ones
like
that you
that,
buy
and
at like
I'll make mine triangle. So I did go ahead and make theirs too, and they look really
store or
different. I followed the box's exact directions, and their biscuit dough looks very wet. I don't know, but I hope they taste good. I'm gonna bake them off at the same time.
super
I knew I
wet.
should have baked them at the same time. This one is a little burnt, which represents their fate. But overall, I would say mine is a little more puffy, and theirs baked a little flat. Let's see what it looks like inside. I'm gonna try theirs first for control. It's in here. Wait, I forgot to brush it with some garlic powder and butter. Let's try that again. And then here's my inside is also pretty fluffy. It looks more flaky than fluffy. Okay. I'm gonna need to add more salt to mine. But the Old Bay seasoning was the move. Cheddar Bay biscuits should definitely live on forever in a fresh version. Let me go ahead and DM them. So sorry to hear about your struggles. If you're gonna close forever, can I get your Cheddar Bay biscuit recipe? If you guys like this video, go watch me test the internet's most viral food scams.
I don't know what it is, but there's something about teen movies adapted from famous literary works that just hit different. To be clear, Easy A is not.
There's a gluten-free. Yeah, I think they released that like a while ago.
It is inspired by it.
I always remember seeing it. I don't know if it's good though.
Directed by Will Gluck and
I generally don't tend to buy gluten-free because I don't have to.
A witty 17-year-old high school student who lies to her best friend about losing her
My
virginity
body
and faces
doesn't
the
hate
positive and
gluten,
negative
but I'm gonna knock on
consequences
wood
of the
because
rumor
I
spreading
don't want to
throughout her
curse
entire
that.
school. For the time, the premise was racy enough to draw attention, but the actual
I
plot
love
and conflict
Easy
of
A.
Easy A
Such
is
a
not
good
where the movie
movie.
shines. It's good and it's there and it works, but ultimately, what makes this film memorable comes down to its lovable
Oh yes,
protagonist,
please do.
clever
Because
dialogue,
usually
and
I've tried
exceptional
gluten-free things
performances
because
from
I used to have
Emma
a
Stone and the
friend who
supporting
needed to
cast.
eat
We're
gluten-free
going to analyze
things,
the
and
characters, dialogue, thematic
they
elements,
always
and how
tasted not
Easy A
good,
refreshes and subverts typical
unfortunately.
genre-prevalent tropes and devices. We're going to break down what works and why it works and why what doesn't work.
One of my
But first,
all-time
a spoiler
favorite
warning
movies.
for the following.
Such a good
Most
movie.
of these are just references in passing, but some of them I relate to the film and kind of break down deeper. All thoughts and opinions are my own, and sources and resources are linked below. Do you remember those interviews of Anne Hathaway and Scarlett Johansson being objectified by their interviewers and responding with just unbelievable patience and grace?
Well, is it inappropriate?
To ask somebody what kind of underpants they wear?
I didn't ask you what kind.
You just asked me if I was wearing any.
Any particular
Are you
workout?
trying to lose weight?
Well,
what's the deal, man? You look great.
No.
Emma Stone also deserves reparations for what she had to put up with during the press junket for this movie
Legit.
because, wow.
You wear an interesting wardrobe in this movie.
Is it you?
I tried GF waffle mix this morning. It was very pleasant. Yeah, I remember you mentioning that. You made waffles for the gluten-free waffles, and they were really good. I feel like, you know what, with science and stuff, they should be able to make gluten-free things taste good.
Even so, you wear them very nicely.
By far the best actor I've ever worked with, and is going to be a gigantic superstar. If you've seen the movie, I hope you agree. Yeah.
Certainly. I mean, she wore some of those outfits
She did.
quite well.
But, so I feel, needless to say, I feel comfortable in public, in lingerie.
You look comfortable.
Emma Stone was fresh off of Zombieland a year prior, which earned her more recognition.
They
but she
always
wasn't
feel like
yet
they
a
gotta
household
comment
name.
on
In the next few
something.
years, she would go on to be in bigger projects with huge critical and box office success. But at this point, she was still fairly new to fame. Easy A would be her first role in a feature film, where she played the main character. To be in the movie, she had to drop out of Sucker Punch. And thank God she did, because I cannot imagine anyone else playing Olive. And Sucker Punch just looks terrible.
It was
in terms of
it
its
was
place in
good.
pop culture, Easy A is a unique
I liked
case.
Sucker Punch.
definitely
It would have
achieved
been
financial
nice. It would have been
success at the box
interesting to
office,
see her
grossing
in it.
$75 million
That's
worldwide
weird.
with an only $8 million budget.
Definitely would
When
have
compared to some films with
been weird
similar
not to have
genres
her
and target
as
markets
Easy
that
A.
came out
She's
around
like
the
my
same
biggest
time,
girl crush.
Easy A strongly held its own. If we were to look at teen films,
I'm learning
from
it's
the most
obnoxious, but I'd rather
mainstream to
not
the
feel
most
like hell
cult,
all the time. My
Easy A
gluten
would fall
intolerance
somewhere
fucks
in
me
the
up way
middle
worse than my
between
dairy
mainstream
intolerance.
and cult
Oh,
status, leaning
I'm
a little
glad
closer
you're
to
finding
cult
things
status
that
than
work
not,
for you.
despite
That's really
its somewhat dated
stinky.
premise that, let's admit, was a little far-fetched even in 2010. Easy A has since maintained and even strengthened its status as an intelligent teen comedy. So here's the thing. I love digging into scripts and picking them apart and comparing them to their corresponding movies or episodes, but I can't really do that with Easy A. There's this saying in screenwriting, the script is only the blueprint and the film is the final product. I'm not a huge fan of that phrase in general, but in this case, it's entirely accurate. Easy A's script and Easy A's film have significant differences to the point where they're largely separate works in my mind. The director, Will Gluck, revised a lot of the original script, I think for the better. And granted, the majority of the script that didn't make the film are just jokes that were cut before shooting or in the editing room. Many other changes are small and were most likely altered out of convenience. Like in an early draft, Todd's mascot was a meerkat, not a woodchuck. Mr.
Weird.
Griffith was Mr. Griffin. Olive and Anson's date was originally a Red Lobster, not the Lobster Shack. But there are other things, dialogue, actions, characters' personalities, and dynamics with each other that change the story as a whole. In the script, Olive's a little meaner, a little cockier, a little rougher around the edges in a way that might make her character less likable. There's a draft in which Rhiannon's parents are not weird hippies, but alcoholics. That distinction is transformative to her character, and it was changed for a reason. Mr. Griffith wasn't sardonic and deadpan, he was goofy and kind of a dork. And I don't like that. I don't want to know that. I don't like the idea of his lines being delivered in a dorky way.
Passion. Kill the beat. I'm not going to rap for you guys, okay? It's pandering and it's been done before. And
So I'm going to reference the script less than I
I think
typically
it goes-
would, because I don't think it's fair
could
to
be a little
cherry pick
bit
parts that I want to
lighter.
examine in relation to the movie while disregarding other portions of the screenplay that don't exist in the
Yeah,
final
it feels
product.
better.
If I accept or validate
feels
one part
much
of the script
better.
that was cut, I have to accept or validate the entirety of it, which I don't want to do because the changes that were made in the movie were intentionally transformative and ultimately better. So let's hope that I can stick to that. The reviews were mostly positive, but a repeating criticism that tended to come up in the negative ones lies with the dialogue. Not that it isn't
we gotta
witty,
get
but that
his
it's too
green.
witty.
Lexi!
Because in real life,
Ahoy, cutie!
teenagers
It's so
don't
good
talk
to
like that.
see you.
I can't stand this argument, because dialogue
How
does not
are
have to be
you?
accurate to real life to be realistic. It just has to be true. It has to fit believably in the confines of the world that it's in. There should be consistency in its tone and style, and really, it is a style. You wouldn't put down Starry Night for being an inaccurate depiction of the night sky, and you wouldn't tell Salvador Dali, hey, just so you know, clocks don't really do that. Because, obviously, it's not how you say it, it's what you say. To compare, let's examine the most quintessential example of unrealistic teen dialogue that just doesn't work. Apologies in advance. When a show like Riverdale has their teen characters adopt what some middle-aged writer thinks is real-life teen vernacular, you get lines like this.
My girl and I need a reason to live tonight. She just broke up with her beau. Full spiral, tragic.
I don't fit in, and I don't want to fit in.
You wanted fire? Sorry, Cheryl, bombshell. My specialty's ice.
And from those
Ew.
lines, you get videos like this. Obviously, it's incredibly hard to watch because they're trying so hard to be something that they're not. These writers are attempting to pander to an audience they don't understand. And what takes it from bad
Time to go
cringeworthy
Green
is how they
Goblin
do it
mode.
with such misplaced, steely-eyed conviction. They think that's how teenagers speak. And the teenagers watching can sense the inauthenticity. Inauthenticity that makes the characters feel like cheap, condescending caricatures. There's no substance or story or style. It's just these adult writers pining for teen approval so outlandishly that it's embarrassing. They're throwing themselves at 16-year-olds' feet, begging to relate, to be thought of as edgy or cool, which, well, by definition is the antithesis of cool.
In case you haven't noticed, I'm weird. I'm a weirdo.
It hurts. An easy A, Olive does not talk like your average 17-year-old either. She makes pop culture references to movies that came out decades before the target demographic was born, uses double entendres you have to pick apart, and says pointedly big words that wouldn't even make the SAT vocab section. But when Olive speaks in a way that teenagers typically don't, nothing about it feels condescending, annoying, or artificial. If anything, she comes across as charming and funny. It works because Olive is not speaking from a place of
I realize it's
superiority,
'cause I'm not on
but
the
of jest.
fucking
She sounds like she's joking,
hair
almost
level.
self-effacing in her delivery.
Inexactitude, which is really just my obnoxious way of saying that lies travel fast.
And when likable, cool Emma Stone says words that the average teenager doesn't know, it just shows she isn't necessarily concerned with whether the audience comprehends it or not, which is the definition of cool, because sometimes we like not getting things. Hear me out.
buddy.
When Olive tells jokes or makes references that the audience doesn't understand, it forces them to have to think and be challenged. Even if it's just Googling what incorrigible means, it changes the dynamic between viewer and protagonist. It makes the audience think the characters know something they don't, which not only makes her more interesting as a character, but makes the audience want to listen more to what she has to say. This is the same type of thinking that sometimes makes us laugh at jokes we don't understand, because we want the person who tells it to think we're smart or topical or cool enough to get it. Like, before watching Easy A, I had never seen Say Anything, but all of referencing it made me want to watch it, because I wanted to be in on the joke. We are led through the plot by Olive's narration, which we later learn doubles as the film's resolution by being a platform where she confesses the truth to her peers. Because Olive spends a good portion of the film either on her own or lying, this narrative
Thank you,
device is
Skulls. I
incredibly helpful
appreciate
in
it.
cluing the
Hello,
audience
Moon.
into
How
what
are
she's
you
actually thinking
doing?
and
It's so
feeling.
nice to
The
see
plot
you.
very blatantly shows Olive as deceitful, but through her narration, we as an audience get to experience a self-effacing, sometimes very vulnerable, honest side of her, which makes her more sympathetic, but also makes us feel kind of special. So, in the revised script, Olive often acknowledges or talks to the audience of her webcast, not us, but the peers who are actually watching it. Sometimes this is a casual reference to something her classmates know. Sometimes it's directly to a specific person watching the webcast. These are spread all throughout the script. But in the movie, aside from the very end, all of these references were taken out.
Mary Ann Bryant is the secretary of the student council.
This could have been changed to keep an element of surprise for the webcast's actual purpose until the reveal at the end. But some of these instances are so subtle, I don't think it would really have made much of a difference. What's more likely is these little references were removed to establish a more intimate relationship between Olive and the audience. So it feels like she's talking to us, and only us, until we arrive at the film's resolution. It's an incredibly small distinction, but it makes a big difference in how we perceive Olive. There are a myriad of movies that include first-person narration, but not as many also have the visual of that person talking to the camera too. We are so used to characters ignoring cameras, ignoring us, that when they look at the lens, it can be startling. I mean, they're literally making eye contact with you. Combine that with actually talking directly to you, and it's even more intimate. This is part of what makes characters like Fleabag, Ferris Bueller, and Wade Wilson so beloved. Their respective movies and TV series are completely different, but they engage directly with the audience on a level of authenticity that makes us feel close to them. When Fleabag effortlessly tells us her most private thoughts, we love her for it, and we forget that we don't even know her name. When Deadpool pauses during a tense moment to tell us a joke, we're endeared by him. Ferris Bueller is iconically dishonest with everyone except for us, so we feel special getting to know what he really thinks. Olive swaying us against the Demi Moore Scarlet Letter adaptation makes us feel like she's our friend. With these references left in, we're only spectators, but without them, we are participants. Taking out these direct acknowledgments of her classmates allows the illusion that Olive is talking to us. It gives the movie the benefits of breaking the fourth wall without ever actually breaking the fourth wall. While intelligent teen female leads existed before, there was a welcomed surge in the late 90s and early 2000s where a specific, beloved type of protagonist became prominent in mainstream media. These characters are precocious, independent, clever, funny, and uniquely charming. Olive Pendergast falls into this category, checking all of these boxes and perfecting the line between relatable and cool. She's introverted, with literally only one friend, opting to spend her weekend lounging around in her room with her dog. But she's also outgoing, confidently engaging in public back and forths, performing in front of the school, and striking up conversations with her peers.
We haven't talked in a while. Have you been, Brendan?
Beyond her sense of humor and wit, at her core, Olive is kind. Granted, like everyone, she is capable of meanness, and her impulsivity doesn't help with that. But intrinsically, she is a caring person who is considerate of those around her. We see this constantly
I will be
when
right
she
back,
accepts
y'all.
Marianne's friendship, despite having no reason to be nice to her. When
right back. Sorry, I just gotta do something. Okay. Ahoy, ahoy. Sorry, stinkers. Apologies. Something just came up and I had to talk about something important. Okay, let's see here.
she willingly takes the fall for Mrs. Griffith. But we can even see Olive's kindness reflected in scenes where her negative traits are supposed to take center stage.
Thank you for your patience,
This begins from Olive's
cuties.
very first lie.
Let's heckin' get
Olive
back
tells
to
Rhiannon
it.
that she has a date with a college student that goes to school with her brother. The impetus of this lie is not to change Olive's reputation or how Rhiannon sees her. It's an excuse to get out of going on a camp trip with Rhiannon's family because her parents make her uncomfortable and Olive doesn't want to hurt her feelings. When Rhiannon confronts her after the weekend, Olive denies sleeping with her fictional date several times before she relents and discovers that she likes the sensationalism of the lie and feeling superior to Rhiannon. And though this is where
Rhiannon's
Olive
a
leans into
fucking
her
cunt.
central character flaw, it's her consideration for other people that leads her there in the first place. This pattern repeats itself throughout the film. We see it again
Best
with
friend's
the lie for
honestly
Brandon.
the biggest
So
fucking
please
bitch.
just help me. Because I can't take another day of this. I don't know what I'll do.
Olive's empathy is the deciding factor when
It's her
she agrees to
weakness every
help
time.
Brandon,
Legit.
not her desire for popularity. The same is true for Evan.
When will high school end already?
Yes, Olive likes the attention of being talked about. She likes the reputation the lies give her. That is her flaw. But time and time again,
It's her
we see that she is
empathy.
primarily
That's really the
motivated by
big thing.
compassion. This distinction gives nuance to her actions, making her more complex as a character and a more likable protagonist. While I do believe we generally tend to treat fictional
love
teen girls with
EZA.
less grace and understanding than fictional teen boys, there's not a lot to hate about Olive. When it comes to her negative traits, she is impulsive, stubborn, and craves attention from her peers.
How do you know I like being thought of as
like
a
a
floozy?
Because at least
typical
you're being thought of.
teenager.
From a screenwriting perspective, these are the best, worst traits they could have given her, simply because they're notoriously pertinent to being a teenager, and thus are bound to resonate with a large portion of the movie's demographic. And not that they can't be, but really, as far as negative character traits go, they aren't horrible. She wants people in her grade to notice her. What a monster. And for every bad quality that Olive exemplifies, there's an added positive factor, level of nuance, or logical reasoning that makes her actions easier to sympathize with. Something we can really sympathize with Olive about is her terrible best friend, Rhiannon, played
Legit.
by Ali Mishaka. The very first thing
Such
we are shown
a
of
bitch.
Rhiannon is her standing by, deliberately not helping as Olive picks up her scattered papers off the ground, which we can view as foreshadowing for how unhelpful Rhiannon will be as a friend to Olive in this movie. But seriously, they're hanging on by a codependent thread. It's pretty clear Olive and Rhee's friendship leans on routine, familiarity, and nostalgia of being childhood friends more than complementary personalities or actual love and fondness for each other. Rhiannon isn't a bad friend 100% of the time. There are shades of gray in their friendship that make it more realistic than her just being blatantly horrible every moment she's on screen. That being said, if we were to weigh the pros and the cons, the scale would not tip in her favor. Rhiannon steamrolls Olive constantly and enjoys having some control over her. Rhee projects herself as a sex-positive person. She
she's
likes being
not.
known as someone with experience, and to a degree, she likes being indirectly sexualized by her peers.
Big tits. That's my identifier? Yes!
She encourages Olive to have similar experiences, but as soon as she hears about Brandon and Olive, her
She's
excitement
so
turns to judgment,
jealous.
and she lashes out. Afterwards, Rhee tries to embarrass Olive in front of
You
their
whore.
classmates. And then, in the brief period when Olive and Marianne become friends, Rhee scoffs and glares from the sidelines. When Marianne slaps Olive, Rhee just grins smugly. She then joins the literal mob against Olive, content with ostracizing her from everyone. And then we
Shitty
learn, narratively, really for no reason at all, that Rhee knowingly kissed Olive's crush in 9th grade. It's all a little much. Like, a little too much. So, here's the thing. Rhiannon is in love with Olive. And I'm not saying that like it's my opinion, and this is the theory that I've come up with from analyzing their interactions. I'm saying that canonically in the script, in reaction to Olive's webcast, it says, quote, Rhee seems contemplative. Maybe it's because she's been in love with Olive since grade school. Duh. End quote. You know, at the time, there weren't exactly a
guess so,
ton
eh?
of
That
depictions
would
of
make
young
sense.
queer
'Cause
female
why she was so
characters
jealous
in
all the
mainstream
time.
media. but I really wish the movie had hinted at Rhiannon's feelings more. Because
Legit.
I don't
I had
think
no
most
idea.
people from watching Easy A picked up on unrequited romantic subtext between Rhi and Olive.
Nope.
Before reading the script, I'd seen the movie like half a dozen times, and it never occurred to me. Which feels intentional. I don't think they wanted it to. But really, this fact completely recontextualizes their relationship and provides so much clarity and insight into Rhi's actions that we weren't privy to.
Does.
Without the context,
So now
Rhi's
she's just a
motives seem
bitch.
rooted
She's
in
just
simplistic, petty jealousy
jealous.
for Olive's reputation.
'Cause she
but
loves
with the
her.
context, there's so much more nuance in her thinking that in turn make her actions not only more plausible in their severity toward
More
Olive,
understanding.
but more complex as well. It doesn't
She's not just being a
justify Rhi's
bitch for no
actions,
reason, it's
but
just
it
being a
does make them
bitch
more interesting.
because she likes
And
her.
it is disappointing that the majority of people who like this movie probably don't get to know this side of it.
Like the exact moment you turn into such a badass? I think I'm in love with you. Okay.
Easy A's more intentional mean girl comes in the character of Marianne Bryant,
Fucking
played by
Marianne.
Amanda Bynes.
I love
We know
Amanda
the cliches
Bynes.
of the trope well. They're frequently the most popular girl at school. Rich, with an expensive car. Head cheerleader. White, blonde, conventionally attractive, passive-aggressive. Aside from her clothing style, Marianne's physical description checks out. But she doesn't quite fit the standard alpha mean girl box. Outside of her little congregation, she's not exactly popular. She is pretty hated. And not in a, oh, they hate her because they want to be her kind of way.
No, they just don't like
it's
her.
a very pure brand of resentment.
No, I think she's just a stuck-up Jesus freak.
All right, you know that snotty Jesus freak office aide I have?
Like, I hate Marianne Bryant too.
If that's our magical connection, I should just date the entire school.
And granted, the animosity is completely warranted. Marianne Bryant is judgmental, hypocritical, and self-righteous in the worst way. But my God, she's so fun to watch.
What the hell are you looking at, Sister Christian? Just a couple of admitted whores.
By subverting some of the cliches of the trope, while still fulfilling the same mean girl role as antagonist towards our protagonist, Marianne's character adds a splash of color that further sets Easy A apart from other movies in the same genre. And maybe it's Amanda Bynes' performance, but it is hard to fully hate her character. Marianne's bigotry is so laughably illogical and misguided that it makes her almost pitiable.
If God wanted him to graduate, God
God-
would have given him the right answers.
A little over halfway into the movie, Olive comforts Marianne, unintentionally causing a sudden dynamic shift between them. Just when we think we have Marianne's character completely pegged, she does a complete 180. In a matter of seconds, Marianne goes from thinking of Olive as an enemy to a best friend.
Can we please be friends?
Absolutely.
A total role reversal, and we get this hilarious montage of their day of friendship. The best
Just
part
one
about
day.
it is how genuine Marianne is. She just dives headfirst into this friendship without any reservation. Just her heart on her sleeve and sudden but truly genuine affection for Olive, who she was outwardly condemning like that same day. But all of that hatred is forgotten.
Yo, but
Marianne
Tom-
is in this friendship.
Nah,
It is
hello,
completely
cutie. How are
contradictory
you?
to
It's
what
so
we've
good
seen
to
of her,
see
But
you.
somehow it doesn't feel contrived. Her enthusiasm and excitement are fully
Stretch.
authentic, and it really works with the movie's tone. And in response, Olive just kind of goes with it.
Water.
She's really just along for the ride, kind of tolerating Marianne, but kind of indulging her too, which just creates such
A
an
muffin.
interesting dynamic, especially when we look at what it used to be. Marianne becomes this harmless, somewhat childlike character that Olive, despite having no real reason to, besides sheer kindness and maybe loneliness, welcomes with open arms. This montage offers a comedic moment of levity before one of the more dramatic scenes in the film. It's only 1 minute and 30 seconds long, and that's including Micah in the hospital. But it's a
Best
breath
scene
of fresh
ever,
air
though.
we didn't even know we needed, and is one of the greatest scenes in the whole movie. Even though popularity is at the forefront of Easy A's premise, we don't really see a lot of it. When these rumors spread, they travel quickly through nameless crowds, faces we see momentarily and forget instantly. Olive likes the idea of notoriety, but there isn't a specific person or group of people that Olive is trying to impress or befriend. This may seem lazy, like her characters once weren't fleshed out enough. but I think it's an unconventionally realistic representation of what popularity actually looks like and how illusory the desire for it really is. It's sort of like people who want to be famous just to be famous. Their desire often stems from a deeper need for validation and attention that they may lack in their lives. If we break it down and get to the root of why Olive wants popularity, we can see a similar story. Yes, Olive's home life is exceptionally warm and attentive, but in school and with her peers, she lacks genuine connection. While Olive is friendly to her classmates in the cordial way kids who have gone to school together since kindergarten are with each other, at the start of the film, she only has one friend, her best friend, Rhiannon. And that relationship is not exactly emotionally fulfilling. On a deeper level, Olive longs for real connection with people her own age. It's when she starts to build these genuine relationships that she grows as a person. Her conversation with Todd is the catalyst for her decision to end the rumors.
Now that I knew there were actually decent and good-hearted people out there, the lies had to stop.
Played by Penn Badgley, Woodchuck Todd is one of the most underappreciated male love interests from any teen movie. Now, Woodchuck Todd gets put down for being a satellite love interest, a character who basically just exists to serve as a love interest to the main character and doesn't have much value or purpose beyond that. And granted, Todd doesn't get a lot of screen time, and he's not a huge part of the story, but what we do see of him says so much about his character, which is more fleshed out than it seems. Our introduction to Todd is a hilarious and memorable one. While Olive narrates about Marianne Bryant, we see a cutaway where we learn Todd was the school's mascot, who did cool tricks and dunked basketballs shirtless while his peers cheered from the bleachers. This was the status quo until Marianne Bryant petitioned for the school to change their mascot.
Give it up for the Woodchucks! The Woodchucks!
Even wearing a completely humiliating costume, Todd somehow gives the exact same amount of enthusiasm and vigor, all to no applause, by the way. Completely lost on this crowd. And then he tries to dunk the ball, and he falls flat on his face in front of the entire school. One of the most embarrassing situations I can imagine in a high school
He just
setting.
takes it.
But the thing is, to be embarrassed, you have to actually be embarrassed. And he is just so unaffected. I mean, the costume alone would be reason enough for anyone to quit. But even after this performance, even after being dubbed Woodchuck Todd,
What's up, kid? Woodchuck.
Todd continues to be the school mascot because he does not care what other people think. This is a fundamental part of Todd's character, which, yes, foils Olive's outlook, but is also a stark contrast to who he used to be. In the flashback of Todd and Olive in 8th grade, during 7 Minutes in Heaven, he asks her to lie and say that they kissed because he's terrified of what his classmates think of him. So within the 4 years between this scene and when we meet him, Todd undergoes massive character development, completely off screen, because there is no way this kid would have worn that costume in front of the entire school or gotten a job where he had to sing Happy Birthday wearing a lobster hat.
Happy birthday, you're the best! You're the best! A hip, hip, happy hip.
Romance is a minuscule part of Easy A, which is refreshingly rare for a teen comedy, even by today's standards. Olive doesn't spend the movie pursuing Todd. He's not her hyperfixation, and she doesn't have an epiphany that she's in love with him at the end of the second act either.
He has an epiphany
likes him,
that he
and she kind
loves
of always has. The same is pretty much true for Todd. They cross paths a few times throughout the movie, usually in between significant story beats or when Olive is wrapped up in the plot. Todd's appearance
I hope y'all
offers
had
a brief respite.
fun.
It's nothing life-altering. They just talk and joke for a bit. But in these brief moments, he's a solid, friendly presence that takes Olive out of the drama and makes her feel normal. Their relationship, although we don't see a lot of it, is very complimentary.
I have had a crush on Penn Badgley since this movie and fucking Gossip Girl, and I swear to God, them making him the main character of You, like, just made everything worse. I was like, now you're just gonna tell me that, like, stalking's hot. Like, the fuck is wrong with you?
His feelings for Olive aren't at all changed by her negative reputation at school. He doesn't believe the rumors, but he never pushes Olive for the truth. Like Olive's parents, he makes himself accessible, but he doesn't pry and he doesn't judge her. He's genuinely just a good guy. One of Todd's best qualities is his ability to listen. At the end of the movie, when he interrupts Olive's webcast, he says,
I borrowed my neighbor's mower. I came right over.
That almost rhymed.
I know. I spent a minute on it.
It's easy to chalk this dialogue up to their typical playful banter, but it's actually a callback to another scene. Because earlier in the movie, he rhymed here with beer, and she said that she liked it.
I'm here.
Can I get you a beer?
That rhymed. I liked it.
And of course, all of Todd's actions in this scene also serve as a testament to him being a good listener. In Olive's webcast, she proclaims that she wants her life to be like an 80s movie.
Just once. I want my life to be like an 80s movie.
Todd hears that and doesn't even wait for the webcast to finish. He skips on the plot
He's
drama,
like,
gets
bitch.
his neighbor's lawnmower, and heads to her house.
I got you.
Recreating the scene from Can't Buy Me Love.
I want to ride off on a lawnmower with Patrick Dempsey.
Not only that, but he holds up his speakers outside her window like in Say Anything.
I want John Cusack holding a boombox outside my window.
And if that wasn't enough, instead of the song that John Cusack plays, Todd chooses Don't You Forget About Me, referencing
Don't
Breakfast
you
Club.
I want Judd Nelson
forget about
thrusting
me.
his fist into the air because he knows he got me.
In one fell swoop,
Don't,
Todd effectively
don't.
recreates 3 of Olive's 80s movie fantasies.
So
Preferably
fucking
one
good.
with a really awesome musical number, for no apparent reason.
So, I mean, I would
This is what I
personally
want.
dock points for wanting more of Todd and Easy A.
Legit,
But it's
I
kind of
want
canceled
all
out
of
by what this
Todd.
movie can establish with a
all
character
the
with such limited screen time. Now, let's talk
Don't
about one of the best
you
aspects of this
forget
movie.
about
Olive's
me.
parents, played exceptionally by Stanley Tucci and Patricia Clarkson. I'm a big believer
I
in the
would
Stanley Tucci effect.
love
a
to have
phenomenon
parents like
wherein
this.
Stanley Tucci makes everything that he's in substantially better, no matter the size of the role, and even if the thing was
Hilarious.
already great to begin with.
Hold on.
Easy
Is the hair
A
in
is
this one?
not
Fuck,
an
the hair's in
exception.
this one. Never
He kills
mind.
it, and so does Patricia Clarkson. How she can play this mom and also be the mother from Sharp Objects is the definition of range. Together, they are a perfect duo as Rosemary and Dill Pendergast. They are probably the best set of fictional parents I've seen in a comedy. Honestly, maybe in any movie, in any genre, ever. Truly, they are the blueprint. Even in the script, there's a foundational emphasis on the fact that Olive likes hanging out with her family. They sit down for dinner together every night, and they have weekly
They're a
family
cool
movie nights.
family,
The
dude.
closeness
How cool
Olive
is
and her family
that?
have is something that isn't necessarily unheard of in teen movies. But Dill and Rosemary's parenting style is difficult to compare to anything else. Regarding their children's lives, they are curious, but not invasive, relaxed, but not negligent, interested,
So
but
based,
completely
Shark.
non-judgmental.
So frickin'
Within
based.
this space, there's a sense of safety that encourages openness. We
Easy
can
A
see
is like
this
one
in
of
the
my
ease of their
feel-good
interactions,
movies.
like
That
when
and
Olive freely
The
tells them
Princess
she was sent
Bride.
to the principal's office.
Good
Her mother's
movies.
immediate response is,
Did you win a medal or something?
Olive doesn't have to tell them about getting in trouble at school, but she does anyway.
'Cause
In
they're
response,
cool
they're barely
parents.
phased.
Like,
They're
oh, shit.
inquisitive, but they
You
don't pry.
bad
and they don't become
girl.
angry or reprimand her because they know the kid they raised.
I guess we're lucky
I
that
love
this is not a
that.
common occurrence.
They know she's smart and empathetic, and in many ways, they
Y'all
trust her
imagine
judgment.
growing up in a family like that. That'd be insane.
Like exactly what you called her.
In the movie, Dill and Rosemary are pretty much unaware of what's happening with Olive at school, but they notice changes in her that naturally concern them. And they make this concern clear to Olive in playful ways.
It's no judgment, but you kind of look like a stripper.
Mom?
A high-end stripper.
During and in between joking, they freely express their love to her.
I would take a bullet for you. You know that. Right between the eyes.
Right
They both draw
between the
examples from their own
eyes.
personal experiences to connect with Olive and make her feel more comfortable.
All right.
Even if it sometimes
gotta
does the opposite.
Darken this up a little bit.
I dated
We're...
a homosexual once. For a long time, actually.
Oh, wait.
All God's children. It's fine. I was gay once. For a while.
I slept with a whole bunch of people, a slew, a heap, a peck, mostly guys.
Mom!
When Olive does withhold information from her parents, it's because she wants to deal with her problems on her own, not because she's scared of them judging or punishing her. They acquiesce and give her the space she wants, but consistently make it very clear that they are unconditionally and non-judgmentally there for her, if or when she needs their support.
Do you need to talk to us about something, sweetie?
this. I just want you to know your father and I are totally supportive.
As Olive's problems increase throughout the film's progression, they continue to make this clear.
You're kind of starting to worry us a little. Should we be kind of worried a little?
I don't think so.
Sure.
Obviously, not every kid is the same, but for older teenagers like Olive, this type of laissez-faire parental support is invaluable, and it's so refreshing to see it portrayed in a movie not bogged down by sentimental monologues, but instead with an added layer of humor and lightheartedness. While their typical humor may strike some as too relaxed, they know when to be serious too. Like, when Olive doesn't play along with Dill's teasing, he immediately becomes serious.
Dad, can you shut the door, please?
You all right, buddy?
In the script for this scene, it says, Dill looks at his daughter. Dill, you all right, buddy? Olive looks up at her dad. It's a real moment. He really cares, and she knows it. She takes a beat, then nods. It's such a small, sweet scene that says so much, and I'm so glad they kept this in the movie. And in the end, their patience pays off. Before the film's resolution, when she's ready and on her own terms, Olive tells her mother everything that happened, and she's met with total support and non-judgment.
Can you not see that I'm a mess?
No, you're not, Olive. You're wonderful.
With an air of levity
Bruh.
at its core, Easy A perfectly encapsulates the feeling of being misunderstood. As isolating and arcane as its meaning implies, the reality is, feeling misunderstood is not a rare emotion for teenagers, and it's easy to see why Olive might feel this way. Despite Olive's best efforts to communicate, Marianne Bryant doesn't understand her, and subsequently neither does her congregation. Anson doesn't understand her. Her own best friend, Rhiannon, does not understand her. The school counselor doesn't even try to understand her. They don't believe her, and they misunderstand her. To all of these people, Olive verbally tries to explain herself, only for it to fall again and again on deaf ears.
What you heard in the bathroom the other day wasn't true. It's actually a funny story.
Olive, that's your name, right?
It didn't happen.
Yeah, right.
Whoa.
I don't need it. You know what? The pill is not 100% effective. Ask
How
some of your friends' parents.
Thank you for gathering your daily mushrooms.
Stop.
But even ostracized from her classmates, there are people in Olive's life who really see her for who she is. Her English teacher, Mr. Griffith.
Because he's
Why
cool.
don't people just watch the original movie like I did?
I know you read the book.
I did.
Brandon.
Thank you. Seriously.
I love how they edited up Brandon's fucking line.
Don't act like you don't know what people are saying about me.
No, I know what people are saying. Doesn't mean I believe them.
And her parents.
And I bet that girl was acting like exactly what you called her.
Oh, you've no idea.
Ironically, these are also the people that Olive doesn't have to convince.
Gosh darn
They
it.
either believe her
Gosh
immediately
darn it.
or they simply already know the truth. This is a subtle reflection
Light
of the movie's
it
theme.
up.
The
Everybody
people that
light
know who
it
you are
up.
know who you are. And the people that don't aren't relevant. Well, that's it. Thanks for watching. I literally, like, my last video, when I first put it out, I had, like, I want to say, like, 100 subscribers. So if you subscribed after that last video, thank you so much. And if you haven't, please subscribe. Hate saying that, but please subscribe. I honestly, I don't know what this is. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know. I don't have a niche, you know? I like a lot of things. But thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate it.
These are my vampire crabs. What began as a dozen has multiplied far beyond my wildest imagination, but it wasn't always that way. 8 months ago, I created an ambitious home for them. A paludarium featuring tiered land areas, waterfalls flowing between the levels, and an intricate hardscape that seamlessly connects them. The ultimate goal is to create numerous sheltered caves where these elusive
Enjoy your
creatures could
work.
thrive in the shadows. This all worked so well, in fact, that I hardly saw the crabs in the months following their introduction. Even though they were hidden, they were busy. Things began to change when babies emerged. First in small numbers, but soon the rocky crevices were teeming with life. That trend has continued, and now they're everywhere. I wanted to get to the bottom of this and had to know just how much their numbers have increased. They're incredibly elusive, so it's not like they just crawl out and let me count them up. To find out, I had to take a closer look, perform much needed maintenance, and devise a plan to get an accurate count. Join me on this journey as we discover more about these vampire crabs. Now, before I do anything, I actually want to take a quick look in here just to get a baseline of what exactly is happening.
Take a look.
At first glance, the tank appeared desolate, but a closer inspection revealed that crabs were everywhere, especially on the right side. Some were tucked away in crevices, while others hid in plain sight or foraged for food. These were all younger crabs, though. Where were the adults? From what I could tell, many were roosting in the forest above. There had to be countless crabs here. I noticed even more in the waterfalls as I looked toward the bottom. A tiny one even picked at my finger for a snack. I managed to coax it out because I wanted to illustrate how small they can be, and I've seen them much smaller than this. None of that surprised me, but what did was how many inhabited the waters with the ember tetras. They typically submerge when molting, and here are the remains from that process. Isn't it amazing how well they move on land and underwater? I also noticed legs behind this seed pod and couldn't resist seeing who was there. This one was much larger than the other two. Keep in mind that that's what I was able to find with just a quick glance at the tank. The reality is that many of the other areas where they could be hiding, we actually can't see just by looking at the tank. It's behind all this rock work and waterfalls, where I'd imagine that the vast majority of crabs actually are. This environment has definitely evolved over time, with some changes for the better and others for the worse. The most notable issue is the stark contrast between the left and right sides of the setup. The plants on the left are overgrown and need a trim. Meanwhile, the right side is very sparse. I typically observe the tank at night when the crabs are mostly active, and I didn't realize the right light had burnt out. As a result, the plants here struggled to thrive. Replacing the lights has helped, but I'd be able to balance it out better during maintenance. The excessive plant growth combined with the lack of light on the right and the height of the enclosure created another issue. The moss never really took off. While the crabs may have been nibbling on it too, I don't think that was the leading cause. On the plus side, the Süßwasser tongue has thrived in its place, which looks incredible, and the crabs love foraging through it. This story continues in the water feature as well. Unfortunately, most of the crypts didn't make it. They thrive in minimal light, so I don't think that was the issue. Their foliage is delicate in comparison to Anubias, which is still going, but what remains shows some damage, so my guess is that they were likely eaten. The leaf litter needs to be replenished, as all that remains is a layer of detritus at the bottom. However, this isn't a bad thing. The animals enjoy picking through it. What about the snails and isopods? Although a few tiny snails remain, it's safe to assume the majority have become crab food. I rarely see isopods, and I'm sure they've been hunted as well, but they spend most of their time underground, so chances are there's many tucked away from view. All that's to say that this enclosure needs some serious maintenance to look its best. And as you can see, there's a lot that needs to be done, like replenishing botanicals, rearranging a few things, and trimming and redistributing the plants. I think that's the best place to start because them blocking the light is hindering how well we can view everything else. I also have some containers here for plants and crabs, both large and small, if I'm able to round them up. I honestly wasn't sure where to start. I knew the plants here were dense, but I seriously underestimated what that really meant. Since I planned to reuse the cuttings, I tried to trim off the longest sections possible. I was also very cautious with my movements because I didn't want to harm any of the crabs in the process. However, as it would turn out, I didn't need to be careful at all. Despite seeing crabs in the plants earlier, none were present, not a single one. That said, there was some activity on the platform below. A few were busy snacking on the stems. The Pelionia vines were clumped together in this area, which turned out to be a big win. I was able to stretch them out to fill in more of the canopy. If there's any doubt about just how densely packed this was,
I'm pretty sure my shadows make no sense, but it looks good.
Before I could replant some of them, I had to clean up the mess I made because debris was scattered everywhere. Luckily, I wasn't alone. A few of the crabs stepped up to give me a helping hand. This one was putting in the work to dismantle this leaf as best as it could. I was honestly impressed by its efforts because it was extremely small. Meanwhile, another played with the stem that had fallen into the water. Obviously, I have no idea what goes through their little minds, if anything, but I'm always amazed by how alert, articulate, and seemingly curious they appear. I ended up with far more plants than I'd need to spruce this up. I added a few here or there to create more surface area and coverage. As I did, I noticed a crab enjoying the relocated Pelionia. Although I don't care for the look of excessive Photonia, they did help the overall appearance of the enclosure. I prefer to have more solid green foliage than anything, but this is what I had to work with. Even so, I still had a lot of plants left over, so I combined them into pots to propagate for future builds. That meant it was finally ready for new leaf litter. These leaves significantly improved the appearance of the water feature, along with the few seed pods. I also placed some in the caves where they'll become food for the creatures and provide more surface area for territories.
Few greeny pieces in here.
I had originally planned to collect and count the crabs when I was doing maintenance. There was a change of plan though, because once I started going through the plants and didn't find anything, I figured I should just do things a different way. Now of course, as I'm talking, there's one in there right now, go figure. Now it would have been much easier to do all of this before because there was less plants, less botanicals, and less hiding places. I think I have a solution though. Food is usually a great way to lure animals out of hiding, and while I wasn't sure if it would work here, I figured it was worth a shot. I scattered nuggets around the setup and anxiously waited to see what would happen next. In no time, crabs began appearing from the rocky crevices as the scent of food filled the air. A pair of young ones stuck together, while a slightly older one lingered near its home by the waterfall. I'm always amazed at how well they blend in with their surroundings, especially when they're this small. Crabs of all sizes found and peacefully enjoyed the banquet I set before them. This was just on land though. One near the water's edge sat still in stark contrast to what was happening below. Numerous crabs scoured the landscape in search of these tasty morsels. There were far more here than I originally expected. However, on a grand scale, I had a feeling this was just a fraction of them. Even with the lure of food, I only managed to locate 19 crabs. While that's more than the original 12, I knew most of the story was missing. I've seen much more on many occasions when caring for this setup day to day. They were just hiding in places I couldn't see, and if I had any chance to get a better picture, I'd have to take a different approach. That's why I got this boroscope. It has an articulating head with a light on the tip that I can use to observe the crabs through this screen. It won't give me a definitive answer, but it will get me one step closer to discovering the secrets they're hiding from me in the shadows.
Big stretch.
Alright, let's send this thing on its maiden voyage. We got one. I saw this one up here.
Some water.
Oh, there's two of them in there. Pretty cool. I gotta pause this real quick because when I was editing the video, I noticed another leg flailing in the background, so we can add another crab to the counter. Thought I saw one over here. Oh, yep. That guy up here is still in the plant. This is pretty cool. I could see this having a lot more applications than just this. Oh, this
Thank you for holding me.
Only problem is this exposes all of the foam and stuff like that that you typity wouldn't see.
Thank you for the head pats and thank
Here's
you for holding
right
me.
Here. What's up, buddy? Oh, there's one. See it right in the middle. I searched the plants again expecting to find more this time, but it seemed they weren't as drawn to this spot as I was led to believe. Regardless, it was cool to get a look at the roots that play a huge role in filtering the water. The top right of the falls was also empty. I was beginning to wonder where everyone was until I started checking the caves. Check it out, there's one right up front here. There's even like a medium-sized one here on the bark. Look at this little one. Whoa, check out this one in the seed pod. Oh, that's cool. It's so hard to, oh, I think I see, yep, who's this? I see someone, yep. See the leg right there. Oh,
okay, hold on, give me a break. Give me a break. Give me a Kit Kat, let me take a bite. I just stretch my fingies.
Oh, there's
Stretch my little fingies, my fingers are getting sore.
Let's take a look in this cave next. I feel like there has to be quite a few. There's one. That's a pretty big one. I find it interesting how much
I know
more
I grip
active the little
my
ones
pencil
are,
extra
or
hard.
How more likely they are to be out and about, whereas
It's
most
because
of the
I
adults
have
are hidden away. another one. Right.
What is it?
It's a smaller one. It's not the same one.
Griffin explained it to me the other day. It's like
Too much, so we'll say
hyperflexibility or
2
something
up
in my
there.
hands.
There's another one that just popped out. Cool. Whoa! Look at this one. It's beautiful.
Cool crabs, man.
Oh, another one. Wow, this must be the hot spot. Those were 2 adults just right here in the same spot. Oh, another one. Man.
There's so many crabs. Oh my goodness.
Wow. There's one right there to the right.
Look at his little eyes.
What's up, buddy? Oh, there's another one right there.
Whoa.
Oh, hello. I was not
look at
expecting that.
him. There's so
Sometimes
many.
it's the simple things in life that bring the most joy. I never would have expected to have this much fun.
Look at all of
hunting
them
for
saying
crabs with a
hello.
tiny camera.
Oh my
It felt like every
goodness.
time I looked into a new cave, I was about to make a huge discovery, and in many cases I
That'd
did.
be so
Seeing
fun.
everything
What the
from a
heck?
crab's eye view was fascinating. It gave me a true sense of
He's
how
so
many
tiny.
crevices there are for them to hide in. It's no wonder that even the adults can be so elusive, because they have this thing colonized like ants.
That's
This got me
crazy.
intrigued about the water feature itself, especially since I had already found so many crabs there. It didn't disappoint. They were scavenging across
Holy.
every bit of space, and I don't know about you, but viewing it through this lens made me feel like I was observing a deep sea environment. Unsurprisingly, I came across the remains of several molts as I completed this expedition.
Take a census.
I knew vampire crabs were prolific, but I didn't expect them to quadruple in less than a year. I've counted 48 so far, but I'm certain there are over 60, though we'll never know in this setup. While I've enjoyed having them in here, I've decided not to keep it going for reasons I'll explain later. Just know that I'm already working on a larger and better home for them, and when the transfer occurs, we can get an exact count. That'll probably be in 3 to 4 months, so their numbers will increase before then. My guess is 93. What's yours? I'll shout out your comment in that video if you get close. If you enjoyed this, don't forget to like, subscribe, and comment to support what I'm doing. I've linked up the original build and another video you'll enjoy. Thanks for watching, Serpa Squad. Take care and peace.
Alright, y'all. I gotta be right back. I have to pee and I have to stretch and I have to go find my wrist stretch thing. I will be yeah, I can make a playlist of Zafrank. Zafrank is good. We will be right back. Thank you so much for your patience. I hope y'all are enjoying this art day like I am. Boo, 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 boo. We are back. Thank you for your patience. Okay. Ooh. Let's get back to drawing. I want to at least try to finish Skulls. I didn't think it would take this long to do one person. But I'm a perfectionist at heart. There's a lot of details you gotta get to. I didn't realize.
Susie.
Okay, we're doing good. We're doing good.
Which encompasses snails and slugs.
We're doing wonderfully.
I mean specifically, and by I mean Susie is a type of
Thank
sea
you.
slug called a nudibranch. There are around 3,000 freaky species
Alright.
of nudibranchs.
What are we
but they
doing
come
right
in
now?
2 basic body plans. One body plan can be seen in the earlid nudibranchs. They can look a bit like claymation pubic hair, or like a porcupine rolled around in candy corn. Their backs are covered with floppy spiky things called serrata. These serrata are extensions of
Why
their
does it look like
digestive
that?
system, because why not? But they also assist in breathing. The other body plan belongs to the dorid nudibranch. It is the more sluggy of the two. Dorid nudibranchs have a sturdy, fleshy covering called a mantle. The mantle can sometimes look like a frilly skirt,
Smear, does
or
that look
perhaps a fashionable poncho. Some
blurry?
species, like the Spanish dancer nudibranch, can use this skirt to swim. Sort of. Some other nudibranchs also try the swimmy, but in most cases it looks a bit like a Muppet simultaneously auditioning for the part of the F, U, and N in a Sesame Street production brought to you by the word fun. It does actually look fun to swim like that, like sneezing in outer space. Up front, nudibranchs have two rhinophores, which are kind of like nostrils that have been turned inside out. Much like our noses can pick up the chemical signals of a fart wafting in the air, these rhinophores can pick up chemical signals in the water. This is
Why does it
important
look like
because
that?
their eyes totally suck. They are very tiny and can only sense dark and light. Like a
Is that just me?
machinist in a
Like this
skills
one
factory,
looks
the
normal
nudibranch
and
is
this brown
unable
looks
to appreciate
blurry.
the beauty of its own decoration. This one looks a bit like a land speeder.
Should I fucking touch
except
something?
near the back
Am I
where you would expect the
going
pupils
crazy?
to sit. That is a plume of gills that encircle
I feel like I'm
their
going
anus.
crazy.
These gills are beautifully folded structures that maximize surface area to extract oxygen from the surrounding water. These allow the dorid nudibranch to breathe right next to its anus. Before you judge, however,
Maybe? I can't remember what pencil I was using to begin with.
An upgrade. To understand this, let's look at some nudibranchs when they are babies. Little baby nudibranchs look a lot like
I did.
snails. They have a shell, and some even form an operculum, a little trapdoor.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, there we go.
The shelled ancestor of
It's like
snails
that
and
looks
slugs
fucking
got
blurry,
into some
dude.
freaky called torsion. Torsion is a twisted change in body plan.
I didn't like it.
To
It
understand
made me go
this,
crazy.
imagine if you laid down on your stomach and arched your back. Then you grabbed your left foot with your
must
right
have
hand and your right foot with your
touched
left
something
hand.
when I left.
Now imagine twisting really hard so that your butt faces upwards and is right over your face.
Hot.
This is the first yoga pose they teach you when you arrive in hell. Snails live out their lives.
I know a
cheerfully
lot of
with this
people who would
arrangement.
probably
Don't ask
want to
why.
go to hell.
Every time you ask why evolution adds or removes a nipple from a cat, look it up. However, millions of years ago, after a night of eating jalapeno chili con carne, the ancestor of the nudibranch had enough of this head up your butt. As it transitions to its juvenile state, the baby
Because my
nudibranch
lines don't
loses
connect,
its
so it wouldn't
shell,
fill properly to
untwists, and
begin
does its
with.
best to put all of its organs back in some semblance of order. That is to say that the nudibranch is a bit of an unsnailed snail, and at least its mouth and nose have a bit
I
of
like to leave
distance from
open
its
lines like a little
anus.
crazy
And
person
yes,
because
that
I like
one
the
does
look of
like
it.
a Pikachu that got busy with a Swiffer. The nudibranch's mouth parts are under its front parts, right between a befingered mustachio of two feeding tentacles that can help it feel around for food. They eat a variety of animals, many of which, like colonial tunicates, bryozoans, and hydroids, are animals that look like plants, because the ocean is weird. They are among the cutest carnivorous predators, and will even eat other slugs and nudibranchs. This one's eating a slug called a sea hare, because apparently it looks like a rabbit who's squirt farting purple ink because he's seriously If we speed it up, it looks like he's slurping a noodle. They eat with a beak and a radula, which is basically
Noodle
a tongue with
slurper.
teeth on it, which is
Skill
crazy.
issue.
Don't French kiss a nudibranch. You'll die. Here we see an anemone being hunted by a rainbow
Oh, can you?
nudibranch, which does not look like a rainbow at all.
Skill
Only the
issue.
curtain
Probably.
got to, but it strikes with the vigor
I
of
probably do a lot of
proctologist
things
who lost a wedding
more
ring.
difficult than they need
That's
to
like
be.
trying to tongue sponge the crumbs out of the bottom of a can of Pringles.
I'll
One
tongue
group of
sponge you.
nudibranchs in the genus Meloby has evolved a different feeding strategy. It has traded in its tooth-tongue radula for a head in the shape of a Venus flytrap. It uses its head like a seafloor pooper scooper.
Pooper
like if you used
scooper.
your hoodie to eat a shrimp taco.
Yeah, I
a
would use my
skeleton
hoodie to eat a
shrimp taco. Lacking a shell, sea
You don't know
slugs,
me.
including nudibranchs and this spotted sea hare, which
I don't
does
think I've
not
ever
look
actually
like
had a
rabbit,
shrimp taco.
must get creative when it
I don't
comes
think
to
I'd
defense
want
from
shrimp
predation.
on a taco.
Some have evolved to be very good at camouflage. You see these cows? I tricked you. They're not cows, they're nudibranchs. You thought they were cows. You must feel like a real dum-dum man. This one is perfectly camouflaged as an old man.
The
with
tool
his
option
hands
on the
behind his
top right,
back
it's good to
inspecting
have
his
it
garden.
easily
Damn
accessible.
slugs eating my azaleas. That's irony. You better stop or I will assault you.
Tool options.
That's a dad joke. Some nudibranchs, like this ghost melody, have gotten so good at hiding they're transparent. Mostly. Fortunately, their less transparent insides resemble a bunch of floaty sea garbage.
I'm already coloring it in though.
Melody. Many of the animals
I'm
that
already
nudibranchs eat
coloring
contain
it in
toxins.
slowly
Some nudibranchs
with my skill
incorporate
issues.
these toxins into their body parts, so they don't taste good. The defense after you've been bitten approach is a little late in the process for me, but it has been proposed that the bright coloring of some nudibranchs has evolved as a warning sign to potential predators.
Scary clown says run away.
Some eelid nudibranchs take this one step further. They eat animals that have specialized stinging cells called nematocysts. Glaucus atlanticus, for example, will eat the blue bottle man-o'-war jellyfish. The jellyfish, however, contains thousands of these nematocysts coiled up and ready to fire when disturbed. Much like butt-smuggling hand grenades, eelid nudibranchs ingest these cells and transport the immature unexploded ones out to the tips of their serrata, where they can use them for their own stinging defense. It's pretty cool. Look at this one. They're using like a little laser. It's like if when you
say laser and don't
you
make
could
laser
transport them
noises.
to the tip of
You
your
do?
fingers, you perv.
I'm sorry,
for
something's
a
wrong with you.
tingly handshake. The blue dragon
You have to make
nudibranch
laser
also
noises when you
steals
say laser.
cells. Instead of stingers,
Just like
it
when you mention
steals
cars, you gotta make
synthetic
skirt, skirt
microscopic plants,
noises.
incorporating them into its body and using them to produce food from sunlight. You know who else does this? This little guy. It's a Sacklagossan sea slug, not a nudibranch, but who cares? I love it. It's cuter than puppies. It is mating season, and first the nudibranchs have to find each other. They are often solitary and spread out. Finding the slime trail of another nudibranch is worth following up on. Many nudibranchs do this trailing behavior, following another's slime trail until they're right up in it. And I mean right up in it. But not really right up in it. The nudibranch's genitals are located up near its head on the right side of its body, because of course they are. This means that they have to position themselves so their right sides line up. Think of it like a high five, but with no hands and 4 genitals. That's right, 4. Nudibranchs are hermaphrodites, meaning that each is equipped with both a penis and a vagina. I know what you're thinking. If I had that kind of luggage, I'd pack it myself.
Every time I hear vagina, I
once
just
in a
think of
while,
that
a
kindergarten
researcher will
cup.
find a nudibranch's penis inside of its own vagina.
Boys have
Don't judge, it's a
penises,
lot to keep
girls
track
have
of. And quite frankly, if
vaginas.
it's in the way, flopping
Boy,
around
kid,
out
you
there,
have
it's
a
the
lot to
obvious place to put
learn.
it. I mean, why aren't our pants pockets shaped like gloves? There's mysteries in this world. Doesn't mean you're trying to self-fertilize, just some healthy curiosity. While mating,
All right.
both nudibranchs put their penises inside the other's vagina.
Hey,
and
yo.
both are fertilized in the process. Now, I'm not sure if you can see it, but if you squint, you might notice that the nudibranch penis has a bit of a barbed hook sort of shape. That can make uncoupling a bit of a bitch. So much so that the Chromodorus reticulata just lets it break off and grow back again. It's one way to do it. After mating, it is time for the nudibranch to deposit its fertilized eggs. It does so in a series of beautiful strings and rosettes, adorning the shapes of the ocean floor. Thousands of little eggs that will become thousands of little babies. And the circle of life continues. Listen, sometimes feeling safe in a shell isn't worth having your insides all twisted up, or having an ass on your head. That might be too on the nose. I didn't mean like an ass on your nose, I mean too literal. The point is, sometimes you have to take a risk. Get out of that shell and untwist. Who knows what kind of crazy, beautiful thing you might become. Ist. Sorry, it felt like it should rhyme. And that is how the nudibranch do.
Today, I'm testing vintage housewife recipes to see if these old school dishes still deliver on flavor or if they're better left in the past. 1920, probably one of the most iconic dishes of that time was the Waldorf salad. It represented elegance, indulgence, and it's made up of just vegetables and fruits. So it was the era of partying. Only if you were rich though. Otherwise, you would have to sneak into someone's basement with alcohol probably made in the bathtub. But here's the Waldorf salad. Okay, is basically made up of 4 components: apples, celery, grapes, and pistachios. So basically a fruit salad. But in the 1920s, housewives were basically running the show at home. They were responsible for making meals at home from scratch, child rearing, housekeeping. They were basically the CEO of their families. So this salad was actually invented for all the party goers and the guests at the Waldorf Astoria, which is a really famous and high-end luxury hotel in New York City. And then they actually smothered all of this in a mayo-based dressing. So basically it's mayo, sugar, a little salt, and then to bring out the zinginess, some lemon juice. Gotta add our chopped nuts. I wonder if this is where the ambrosia salad of the 50s came from or was inspired from, except I think they used it with Cool Whip or marshmallow fluff. This sure is the cat's pajamas.
Cool Whip.
So this itself was their salad, but I feel like it belongs on more of a bed of greens like this. Now that's a salad. Mayo with fruit, strange things I've tried in my life. Check. Not my favorite, but this is very similar to our modern day chicken salad, which with the protein makes it so much better.
Buy my
These dishes
muffin.
were the signs of their times, and
Thank you for the care package, Posey.
Either way, I live in the land of housewives, and let's just say they've had a little bit of a glow up.
Yeah, I haven't saved
Kitchen
once.
Isn't exactly their domain, but back in the day, they were busy cooking up some wild concoctions. So keep watching to see what other culinary creations they came up with. Welcome to the 1940s, a time when food was scarce because of the war, and families had to ration basically all the food that they had. And one of the most popular ingredients that came into production is spam. It has a long shelf life, it's cheap, and it doesn't require any refrigeration. I like that jelly layer. They marketed this as a meat-like product. What's in here? You know what? We're not even gonna look. It just tastes good. They would turn this one loaf into, instead of a meatloaf, a spam loaf, where they just dress it up on top. But a typical meal would look like this. If you look at it, it does look like meat. Spam is basically already cooked meat, and I'm just frying it up to really release the flavors. It's probably a lot more rice than they actually got. And this was a meal of the 1940s. A lot of the really cheap ingredients were served in bulk. You got salad, peas, and then, of course, your spam. We've all had spam and rice before. Roll on an egg, and that's like pretty good breakfast. I'll even take the side of peas. But this is a dish that has transcended the decades and is probably here to stay. 8 out of 10. And now we're entering the 1950s. I feel like the most iconic dish of the 1950s was probably the pineapple upside down cake. That's pretty much all I know, and it was the peak of housewifery era, where you actually saw them in the kitchen and making things. Post-war and pre-60s liberation. So I found this TikTok from a 1952 Better Homes and Garden cookbook that shows us how to make it. So I feel like their techniques are also a little unusual, but we're gonna go with it. First, you pour in some melted butter directly into your baking pan, and then you mix together brown sugar. This is interesting. I feel like this doesn't get the butter mixed all through, but saves an extra dish to wash. Now we're supposed to spread it all out. I'll use my hands. I guess this part makes the caramel layer. It's not very even. Okay, and then next step, I have to cut my pineapple slices in half. I feel like this was also the era where canned food started becoming part of everyday life, and you get preserved fruits like this. Okay, so you need 4 slices, and they want them cut in half. Why don't we just leave it whole? And then now we place them around the pan.
It is a skulls. Thank you.
We need maraschino cherries.
I'm working really hard on it.
And then arrange them in the center with
I gotta make my boy look good.
And inside of each get some.
I figured every time we come back to this, we could add a new person. How are you doing? Do you like Horojuku or Ouija?
Sift the dry ingredients over softened shortening.
It's nice to see you. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing today?
And I
Welcome
need
to my very first drawing
stream. So we have enriched flour. Is this like all-purpose flour of their times? Sugar, baking powder, and salt. So far, pretty easy. A lot of the recipes that I see online are all kind of more like cake mixes over from scratch. Only thing that I wouldn't use is the Crisco. All butter would be so much better. Now I have to add in half a cup of the remaining pineapple syrup, grated lemon peel, and an egg. And this feels very vintage. Hand mixer. This cake batter looks so dense. Okay, now I pour this over the pineapples. Okay, it's actually not so bad once I transfer it. Back in the day, this cake was a little bit of a showstopper. Just with the technique and the way that it's baked, the beautiful design is at
OG?
the bottom,
Okay,
okay.
I was like Ouija or OG? Thank you for correcting me. I appreciate you.
Cake. And then I bake this for 45 minutes. And then our brown
No, this is my very first drawing stream. Honestly, this is like the 6th or 7th time I've drawn on Krita.
Help it out by digging into it a little bit. I wouldn't say
Yeah, I really wanted to start drawing digital art because everyone's so heckin' good at it. I was like, I want to try this. I want to try it.
There you go.
Thank you so much for the follow. You're now officially a stinker. Enjoy your heckin' stay.
Hot sugar. I'll just spread it back on.
OG sketched some skulls for me earlier today. Oh, you'll have to send them to me. I look forward to seeing them.
Bakery smell. There's no
I love seeing
smell.
all the sketches, all the arts.
Cake wafting through the house smell. It looks pretty though. The texture of the cake kind of reminds me of Bisquick a little bit. I'm not gonna lie, it's not the best. It's a little bland. You do get a little bit of the pineapple flavor, but not really. The texture is perfect, but I think more flavoring would go a really long way. But for the 50s and for what they had, not bad. 8 out of 10. Feeling so groovy. Flower power. Welcome to the 1960s, where women were expected to be perfect domestic
Mod Podge is like, the directions are on the back.
Jello symbolized convenience, creativity, you can say that again, and visual appeal in the home. That's why they always have these crazy molds.
You don't have to, but usually they suggest you do, but I didn't put anything.
Like a wedding cake.
I'm so like, come on, it's time to go.
Anything that we can find, even SpaghettiOs. And today I found a recipe that contains very questionable items. So let me just get right on into it. First things first.
It works really nice. I like the matte finish, so it's not so shiny.
And I don't know if it's popular because of the flavor or just like the atomic green color that it gave off. Okay, we're gonna mix it with some boiling water and some cold water. Boiling water first, and then I have to dissolve it. We're gonna let the Jello hang out while I prepare the filling that's gonna go into this mold with the Jello. In this recipe called
Blue, hello! Enjoy your lurk, cutie! Can't see for long as I slept and have live stuff, but good luck with the stream. Lurk for the time. Thank you so much for the thank you so much for the lurk, OG. I hope you have a wonderful day.
But I went digging a little bit to see why everything that
they're so sweet. Thank you so much for the follows and the heckin' lurkies.
It was considered a luxury food.
I was super nervous about this drawing stream, but I feel much better. Y'all are obviously really enjoying it.
Any food that could go in gelatin.
Also, the compliments definitely make brain go brrr, which is nice.
And it was called the Joys of Jello. The price of these food were really cheap. But now, does it actually?
I always think it's because I have like this really strong perfectionism.
In the 60s? I mean, there's no real recipe here, so I'm just eyeballing. I mean, how
so like anytime I see something I don't like, I'm like, oh, you're bad, idiot, fuck.
I got to add the tomato.
Fuck! And I'm just like, nah, dude. Like, just chill. I'm learning how to just like, it doesn't have to be perfect. It doesn't have to be perfect.
Let's pour in our Jello.
You're just doing your best. That's all that matters. That's what I gotta remind myself.
Wow, look at those chunks. So are these gonna float or are they gonna sink to the bottom?
And then like also comparing yourself to yourself instead of
move on to the next era.
other people.
Groovy.
It's like the only one you should
70s,
compete
where
with
women
is
opted
yourself.
out of the kitchen and into the workforce and discotheques. Processed and convenience foods started taking over the kitchen. Fresh food and the stay-at-home housewife began to fade, paving the way for a new era of quick, easy meals like the casserole. One pot, wham, bam, and in the oven. Thank you, ma'am. It's done. So I'm gonna make one that was pretty popular on TikTok that they still make today. It's a beef tater tot hot dish. Okay, we start by just cooking up the beef, salt and pepper. I mean, I would have sauteed some onion, maybe a little garlic first for some flavor. I'm gonna add in our cream of mushroom. Cream of mushroom these days, the only time that I see people using them are for green bean casseroles during Thanksgiving. But other than that, I don't
never
really
see it,
being
yeah.
used in a ton of recipes. Awesome, awesome. Now I see a layer of fat from the meat mixed in with the cream of mushroom. You just get like a layer of fat on top of this. Everything is dumped into a beautiful casserole pan like this. I am loving the vintage vibes here. Maybe not so much the gray food, the beige color food. After that, we top it
we'll
with
make
some
this
cheddar
brush
cheese and some tater tots. Or in this case, tater puffs. With this dish, I noticed that the tater tots are always beautifully arranged across, so I'm gonna try to do that. Dina, eat your tots. Don't have time to cook, but I got time to arrange.
That is good.
Oh dear. Well, you guys get the idea. Okay, let's bake this off, and I have another 70s surprise. Since life was a party in the 1970s, punch bowls were a big deal. Everything was very communal and entertainment-based, and food was all made out of convenience. So I found this floating island punch recipe that starts with these lemonade and orange juice frozen concentrate. It calls
Hello, Waken! Waken up!
So if you guys are not familiar with frozen
Thank you for the
concentrate,
care
back in the day,
package.
you
Just
used
let me
to buy
finish
these
this one
cans
line
in
and
the
then I'll
frozen
stretch
aisle, throw them
and
in a
drink
pitcher, like
water.
one of those Tupperware pitchers, and then fill them up with water to make juice.
You know what
It
I
was a
should
more
do too?
economical
I'm gonna
way
do this
instead of
right
buying,
now.
like,
There's
real fruit
a
juice. So then for this punch bowl,
Control
instead of adding
S.
water to dilute the fruit concentrate, they
I'm
add
gonna
ginger ale and apple juice. The ratio is more ginger ale than apple juice, although I don't even know if it makes a difference. Let me give it a quick mix. So various punch bowls would add fruit slices, other things, maybe even jello. I don't even know. But this one calls for rainbow sherbet. Yes, that's right. Ooh, makes sense. Has that psychedelic swirl.
I made a shortcut
And these are the islands.
to
You
save.
plop them in and they float like little islands. Because it was a party, they
Does
would
that
lay
work?
these cups out all around. Just imagine there's like 10 of these. I only have 2. So
Oh,
they
no.
either scoop them directly in here, which kind of makes a mess, or you can scoop them with the punch bowl spoon, which I'll do.
Whoa, what the
Just get
fuck
some
are you
floating
doing over
islands
here,
in there.
buddy?
So many
There we go.
flavors all at once. The sour from the lemonade, fizzy from the ginger ale, and
Here you
really
go.
sweet from the ice cream. I know this is a sugar bomb, but it's actually really good. 7 out of 10. Here is our sizzling hot dish. Casserole. Something like this should definitely be served with a side of peas. Got our sizzling hot meat with
Ayo.
grease. Also, it's actually not bad. Throw in a little ketchup and I'd say it's a pretty decent meal, but I would say this is one that could probably stay in the 70s because we can do better than that these days. 6 out of 10. Welcome to the 90s. Girl power. We're the most popular chef in the kitchen was Chef Boyardee. Moms
Ayo.
were fully in the workforce and modern conveniences like canned foods, rice-a-roni, Lunchables, DiGiorno, lean cuisine took over the kitchen. Basically, whatever a kid can heat up on their own while the moms and dads were at work goes. I remember these from my childhood, SpaghettiOs and Chef Boyardee's.
Legit.
Always stocked in our pantry. For old time's sake, let's cook up some broccoli cheddar rice-a-roni. So a typical meal in the 90s was kind of semi-homemade.
love
I remember
rice-a-roni.
seeing a ton of these commercials for rice-a-roni.
I
and the
love
plate always looked
rice-a-roni.
something like this. So you start with some butter, melt it, and then you saute up the rice that's paired with pasta. I've always wondered about this. My parents, being a Vietnamese household, just cooked good old white rice. Meals in the 90s or 2000s Usually came together in about 30 minutes or less, and this package of rice takes only 15 minutes to cook. What's in here? There's a lot of stuff for just rice, and then I noticed there's niacinamide in here. That's the stuff I put on my face these days. You know that saying on how millennials look younger than Gen Z? I wonder if it's all the preservatives. Oh my gosh, it looks like mac and cheese powder. And then pour in the water and
That
just
is
let it
weird
cook for
that they have
15 minutes.
niacinamide in.
It's a very cheesy, creamy rice sauce. Is it done? Ooh, it actually looks really good. So a typical plate in the 90s was all about the chicken breast and lemon pepper. They loved their low-fat foods paired with some steamed broccoli that was sprayed with some margarine. Yeah, they literally made, I can't believe it's not butter, sprays. We'll add our rice-a-roni, and that was your most 90s meal. But wait, I need to get something. Jell-O is still all the rage in the 90s, and I need to unmold this. Let's give our meal a try. It's cheesy. Chicken breast is not my favorite. It tends to get a little dry and rubbery. That can stand the 90s. I'll give it a 7 out of 10. I'm oddly excited about this Jell-O mold. The Jell-O has landed. Oh my gosh. A tuna surprise, all right. It's so jiggly. I'm scared. Oh my gosh. What does it look like inside? It looks like the tuna chunks kind of fell down, and then the top, or I guess the bottom now, is where all of the vegetables landed. This might go down as one of the weirdest things I've ever eaten.
Okay. That looks disgusting.
In Jell-O, first of all. 1 out of 10. If you like this video, go watch me test
The gag at the end
wives recipes.
is
And
you
if
know
wanna
it's
cook real
bad.
meals, go check out my Patreon page at patreon.com/honeysuckle, where you can get exclusive video tutorials and
I find this girl is so
booklet,
freaking
plus
cute.
special
She's
giveaways. You
hilarious.
become the queen of your kitchen. Holy moly, that was so gross.
Hilarious. Oh, y'all are gonna love these videos. These are so good. These guys are so fucking cute. It's just like a fucking otter channel, dude. It's the best. Just otters. Hello. How do you Tilefleur? Tilefleur? Is that how you say your name? Hello, hello, welcome. I hope you're doing so good today. Ara, ara. Ara, ara. I opened it and I got overwhelmed and I closed it and then I went back to Krita. I'll be so for real with you, Mai. Yeah, it was super overwhelming right off the bat, and I was like, oh, oops. smaller brush. Highlight the top of the laces. There we go, that looks a little bit better. You just have to do the inside of his mouth, I think. They're so fucking scary. Like, if you look at it, you're like, oh, that's so cute. But, like, they're ferociously just ripping into a piece of meat, like, no fucking problem. And you're like, cool. Okay, I think we can merge these two together now. They look nice. You can probably merge this layer. Hold on. We'll go back to this one. Oh yeah, like gang up? Hell yeah, they'd be like, gang. You know what? We do actually need to add some highlights, or at least lowlights, to the jacket. It's the only thing I realized that doesn't really have any shading on it. Pardon? Maybe they were cooking meth in the building. Well, if anything happens to me, I'll just, you heard it here first, folks. I didn't do anything either, but last year around this time there was that whole building across the way that was like fucking got swatted hardcore. Look at them, you just want to play with your toys. Probably under. Under and around the badge. Maybe not that much. Let me just double check. Let's go see. It's got 2 bottom teeth that I will have to draw. Which I'll go to this layer.
This episode sponsored by Brilliant. Learn to think. This throbbing bloblet here is something called a plasmodial slime mold. It's not some unusual thing either. If you've taken a hike in the woods, chances are you've walked right by one and didn't even notice it. And why would you? We're so damn superior. Now, they don't look like much, do they? And you have to speed up the footage to see them move. But let's stop right here for a moment. You see that ant right there? That ant is made up of about 20 million cells. The forest loogie that it's standing on, you know how many cells that is? 1. It's a single big cell. And there's bigger ones too. Some species can get up to 3 feet across. Now, you've seen big cells before. The yolk of an egg is a single cell, for example. But I think you'd agree that the yolk of an egg can't exactly fend for itself. F***ing useless. And delicious. Jerry, enough with this footage, it's frightening. Well, this one's worse. It looks like a scab in a jacuzzi. But unlike the yolk of an egg, these single-celled plasmodial slime molds can do all sorts of things, including solving problems that humans have a hard time solving. People go to universities to study them. That's why you don't let your kids get into science. They should be getting stoned and looking at lava lamps like the rest of us. Before we get to the incredible abilities of this smart snot, let's start from the beginning. This right here is sort of like a slime mold kindergarten. Slime molds aren't molds, but at this stage of their life, they resemble them because they start off as spores. And right here, there are thousands of spores. Yes, the snail is eating them, so kind of a bummer. But the babies who aren't getting murdered will be dispersed out into the world by the wind or passing insects. Whoa, that ant was spring-loaded. When the spore hatches, what comes out is one of these little jiggly things, a single-celled amoeba, just around the size of the point of a pin. And they're cute. Look, this one looks happy. One of those 2 little googly eyes there is a nucleus. Just a refresher, inside the nucleus, there's these little scrolls of DNA called chromosomes. And written on them is like a book of spells to make all the parts of a slime mold. Somewhere on those squiggles, there's a recipe for mucus. Our nuclei have the same thing. Different spells, but written in the same language. It's not pretty. Here, I'll read you some. And I'll stop right there. If I read the whole thing, you might grow an extra nipple. Anyway, these little amoeba have some cool spells. If you put them in water, a scenario where I'd get shrinkage, they grow a willy. Actually, 2 of them. They're called flagella. Helps them move and catch food. Look at that, they're little shapeshifters. And when it gets dry again, they can transform right back into that amoeba shape, which always looks like it's been dropped from a great height. Little moving splat. To eat, it just sort of surrounds food and pulls little bubbles into its body. It's like if you could just sit down on a bag of Doritos. But I don't mean, forget it. Now, if one of these amoebae meets another one that's sexually compatible, they skip the dating and move right in together. The 2 cells fuse, and their nuclei fuse too. Now you got 2 sets of spells in there. You can imagine the arguments. But so far, it's the same as how we do it. A sperm cell fuses with an egg cell, and the nuclei fuse, then preggers, and then we start to grow. But here's the difference. When we grow, our cells divide. To make one cell into 2, first the nucleus makes a copy of all of its chromosomes. Then those copies pull apart, and the whole cell sort of pinches itself off. Now you got yourself 2 cells, each one with a nucleus that has all the chromosomes. Whoa, did you see that? It looked like the scream of a night demon. Well, slime molds don't give a shit. They do it different. Look at this. When their nuclei divide, the cell doesn't divide with them. And now you got yourself a cell with
I
two
don't actually
nuclei,
know if your
the
teeth
nerve,
look like
and then they
this,
do it again
Skulls.
at
So
the
I'm
same
sorry
time,
if I'm
too,
wrong.
like
I
little
know you got
synchronized
two
swimmers. See,
big old
look at them.
fangs.
And it keeps going, and you know where that's headed. A fuck ton of nuclei, and pretty soon you got yourself a big-ass cell.
I assume you have
nuclei
sharp
start
teeth.
making these proteins that have the ability to link
You're a
up.
goblin.
And when they do, they start forming these tubes. The proteins are the same ones we have in our muscles, and so the tubes can contract. And if one part contracts, then its neighbors do too. And that creates these pulsing waves that travel through the slime mold, pushing all this liquidy stuff through these throbbing tubes. And the whole thing's got a rhythm to it. First, all the crap flows one way, and then it turns right around and flows the other way. And this back and forth business is why they look like they're breathing when you speed them up. The pressure from these tubes can push the leading edge of a slime mold outwards. 2 steps forward, 1 step back. This species, for example, Physarum polycephalum, creates these little fan fingers that play touchy-touchy with the world. Remember, there's no brain controlling all of this. More like patterns of contractions. If you put an eye drop of food stank in front of it, those patterns change. The tubes in that area start going crazy, and the whole cell sort of reorganizes, pulling material away from the useless tubes and pumping up the ones that are connected to the num-nums. And all that pressure pushes the slime mold in that direction. All right, simple enough. The booger can move towards food. But food isn't always plopped right in front of you in nature. So what happens when a science hippie blocks the beeline with one of these barriers? We'll get to that in a moment after a brief word about our sponsor. Brilliant.org is an effective and refreshing way to learn science, math, and computer science. Listen, if a single-celled slime mold can solve all sorts of problems without even having a brain, then I'm sure you can learn anything you want to if you put your giant noggin
It's so
to it. But it helps to
snazzy.
have a great partner. Brilliant
It's like
lets you
3D
go
and
at your own
everything. I was
pace.
wondering
It
what
has
you were working
thousands of
on.
interactive lessons that break down big
Where's my
concepts
chopper?
into bite-sized bits that
This
you can
fucking
understand.
sick.
The
Thank
courses
you.
on computer science fundamentals and
Oh my
especially
gosh,
ones
that's
about
cute.
algorithms can show you how a series of simple rules
Thanks,
repeatedly
Pepto,
can create some
for all
very
my
complex
chopper
outcomes.
cards.
And that can help you understand all sorts of things, from how slime molds move to why your TikTok feed is filled with all those, well, whatever it's filled with. And if that doesn't float your boat, there are tons more courses from beginner to advanced.
Okay, you know what? We'll try the fill tool with
Knowledge
this.
about the world around you. To get started for free, visit
No, undo, 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 undo.
20% off Brilliant's
Never doing it
annual
again.
premium subscription.
Never doing it again.
Brilliant has been a long-time sponsor of this show, and I'm a fan.
Coloring the
Check
hard
them out.
way.
Visit Brilliant today.
Never doing that
Where
again.
were we? Oh, right. So the problem here is that if the slime mold just keeps moving to where the food signal is stronger, it'll get stuck. But slime mold don't get stuck. You know why?
Because they're
it knows
slime.
where it's already been. You know in the fairy tales when they leave breadcrumbs behind? It's
Hell
like
yeah,
that.
brother.
But instead of breadcrumbs, it's mucus. The slime mold leaves behind a film of snot, sort of an external map of where it's been.
Ah.
The mucus kind of cancels out the food signal and it tries a new direction. Using this strategy, it can solve a maze. But what's amazing, Kilme, is that the solution
get
it
it?
settles
What's
on tends to be the
amazing?
shortest path through the maze. If you put food down in a bunch of different places, it finds the overall shortest path between all of them. Remember, we're talking about a single cell with no brain. Some science hippies in Japan were like, all right, if you're so smart, try and design a whole railway system. They put
They're like,
food on
I
a map
will.
at each train destination and plopped a slime mold right on top of Tokyo. Think very low-budget Godzilla movie. The slime mold did its thing, but then they realized that it had made paths right through a lake and over some mountains. So they did it clever. They created a surface that let light through where there were natural obstacles on the map. Slime molds hate light. It hurts them, so they avoided those areas. On that surface, the slime mold created this network. And here is the actual rail system. When they looked at the slime mold's solution in terms of how much it would cost, how quick you could get places, and how it did if a part of it broke, it did just as well as the one that the Peoples made, without all the college debt. I mean, they're very efficient hunters, aren't they? And they're hungry. Oh, that's nasty. But don't worry, they won't nibble on your toesies, I don't think, because they're picky. They like protein and some carbs. They avoid the salt, hence the no-no on the pepperoni. And they love the oat flakes. Heart-healthy diet, really. Sure, they might have a cheat day now and then, but who doesn't? If you give them a little buffet where none of the food has their preferred ratio of proteins to carbs, they'll blend two food sources to the right proportions. Shit, I can't even do that. Remember how I told you they avoid salt, right? Well, that can change. If you make them crawl across a salt bridge to get their food, eventually they get used to it, and they'll crawl on a salt surface like a little badass. It's a kind of learning, isn't it? But here's the crazy part. Slime molds can fuse with other slime molds. The veins just kind of merge into each other. Ooh, that's satisfying. No, Jerry, it's not sexy. All right, maybe it's a little bit sexy. But here's the kicker. If a slime mold that has learned to crawl over salt merges with one that hasn't, it passes on that knowledge. Look at this. The one in the middle was never trained to crawl over salt. But after fusing with two that were, it's the first one to cross the salt bridge. They can transfer friggin' knowledge to each other. It's like a Vulcan mind meld. Turns out Scarecrow didn't need a brain after all, just had to snort one of these. These abilities allow slime molds to cope with all the crazy-ass shit that nature throws at them. If it gets too cold or too dry, they can dry out too. They go into a dormant state called a sclerotium. Sounds like a fancy scrotum. No, Jerry, it doesn't look like a scrotum. Well, it does look a little like a scrotum. Anyway, if you just add some water and food, these come back to life again, and they're right back to it. And that goes on until one day they're big enough and the conditions are right to make the babies. The nuclei, which have divided and divided and now can be in the millions, go through one final division. But this time, instead of making an exact copy of themselves, they divide up their genetic material and give half to one and half to the other, like a divorced couple splitting up their books and video games. The resulting nuclei encase themselves into a little baby in a basket. The spores are often woven into intricate lattices and beautiful structures, studded with all those little fruits. And the rest of the slime mold, which has spent most of its life looking like misplaced ejaculate, finally has a chance to shine. Each species does it in their own way. Some raise their little babies up in the air on little stalks. Others create shag carpets of beautifully tangled fuzz. For the insects, whole forests emerge and bloom, and they walk under iridescent baubles and furry little plumes, all of which slowly dry out and crumble as the little babies are carried away by the wind. Or they get eaten by a snail. It's less of an inspirational ending that way. It's more of a slaughter, really. I mean, that's what you get when you're slower than a snail, isn't it? Snails like a cheetah to these poor bastards. No, Jerry, what I'm saying is if you said, here, solve this maze, and what I gave back to you looked like this, you wouldn't say I was smart, you'd say I was a pervert. I'm saying it's a double standard. Well, yes, of course, it'd still be impressive. Looks like Satan's caviar. It looks like what I thought STIs were when I was 10. Looks like a smoker's lung on Pop Rocks. Looks like a goth sinus infection. Looks like what happens when my dog gets into the blueberries. Here we will explore true facts about the ostrich. The ostrich is like the bird you would turn into if you met a dick genie. I don't mean a dick genie, that's different. I mean a genie who is being a dick. You know, wish granted, you're a bird. Awesome, but you can't fly. Oh, but you're a giant.
But you can't fly.
You're like the biggest bird. Okay, like even your eyes are giant, bigger than any other land animal, almost the size of a cue ball. Are you seeing this? In fact, just one of your eyeballs is bigger than your whole brain. I don't think that's a good thing. At times, the ostrich looks a bit like the makers of the Dark Crystal ran out of supplies and just glued floor sweepings onto a starving chicken. Don't get me wrong, it's a sensual bird with luscious lips, a bit thin, non-existent. Really, but as pouty as you can get without having lips. The legs of the ostrich are very strong, and they end in two big-ass feet. These feet are specialized for running, and each foot has two toes. You won't see an ostrich giving you the middle finger, but don't feel bad, it can still do the peace sign, or stick its thumb in a pumpkin and still tickle a kitten. From a distance, the ostrich can look like a dinosaur, but maybe where the top half of the dinosaur fell off at some point. The ostrich moves a bit like if Segway took a stab at reinventing the horse, or perhaps like a very well-greased ATST walker if you speak hyper-nerd. It can run up to 43 miles per hour, the fastest land speed of any bird. It's not the most popular event at the Bird Olympics. The chickadees don't even send a delegate. As the ostrich is a flightless bird, one might assume that like a snow globe filled with chili con carne, its wings and feathers are useless. However, the ostrich seems to use its wings sort of like a rudder or braking system while it runs. Whoops. Ostrich feathers don't have the Velcro-like hooks that lock flying feathers into their distinctive shape. Instead, they have downy, floppy feathers, which are excellent for temperature regulation. Wings and feathers also come in handy to attract mates in mating season. The ostrich does have an 8-inch retractable penis, as you can see here. Jerry, why is it blurry? It's like the new policy thing. All right, I'll just describe it. Imagine if you made a sock puppet out of pork meat, and you were bad at making sock puppets. Males will mate with a number of female ostriches, although one will be his main lady ostrich, but his side ostriches out of your league too are. It is time for the females to lay their eggs. Jerry, where's the footage? That's not allowed either? Well, we need a visual, so you know what you have to do, Jerry. The egg emerges from the female's cloaca, a multi-purpose... What is that?
Get to work, Jerry.
That's not a bad cloaca, Jerry, but we need to see the egg. Here in the wild, we see the miracle of birth. Like everything else ostrich, these are big-ass eggs. A communal nest of up to 60 eggs is formed with the dominant female's eggs in the center. At times, she may even remove some of the lesser female's eggs from the nest. It can get tense.
I think...
Brenda,
No,
where's my
no,
egg?
hold on.
I don't know, did you lose it? No, I laid it right here. Well, maybe it hatched and went to dumb poopy buttbird school like his mom. They're not great at insults. They have a tiny brain. Females guard the nest during the day, while the male takes his turn at night. 42 days later, the cutest little babies are born, and they are nearly ready to fend for themselves. But of course, the burning question is why? Why the ostrich?
All right.
Here's the best guess right now.
I think I'm done?
66 million years ago, an extinction event killed off all the dinosaurs, but also all land animals over about 50 pounds.
Am I missing anything, Skulls?
A small animal on the ground was a bit like riding a tricycle in a mosh pit. The sudden lack of predators gave some birds the opportunity to hang out on the ground a bit more. One branching lineage of birds seems to have produced a number of species that lost flight independent of one another. These are known as the ratites. The eagle, rhea, cassowary, kiwi, and
actually, no, I do see where I need to do something.
Raft,
I have
all
to.
Of these birds have lost their keel, an extension of the breastbone to which flight muscles attach.
Add some shading, which I'll have to be really careful about.
Predisposed to become birds of the ground. A few, like the ostrich and the extinct elephant bird, became giants as they cornered their ecological niche. Others, like the kiwi, if held by the beak, look like a floppy popsicle. Sometimes people may expect you to fly, but if you see an opportunity to run instead, you run as fast and hard as you can until you're the fastest thing on two legs. Who gives a crap what people expect of you? That is how the ostrich do.
These aren't separated.
The dominant Oh, this is a good one, Jerry. Why didn't you use this? Oh, the feather got stuck to it. How many times did you do this? Oh, this is the chick emerging from the egg. That's not bad, Jerry. I don't think we can use it, but I think you're really going above and beyond. Just as a coda, one of the ostriches asked me to read this. Dear viewer, ostriches don't stick their heads in the sand. If you keep saying that, I will stick my head in your butt. You know, as I'm reading it, I feel like he might not have thought that all the way through. But at this point, I think it's between you and the bird. Yeah, don't kill the messenger.
I love you, Griffo. Good morning. I hope your doctor's appointment went well and you slept good.
Let's back up
Hello,
a bit.
baby.
This is Abigail. Second one from the top, sort of right center. Abby is a sea snail in the species Olivella semistriata, and she tells everyone because it's so fun to say.
See you, Skulls. I love you. I hope I'm glad you're liking it.
She spends most of her time hiding under the sand. Abby's friend Millie lives down there too. Millie is in the species
do this
Mazatlanea
side.
fulgurata, which Abby thinks is a bit much. It's always drama with Millie, and she can't stop talking about her babies, which she carries on her back. If she stopped freaking out for a second, we could see them. Freeze. See? They form little clusters on her back, and if we take a closer look, we can see all the little babies inside. Caviar and escargot all in one. Very French. They're going to die too. In any case, let's
They're
get
going
back
to die
Abigail,
too.
the Olivella semistriata. As it approaches low tide and it's time to eat, Abigail does something special. Mostly buried in the sand facing the ocean, she stretches out two propodial appendages, which are wing-like extensions on the front of her foot. Here they are up close, but she gets a little mushy out of the water. She wipes these appendages across the bottom of her foot to gather mucus. As she unfurls them into the flowing water, this creates two mucus nets. Sort of like if you full sneezed into your hand and then spread your fingers.
Ew.
These snot nets collect small particles of food from the passing water. It's kind of crazy, right? Then she pulls the mucus back to her mouth and slurps it all up. Her mouth is the tube on the top, and the bottom one is a siphon. Thank you, Abigail. That's a better view of your siphon. It's like a little snail.
Yay! I'm glad you like it.
To keep eating in the flowing backwash, she needs to move with the tide. She travels by foot. Sorry, dad joke. Wave-like muscular contractions similar to this land snail, along with a nice dollop of mucus, allow her to glide easily across the wet sand. So you leave a little trail of mucus, nothing to be embarrassed about.
It's probably nothing you'll really be able to tell, but it looks weird without shading underneath the hair on the skull.
Tucked up against her side as she crawls. She can use these flaps to help pull herself under the sand. They form an underground covering for part of her shell. Think somewhere between foreskin and a vest. Comfy. She also uses these flaps to sort of gallop when she's startled.
Sounds like a nice hug.
Go. However, when she wants to travel a bit further, she can do something amazing. By extending her flaps and turning on her back, she can use her foot to catch the surf. It's like an underwater Mary Poppins umbrella, but covered in mucus. She'll even flap along a bit, like a bird, keeping up speed until she's in a more suitable position on the beach. And then it's back to eating boogers whilst buried. However, Abigail is not the only surfer on this beach, though. The sea snail Agaronia propatula, nicknamed Agro, you'll see why, has quite an impressive foot surfboard of its own. But Agaronia is not interested in making booger nets in the backwash. Instead,
it's nothing you can even fucking tell.
Well, Abigail.
It's just small detail.
Let's back up a bit. Agaronia is a fearsome predator, but here's the thing. It can't really sense anything more than about 3 centimeters away, and it's the same with Abigail too. Beach life is so simple and predictable that over the years they've lost their eyes and their tentacles, sort of like how human surfers eventually lose their shirts and shoes and jobs. So watching these snails can sometimes be like watching a bad horror movie. No, don't go that way. She went that way. Jump. Instead of eyes and tentacles, Agaronia has evolved sensory organs on the front part of its foot, or propodium. This leading edge that plays footsie with the world can sense chemical signals and movement. If it comes across a drop of snail juice, it strikes. It likes to eat living things, so almost anything that moves is fair game. When it strikes, Agaronia has a fairly unusual method of capture. If it's unclear what just happened, let me explain. Let's just look at the foot. And don't give me crap about the baby. That's a very bad baby. During a strike, the front part forms a spoon shape. This grabs the prey and pulls it back towards the back part of its foot. The back part, or metapodium, cinches up as if it had a drawstring. This forms what is called a metapodial pouch in which the prey is stored.
I love you, Grippo.
Because it can't really see, if Agaronia bumps into something, it takes advantage of it. It's like if, during Black Friday shopping, Walmart turned off...
Enjoy your alert, Kodiak!
You'd just be grabbing stuff. Who knows what would end up in the cart? When you bump into the janitor, if he's small enough, you pick him up and plop him in there, right next to the George Foreman grill. So this hermit crab here has eyes, size, by the way, should have known better, is now seriously regretting having passed over that bottle cap to live in. And he's like, I'm a crab, not a snail. Look, I have pinchy pinchies. Agaronia don't give a crap. Once
I think we're
its
done.
prey is in its pouch, Agaronia begins to bury itself in the sand. Oh gosh, it moved.
I think we're
This is a
done.
bummer way to die,
Hello,
let's face it.
Milo.
It
How are
looks
you?
like
It's so good to
someone
see you.
mostly buried an old
Ahoy,
man on the nudist
ahoy.
beach. Anywho, Agaronia's foot begins to release proteolytic enzymes to start the digestion process. Sorry, it's kind of ironic to die in a testicle, right? Once under the sand, Agaronia will insert its mouth into the pouch on the end of a tube-like proboscis. This mouth is equipped with a radula. You can see one in action on these other snails and slugs. It's a flexible sheet of teeth like fleshy sandpaper. Using its radula, it will eat up all the soft parts and leave the cleaned out shells behind. So when you pick up that pretty shell on the beach, it's basically a murder scene. But if you're an Agaronia, you have to be careful. Live by the foot, die by the foot sort of thing. Because Agaronia are cannibals, and there's always a larger Agaronia afoot. Sorry. It gets complicated. You start getting into arguments about who's eating who. You know, stuff you'd hear at an orgy for narcissists. Agaronia are so aggressive, they will attack things much larger than they could ever fit in their pouch. But they'll give it the old college try. By the way, if you're a scientist with a foot fetish, this is the animal you should study.
All right.
Danny, I don't want you going down to the beach and
So
putting your finger in snail's
we
feet.
started
All the neighbors keep
with
asking me, "Why is Danny
we
going
started
down to
out
the beach and
with
fingering snail's feet. Mother, you can't talk to
this,
me like that anymore. It's my job.
which is nothing.
And I'm a grown man.
And then
Look, it's
we
tiny
started out
little
with
people.
this, and we traced
Agaronia
this.
Isn't all offense, though.
We
It
got
has
this.
one more special feature. See that dark
Sketched
line that goes through
this.
its foot? That is called an autotomy plane. When Agaronia is under attack and retracts into its shell, the part of its foot that is exposed can tear off along that line, and over time it will grow back.
We got our boy
The beach is
skulls.
very far away from this one. Across the world, other snails have
How's it
also
look,
evolved
Pepto?
the ability to surf. If Agaronia are like the lions of the
First-
surfing snails, then snails in the
First
genus
goblin
Bulia are
down.
like the vultures. They've got more of a longboard style of surfing, and what they're looking for
Holy
are
heckaroonies.
dolphins wash
That was
up on the
fun.
beach to
That was
rot.
really fun.
When Bulia senses the cloud
That was
of
really, really
juices
fun.
wafting from this blue bottle jellyfish, for
I'm
example,
very proud of
it will
myself.
surf to the part of the beach where the jellyfish is most
All right, let's
likely
save
to have
it.
landed. If you smell cookies, look in the kitchen sort of thing. No need for a foot pouch. The jellyfish isn't going anywhere, and Bulia feeds on the remains directly with its mouth tube. Bulia also have a creative way of rounding out their diet. Their shells attract the growth of a green algae, which they will eat from time to time to get their veggies in. Even sharpshooters like Impagus saliana
All
have
right.
taken to surfing up and down the beach as they hunt for worms. They ride a nice little shortboard. Impagus are in the same superfamily as these cone snails, and they have yet another method of hunting. They extend their proboscis out towards their prey, in this case a not-so-smart fish.
All right,
Then
let's-
they use a
let me
modified
just send this to
radula in the
Skulls
shape
before I
of a
forget.
barbed needle to harpoon the fish. The radula
And then
contains
we have like
toxins which can stung,
already
kill
5
the
more
prey,
goblins
which
to
is then
add.
consumed whole by the rest of the mouth parts. It's kind of terrifying, but it's over pretty quickly and it beats dying in a ball sack. By the way, if you're a fish, don't respond to those ads in the newspaper to be part of a clinical research trial. So wait,
I think I know what a JPEG is. I just want a picture of a goddamn hot dog. Alright. Do I look like I know what a JPEG is? I just want a picture of a goddamn hot dog. JPEG, 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 JPEG.
Let me talk to you about these snail trails. They're random, right?
Do I look like I know what a JPEG is? I just want a picture of a goddamn hot dog.
You take a typewriter and you put a monkey on it in it. No, there's a lot of typewriters, all right? And there's a
Oh
lot of
no,
monkeys, and they're all
no.
drawings in the sand.
Of course, they gotta do
This is
it.
really getting embarrassing for both of us.
Because why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they? Alright, y'all. I have to go to the bathroom and I have to stretch, so I'm gonna play... Are ads already playing? Are ads playing right now? I don't know. I'm gonna play an ad break because I gotta stretch and I gotta pee and my hand is sore. And then we'll probably be back to play like games for maybe an hour or two, and then we'll find someone to raid. So if y'all have to take care of yourselves, take care of yourself, get something to eat, get something to drink, take your meds if you haven't yet, stretch, rest your eyes, do all the good stuff, and we'll be right back after this break. Thank you so much for being here. Y'all made me feel so much less anxious for my very first art stream. I feel good about it. I feel good about it. It looks good. It looks like skulls. I'm proud of myself. Proud of myself. Let's take a break. We'll be right back right after this. Thanks, y'all. All right, stinkies. I'm done drawing. I'm done drawing. There's a lot of drawing for my little Bumble Brain today. I'm very proud of what I made. Definitely looks a lot better than what I thought it would turn out to be. I was very intimidated by making things look like people. Like you take a reference and then you always look at people who are like, oh, I made this into my own. I was like, oh my god, how you do that? But like as long as you pay attention to the details, like I think I did it. I think I did it. We got skulls. And it looks like skulls. And I'm very proud of that. I think like the thing that I realize now is that his foot isn't straight. I didn't realize that before, but they aren't leveled out at the same place. Which bothers me. We'll figure out how to deal with that later. We'll deal with that later. Maybe I'll just draw the ground with like a little rock or something. Make it make sense. All right. Well, I guess double check that this is saved. Sweet, perfect little Kiki. Perfect little Kiki cat. Oh my gosh, I don't know what I feel like playing. Here, let's get to just chatting for now. We could go back to Hades. You know, I think that's what I'm gonna do. There's nothing like a little bit of hell after some drawing. So let's switch to Hades. All right, and let's open up Hades. With me. Also wasn't me. Kiki, why would you do that? What the heck, Kiki? What the heck? It just goes back to cleaning yourself. Yeah. What the heck was that? Oh. Are y'all in ads right now? fuck? Pre-roll should be off right now. Concerning. What fuck? Let's see here. Game capture. Still on Hades. Okay. We're fine. Actually, wait. I remember why it's not picking up is because we did it like this. Hehe. Come on. Come on, Stinky. We gotta get crowd control enabled. Launch. And start. Alright, whether you're lurking or participating, make sure you grab your coinage. So if you're not going to be participating today, you will at least have coins for next time we do some crowd control.
That definitely came to pass. Looks good, I guess.
Put him on the wall.
The ever smiling.
Care for a warm up with that? Almost felt that.
I have to reload. I'm empty.
Sweet release.
What'd I miss?
6 encounters to rank up to 3 already. Dang. Whoa. Kiki, are you getting tree? Whoa. Whoa, Kiki's getting trees. Spoiled Kiki cat. Oh, that's a stinky one.
She earned that treat, right? She's really cute.
I never said she didn't. I bet she did.
That's not a treat. That's hard. She's going hard.
She's overzealous.
Go with that one.
She's getting big for her britches.
Yeah,
I can't wait to get y'all a Kiki cam. If y'all want to help getting the Kiki cam faster, you can help me by getting the cat tree. Kiki needs a new cat tree. Because the angles are all stinky with the camera.
You wish to meet your Uncle Zeus someday? Imagine me with a luxurious white mane without a modicum of self-control.
Yeah.
That's your Zeus.
You're depressed and you want to die because looking at Kiki's gonna kill you.
Glad I'm on his good side.
No, you just got treats. Get your little butt out of here. This is my muffin. And I never have to reload. But how am I gonna get the bomb? I know, she's like, this is all your fault. More ammo's nice, right?
Exeglyph grows stronger.
I should have maybe got the other
Who keeps
one.
fixing that?
Yeah, just let me break it.
Come on, let's fight. Stay dead next time.
Ooh. Taking damage already this early? Bumble. Get good, buddy. Ow. Stuffers.
Why, you are wielding Exeglyph, the rail of adamant. A most fascinating device. Imagine the new face of war should its secrets.
Blade Rip Dash, let's go!
Not now.
Get out of here, crystals.
Power of Olympus.
Power of your mom. Meow. Buddy. We want jewels.
Gemstones. For the house. That's a relief.
Always to upgrade the house. Still pretty poor, so I'm gonna get money. If I had more money, honey, would you love me, love me, love... Ah! Bitch.
Over there.
How dare you hit me for 1 second? How
Let's see.
fucking dare. Sure's a chaos gate. Got my money to lose my money. Chaos, my love. My love. Here I am.
If you'll forgive me, Master Chaos, this ambrosia is intended to be given to those whom I care about, and I can think of few recipients I'd like to have it more.
Legit.
Please.
I shall accept this as a final offering, O son of Hades. For I am giving it additional consideration and deciding that my previous analysis of your intentions was too narrow, too inaccurate, and I regret comparing what you have been doing to an act of theft. Respond.
Don't even mention it, please, Master Chaos. All of this is new for me as well. I try never to overanalyze. My father does enough of that for all of us.
Legit.
I just know when I encounter the primordial creator, I'm going to give thanks.
I like you, so I'm gonna give you things.
I see. Your response is quite acceptable. And since the act of giving is not an exchange, let us say that you already had my gratitude.
How kind of you. Thank you. Yay! I'm now friends with Chaos!
I sense your consternation, son of Hades, as you look about this space. You have another question and are free to ask.
Best buddies.
Oh, it's just... I sometimes wonder, Master Chaos. If you created all of this, then who created you? What was this place before you arrived?
All of this simply came to be, and so did I, presumably after a former time had finally reached its end. I hesitate to say it was an act of will. It was more like a sudden shift, as when a conflagration happens from a spark. I arrived at such a time, and all else then arrived from me.
Yo, that... No, thank you. I guess we'll do this one.
Not to make it so.
I got one.
Woohoo!
Hey, Projelly.
Projelly! Entry was already complete.
Farewell.
Oh god. Fuck. I killed all of you, shitheads. Bastards. Fucking bastards.
In the name of Hades.
I can't give you no more, Sag. Each time you special. Oh. Your dash strike. Oh.
So shall it be.
Surprise.
Hello.
I'm really very flattered, Highness. You didn't have to get me anything. I mean, your company's more
Yeah,
than enough
but I hear the way they talk to you down
I
here,
figured you could do with
Sisyphus.
something more than that this time around, good sir.
for me. Word is you caused quite the hubbub in Elysium, Prince Ed.
What?
Making the champion up there really worked for it, I hear.
You could say that, I
Guess.
Apparently word gets around. That Theseus, though, he doesn't care for me one bit, let me tell
It's
you.
I don't like Theseus, so it's even.
I bet he'd like you better if you were a regular pushover. Oh well, he'll learn, I'm sure.
I'm sure. We should probably heal. But I'm not going to.
Thank you, mate. Blasted wretches.
Ah, fuck.
Not yet. I'm out. Not now.
Oh. Ugh. Oh. Fucker. Hiya. Yikes, buddy. Lane foes have 15% chance. Ah. I have to do
I'll
this
take this
one. More chaos. More chaos. Oh, thank
No
goodness.
need to thank me, mate. Don't spend it all in one place.
Message for your boss from my professional associate who wanted you to know, and I quote,
Ooh.
Now here goes.
Move speed is nice.
I bet Electo's next.
I bet Electo is next.
Greetings, Electo.
Heard you were in the area. Thought I'd take. Stay there.
Better stop her.
Ah.
Not yet.
Bro. Imperviate these nuts, you fucking nutter butter. Get out of here. Electo, I say no. Oh, you fucking bitch.
Just powering up.
Chase me! Whoa, not you. Ah, fuck! I said not you. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Danger! 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 Danger, 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 danger. Oh, God. Yeah! Hee Ah. Suck it.
Tell Meg I said hello.
Give me this shit.
My boon for Master Chaos has evolved.
Hee. New boons, new pleasure.
Is Tartarus some sort of joke to you?
Bum, 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 bum. I think there's one that works better. There's one that works really well with the gun, I thought. Poseidon, Athena, Ares, Artemis, Demeter. Best friends now.
go with that one.
I'll go for Demeter scales. We'll save monies.
Broke out of Tartarus. Got it.
Got it. Got it. Got it, bruv. You got it, bruv. Oh, I'm gonna get you. He's got that bone. He's got that bone.
It's reloading.
Oh. Oh my god. Liquid hot magma. Oh my gosh. Ah. Oh, thank you. Whoa. Oh, hello. Look at all these gifts. Hello. Hello. Yo, presents galore. Thank you for the gifts. Hello, Sliquid. How are you? It's so good to see you. Thank you for all the presents. Holy moly. How are you doing today, cutie? Oh, frick, I hate these guys. Spreaders. Why did you shoot it over there? Spreader? I hardly know her. Haha. Come on now. Holy heckaronis. Oh, I need to make my gun stronger.
Right there.
I feel like I'm not doing enough damage. Need more damage. Thank you for the gift and curse. I appreciate both of them.
Where to?
I'd spread her like butter on a biscuit. Hey yo, let's go. Sounds delicious. I'd eat that. You know what I'm saying? Hello? Oh my god, this son of a bitch.
I'm empty. Can't do that.
No!
Heads up. I can't. I'm out.
Where is he? Where is he? Where is he? You son of a bitch.
I'll just take that.
I have the Demeter one, so we'll go with Demeter. Some ice with bullets? Heck yeah.
You two again.
No!
I can't.
Ah! No, I keep getting fucking frozen.
I'm empty.
No, no, no!
Not yet.
Oh god. You son of a bitch.
Not now.
No! Ooh.
I
Survive.
warn you that my foster brother Zeus, he has just a disgusting sense of humor, little sprout. He'd have you think he sired half the countryside. I have to shudder at the very thought.
I wouldn't be surprised if he did sire half the countryside, madam. But I only have 3 boons. I need to do this one. If I had more boons, I would have taken that one. Or if I was still in the first area, heck yeah.
More bloodless?
Whoa, you bastard.
No.
Can't do that. I'm out.
Okay. Jerkness.
What do we have here?
Dang. Oh, what the heck, garonies.
I can't.
Stay dead.
Don't do that.
Oh.
I'm empty.
Ah, no. Oh, fucking bombardier bitch.
Not yet.
Jerk this. Give me this. Ah. Macaronis. We have so much money, we should probably go to the store. 600 coins. Probably get 2 abilities and heal. We're lucky.
Cheers, mate.
Your special is stronger and inflicts chill.
It's freezing.
Let's go. Let's get this fucking dime.
May I say,
Come on, Lerny.
lovely this day or night, Lerny.
I'll teach you something. No.
There we go.
What the fuck are you?
Not now.
Oh my god. Can you all pick one thing to do instead of 5 different things to do, please? I'd really appreciate that. Grab these really quick. I love you the freaking mostest. How are you doing today, Slick? Oh, you stubbed your toe? What the heck? No! She's like, this is for not giving me a treat the other day. Do the Mario, swing your arms from side to side. Come on, it's time to go. Do the Mario, take one step. And then again, let's do the Mario all together now. You got it. It's the Mario. Do the Mario, swing your arms from side to side. Come on, it's time to go. Do the Mario. Let's do the Mario all together now. Just like that. Eat. 14 encounters to rank up to level 3.
Should be useful.
Upgraded rarity. Let's go. Eldritch Mario Bane. Oh, my toes are circled. I hear chaos. I just got this health, but let's go. We love chaos.
Well then. In the name of Hades.
Ooh. Nice. We'll do this one. Good thing the doggo has a pair of steps. Who knew if she'd come to finish the job? She's like, oh, you're lucky you ran to my greatest weakness. Stairs. Where are you going? Stop that. Hey you, stop that right now. Stop that, buddy guy. Good thing this house isn't wheelchair accessible, otherwise I'd be doomed. If you take her for a walk anywhere near stairs, she will look for a ramp and go that way. It's pretty funny. Aww. Poor little pupper. My cute little baby. What a cute little baby.
More trouble.
Ah! What?
Once rearming.
No. Are you legitimately rearming when I'm standing here shooting you?
I'm empty. There's more. I'm out.
What the fuck? Who added a satyr? Oh my god, I'm dead. I'm dead.
No, you don't. Not now.
Oh my god, it's fucking... Ugh.
That's one less problem, right?
Ah, there goes my extra health. Big doggo. You little stinker. You little stinker. No. No. Yes.
Perks you right up. Should be something useful here.
Do this one this time. More health.
Here's the fee.
I'm a greedy little goblin. I can't not. Hee hee. You did not just come back to life while I was destroying you, you son of a bitch.
Not yet. I can't.
Bad arrow boy. Die. Sucker. You fucking son of a bitch. No, you fucker! Frick.
A shiver in the air just now, and that can only mean that chilly Demeter decided to give you a little help there, huh? Or maybe it's just cold. I mean, this is a mountaintop.
Ahoy, James! How are you? It's so good to see you. Your call inflicts. Oh.
To my health.
To my health, indeed. No monies. Oh, a ding dong.
Here's something to remember, fishies.
Yeah. Ooh, I think that one's new. I don't remember. Rarely ever seen a water-dwelling creature quite as splendid as the sea mare, and I can assure you I've seen many great growing up with the kind of mother I had. Cute. It's so cute. I'm good. How are you? We'll do this one.
A curse of chaos has expired.
Oh God.
Not now. Ready. Suffer.
Ugh. Oh no. Oh no. Ah! Oh boy. Frickin' hackers.
Good enough to eat.
Specialist stronger. Cast drops a crystal. Your call. 140 is probably
Juicy.
bigger. Jewels galore. This would make you rage. Oh, it's alright. I'm just not the best with the gun. Fricker hacker.
Useless.
You mean these coin, diamond, jewels?
Let's see.
Ah, I don't have enough money. Ugh.
Friend? Hello, friend? Friend!
Damn it.
Friend!
There's no jars here. No. There's no pots of gold. Thanky. Thank you so much for following. You're now officially a little stinker. Welcome to the grove. All kinds of mushrooms. We love the shroomies here. All different kinds of mushrooms. We love the shroomies. The second guy. Oh no! Frick. Frickin' hacker.
Not yet.
Oh my gosh, little guys. Good thing I have these. Fucking stupid stuff. Ah. Man. No, I just call you a bitch.
Bright swords.
You're a bad bitch, and I like that you're here. Ah! Welcome, James, you badass bitch. Whoa. 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 Oh my god. Why are they taking so long to die? Just die. Oh my god, no. Frickin' heck. I need some fucking help.
Is that right, cuz? And you beat the big boatman himself? I knew you were pretty tough, but not that tough. Impressive work. He's impressed too. He isn't even mad.
Okay. Cool. Ugh.
Not what I need right now.
Come on, dude. Ah. It took the money one.
Not dead yet.
No, no, we're not.
I'll take this one.
You gotta do me like that.
Shiny.
Karen, I thought we were friends, buddy boy.
Gentlemen, I'm back.
What hope can you possibly have?
Thanks for your concern.
What would you know of trust? Being a vile,
Ugh,
grievously wounded
Theseus.
already
So
creature, such as you
annoying.
are?
Oh, fuck.
So, monster, you think you have the wherewithal to achieve victory?
Not yet.
Whoop. 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 Oh.
Thus I reassert my status as the
Damn
champion.
it. It's all about me, the son of Hades, Zagreus, trying to escape hell.
That's Orpheus is singing.
Oh, hell. Truly. Dang.
Hey, wow, you did it! According to my
Dang.
list, it says you died, what, 50 times at least? That's more than anybody.
I'm sure you can catch up.
Mother!
Oh, Cerberus. Doubtless you deserve the biggest thanks that this house still stands, don't you? Did you enjoy the treat I brought you from the surface?
Right? Such a pretty voice.
The surface treat devouring hound of hell provides the queen a most decidedly affirmative response.
I thought you might. You wouldn't know it wasn't made of meat, I'll bet. I'll see if we can't grow you plenty more.
Greetings, father. Ran into Lady Demeter out there on my last outing. Or should I say my grandmother? Was she to you then, ex-mother-in-law? Source of abject terror?
Abject terror.
Keeping track. Our family's rather complicated.
Do not invoke her name inside my house, you hear me, boy? You do not know at all what she is like. Though I can see why
Okay,
you two hit it
relax,
off. She
father.
hated her father. Though understandably, as he was worse even than mine. Even than yours.
Hard to imagine. Work is approved upon my father's name. Not like he's paying any heed.
You are distracting me.
Oh, dang. It's for people who like live and breathe this game. Damn.
Fill it in.
Oh my.
Our court musician will not be so indulged.
Contractor, I have another job. If Achilles is going to stand around eternally, it might as well take place on something soft.
Yeah.
He is a shade, boy. What use has he for supple carpeting?
At least I care.
How about this, contractor? I think those pedestals over there are just a bit too modest for my tastes.
Yeah.
I do suppose that gold suits those sufficiently.
It does, father.
Work approved. This thought-provoking piece seems like a decent conversation starter for the whole.
Look at that.
Utterly preposterous design.
It's called art. Look at this.
I paid for it, I can mess with it.
Just keep poking it. I am. Speaking of which, I'm probably due for a quick donk. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna go do dab real quick. A quick little dabski. Uno momento. I'm just gonna go behind the oh gosh, I'm dropping everything now. I'm just gonna go. Oh god, I'm dropping everything. Alright, I'm just gonna go to the e-rig and do a quick dab, and then we'll be back and we can continue this run. Anyone want to dab with me? Please feel free to stay safe and be responsible. All right. Bonk. A bonk a stonk. Stink stonk. Alright.
Orpheus, sorry to interrupt.
So much
it's just,
better.
I couldn't help but notice that new ballad that you're playing there.
Technically, why not consider it a hymn, my friend? In honor of your numerous travails prior to your current set of
honestly have no
circumstances,
idea
which was
because
pale
it's
in
my
comparison
roommate.
to all the rigors you've endured to date.
I'll have to ask him when he gets home.
None of the information in your hymn is accurate. It's nonsense. I was just kidding with you, mate. I tried to make that clear. You get so lively when I tell you my tall tales, you know? You're not angry with me, are you?
Oh yeah, I heard of the Puffco ones. I heard they were really good.
Heavens no, my friend. Your humility is matched only by your perseverance in the face of adversity. May your great deeds live on forever, much like you.
Cheers. Nix, you ever have a burning urge to find the case files for the circumstances under which our
Did you have the ones that are like the travel ones? So like they're rechargeable, but you don't actually have to leave them plugged in? Because those were snazzy. I thought about getting one of those when I was traveling a lot for work.
My child. But you may discover once you find his case files in section Zeta Pi Omega upper beta folder.
It's still good though. It's still good.
Suffers may be quite in excess of his
That's whack. That's so crazy.
Zeta Pi Omega upper beta folder.
Yes.
I'll look into it as soon as possible. Thanatos does it again.
Why aren't I ever on there?
How's it going with that pact of punishment you signed? You've made some meaningful improvements to the underworld.
Yeah, I have.
I'll fight my way out of this place or earn it. Pact is nothing to me other than a way to keep things lively.
You are delusional. I'll never understand you or your father. Anyway, if you're looking for more punishment, you know where to find me.
I do indeed.
Telling you there must be some mistake your death of old age.
Here's what I caught.
Oh, nice.
I'm much obliged.
I want to, but I know it's not worth it. James, you are such a good stinky little goblin. In fact, you are the one of the stinkiest goblins. I'm so proud of you for collecting all the shiny little trinkets and tokens and just being the stinkiest little stinker around. Good heckin' job. Very proud of you. Good job. Good job. keep being super stinky. Yeah, I like this one more.
I have returned.
Damn it, that was nothing, pal.
Interesting. The Zeus one is really nice. I like the Zeus one. I mean, I already am going to take less damage from the front. Actually, you know what? We'll just keep Demeter's. We should be able to complete with the shield. What is it? This. There we go.
Time to break out of here.
Bam, 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 bam.
Lady Demeter.
Family, why, I think we understand something of loss now, don't we, Zagreus?
Yes.
Unlike the mortals on the surface. Always begging me for plenty. They'll get none. But as for you, I have a plethora to offer.
Damn. Ice Queen. I like it.
I'd like to see more options. I see. Out of my sight.
Nice. Nice.
The power of the gods.
Damn, it's gonna be broken. Let's go.
Oh, good. Look what I found.
Doing so much damage. The shield is so broken. I forgot how broken the shield was.
In the name of Hades.
In a lifeline package. Got that shit myself.
Oh. Oh, here we go. Blast effect. Here we go. Here we go. We're still missing. Okay, Killing Freeze and Ravenous Will. Okay, now I need Zeus. Crystal Beam. Oh, like honestly, one of everything. Just get stretched. don't know why a good stretch always makes me yawn. Bud. Let me smash you to death. Bet it felt good though. Bet it felt good. Just cause you gotta get like a good deep stretch. And when I feel it in my back, I can't help but like... Yo, feel it. I thought it would go faster.
That key, it granted me fated persuasion. I know you're out there,
Fishing.
fish. You're mine.
Oh.
I got the Skilliscion.
Skilliscion. Oh, just stretch really, really deep. Get a deep stretch in, and then you'll probably stop yawning.
You've been waiting for this, haven't you?
Saying yawning made me yawn.
That's what you
Get
get.
fucked up,
chose to sever
bitch.
ties with all of us and stew alone within his land beneath the earth. But you are not beholden to his actions.
That's right. I am not my father. I like catch them so badly it's terrible. It's like my immune system can't fight the word or the mob. I feel that. I feel that. Even just talking about them makes me want to yawn more. Heck. Damage your foes around you and briefly deflect. Your dash deals damage and reflects. I'm gonna re-roll one more time. I guess it could be.
None of these.
It kind of started off that way because it was supposed to like be me calling people like bitch in a degrading way, but I honestly can't really call anybody a bitch in a degrading way because I just start laughing. So I end up usually like just saying it in like a silly mannerism. I can't really do degradation. I could try, but I wouldn't be very good at it.
Bitch.
You stupid bitch. You dumb fuck.
Dumb stupid.
See, I can't even sound serious, but I'm like, yo, bitch. Yo, bitch. Your attack is stronger and can... Oh, fuck yeah. Let's go. Shh. That's one of the roommates. He's not the one who owns the E-rig. Our other roommate is the one who owns the E-rig. So he doesn't know what kind it is either.
Yo, little bitch.
That's Pepto. Pepto is the OG roommate because technically he's the whole reason why I'm streaming, because this is his computer.
Raise me more, bitch.
He's pretty snazzy. He's just working himself
Let
up.
me see.
Legit. All the W's for Pepto. He's a fucking G. He's one of the baddest boys around, you know? He's a bad boy. But in a good way. I had to make sure everyone was on the same page.
Let's see what else.
God, these suck. I guess we'll do this for future. I'm gonna leave that on the ground to heal after, though.
Instead of me.
She won't let this go.
Oh my god. Let me break you, you fucking bitches!
To think we both know better than to let old grudges stew forever.
You're the only one who's pissed off. Shut up and give me what I want. Oh, that's nice, but no. Ooh. Yes, sir. Yes, Daddy Chaos. Yes, Daddy Chaos. Ooh. Chaos is my favorite.
Here is my favorite among those immortals dwelling underneath the earth. May I change your life today, lewdsome Hades?
Just be your incredible, exalting self. Hades sucks. He's my dad. Chaos is the best.
Oh, good.
He's just the snazziest looking, all around, coolest heckin' feller. Second coolest in my opinion is, here, I'll show you. This beautiful baby. Eurydice is fucking beautiful. So Hades looks cool, but he's a dickhead. Nyx is like, again, one of my top three. So my top three are Chaos, Nyx, and Eurydice. Eurydice? Yeah, Eurydice. I always forget how to say her name. Yeah, the art in this game is fucking beautiful. The music, everything about this game is just so good. And then Thanatos. Thanatos is a sexy motherfucker. Everyone in this game is just, like, hot in their own way. Like, even the old lady's hot. My mom! I still have so much to unlock. I have to enter Styx 45 more times. That's insane. I would love to learn how to draw in this art style. It's so beautiful.
Surprise.
Crystals. Crystals are the worst next to bombs. Suckers.
I'll just take that.
It's back. There's nothing else here. Yes! It's a side. It's a heckin' roguelite. Heckin' play it over and over again, but you get like a whole bunch of different weapons and stuff. Okay, we're gonna go to this guy, because technically... Webby! Hi, baby! Hello, beautiful! Mwah! I love you, Webby. How are you? You're heckin' gorgeous. I hope you're having such a good day, baby.
Someday you will be the guest of honor at the biggest feast that you have ever seen.
Heckin' cutest little Webby.
Hate to be ungrateful here.
Ooh, yeah. I mean, this is nice too, but
Feeling good.
nectar. We like nectar in this house. Love you, Bumble. I'm good. Still at work. Have about an hour. It's much better day of a day now. Okay, I'll give you. Mwah. I'll give you an extra kiss on the house, because sometimes I know your work can be so stinky.
Sisters?
Yo, we get all 3 today. Oh, fuck, okay. I mean, it's a good thing I have my shield today, I guess. Oh, fuck. Frick. Yo, fuck off, dude. Oh, fuck you. Fuck off. Fuck, I dashed right into that. Okay, well, fuck it. No, he took the damage, we'll just go ham. Oh, fuck, of course she hits rage. Why did I have to get all fucking 3 sisters at the same time? This rarely ever happens. Oh, for fuck's sakes. Oh, I thought I could kill her fast enough. We're going for a more Demeter Ice run, but we got a couple of things going right now. Okay, we'll try to keep our money above 200, so there's a chance that we can buy a heckin' life back, because I did not mean to lose 2 there. Ugh, stinky.
Unable to contain you.
Stinky.
Let's see here.
Dionysi. Skull earrings. I mean, Artemis. We'll do that one after. We'll just finish.
Should help. Exactly.
There it is. I'll get this and this.
Should come in useful.
Alright.
See you, Tartarus.
And now we should get our health back. Let's get our health back.
Now we're getting somewhere.
Flames. Through the flame and the fire.
Skull crushers.
Oh, fuck.
My boon from chaos is transformed.
There we go. Oh, hammer time! Let's fucking go. Oh, let's fucking go! Oh, yes, and we're gonna have a chest. Hold on. Oh, you fucker. Oh. Why do I always think it's fucking... Oh. Hammer time. Your special deals 50 damage to foes around you when you can. Fuck yeah.
My shield grows stronger.
What are we getting here? Money? Fuck yes.
All right, wretches, get to work.
Come on. You fucking son of a bitch! You're making me waste money! Where are you? Fucker.
Why do I bother?
Ugh. Stupid fuckface. He made me waste so much more money than I had to. Stinky butt.
Off we go.
Let's go spend it. Just go spend my money. Let's go spend my money.
Just what I need.
I greet you, cousin.
What's up?
I bring to you the Lady Demeter, cousin. I've asked that she please rest assured knowing we have your matter well under control. Though it...
All right.
Let's
go.
In all your boundless intellect, I'd have expected you would know I see through your intentions plain as day.
Do I get the thing that I need? Yeah. Lovely.
Thank you, mate.
See you, Karen. Have a good time. I love you. Goodbye. Keep keeping death
Ready when you are,
cool.
barge of death.
Let's go. 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 Let's go.
Good.
You fucker. Give me my shit. Thank you.
You've met Athena, dearest, so you know not all the ladies on Olympus are alike. And I, for one, am grateful to our forebears for that.
Hehe. After you take damage, foes around you inflict when. Revenge damage. That's nice. I wonder if that counts even when I'm... Probably doesn't count when I'm blocking, but...
Thanatos.
Oh, it's like fishing. My baby, hi!
Let's see who's better at this, Zagreus.
Webby, my main bitch. I am so happy you're here. Thank you for being here. I hope you're having a wonderful day. I love you. Oh, big stretch. Go this way. Oh, this way. Oh. Some water. All right. I'm glad you're here, Webby. It always makes me so happy to see you and anybody else in chat.
I'll get right on it, Can.
No, I'm killing him. You can't just take my kills, Thanatos. God. No, my kills. Where'd you go?
You took down more than I did.
Yeah. Duh. Why wouldn't I? Webby, you're so sweet. Grippo, hello, cutie. It's so good to see you.
I can use this.
Let's see.
I'll save you from the magma fishes.
I posted what I finished drawing in the art section in Discord. So if you weren't here to see me finish it, but you want to see the finished drawing of at least the first goblin in the power stinky pose, I posted it in the Discord chat. So feel free to look if you are intrigued. It turned out a lot better than I thought it would. Thank you for everybody who spent time with me during my first art stream. It was a lot of fun. I don't know why I felt so nervous, but I'm feeling much better now. Ooh.
Power of Hermes. Hear me on my authority.
Thank you, Grippa. That means a lot. That means so much to me. I plan to add at least, I guess, 5 or 6 other people in it now, since some people asked. And I figured why not try adding some more stinkies. I don't have a lot of money, might as well just go see Chaos. I love my boy Chaos.
The heart of the underworld.
Or Pain is their picture. I hope you end up getting something other than just coffee, Stinky. Enjoy your lurk. I love you, Grippo. I have a lot of health. I probably could get more, but I want to upgrade some of my boons. Oh, delicious. Nice. More damage. Is there room for a bitch? There's always room for a bitch. Always got room for a bitch. The slick, the lick, the gloopy, the oopy. The sloop, slorp, glorp.
Everything just fine?
Hello, gloopy, ya heckin' bitch. How are you doing, Sliquid? It's so lovely to see you. Welcome back, Stinky.
Don't do that. There. Not now.
Need this shit back. Nope. Woo! Hold back. Hold back. Oh, ouch. Lenny, stop it. Or Lerny, I mean. Gosh, darn it. You're a hackin' cutie yourself.
Till you reconstitute again. Sure.
Wait, go. Perfect, now I can switch it. One day I'm gonna try this game, it looks so intense. It's so fun. I really enjoy it. Oh, I really enjoy it. Who else are we almost done? I know we're almost done another one. 42 encounters, 44. 1 encounter. 6 encounters. 36. We'll do this one. 28. Ow! Yeah, I smacked my wrist. Wasn't my funny bone this time. Yeah, it was like right here. You have to add like padding to the desk or something. I know. Yeah. It's all accidental. This desk doesn't move out of my way when I'm moving. How dare. I know. Does it not know who I am? Do you know who I... No, I... yeah. Yeah. I couldn't even say that. I know who I am. Bumble Bane. The bumbliest of bums. Oh! Get blasted. Oh no!
Don't do that.
Sorry. You son of a bitch. Thank you for collecting your daily mushrooms. Yeah, collected. This is Bumble, the one and only amazing, beautiful, talented, and sexiest Bumble that has ever bumbled. Wow, you gonna make me blush. Thank you, it's so sweet of you. It still feels like underselling how amazing you. Oh, what the heck? Y'all are gonna make me blush. What the frick? I don't even know what to say that's so nice. Yo.
Come and get it.
Bumble doesn't deal with compliments well. Ah! Oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. Just beat him off in the corner. Beat him off in the corner. Oh man. We're gonna be out of money by the time I finish killing you. Yeah, fisticuffs.
Oh my.
Fisticuffs. More health. More health, Kiki, more health. Ho ho. Ho. Ho ho. No.
Bring it.
Ho ho. Oh shit. Of course it's the butterfly. Listen. Ah! Oh. Oh, fuck. Wait, who swapped my weapon? Oh no! I had such a good gun build! You son of a bitch. You son of a bitch, you stinky stinkerson. Damn it. Noted, tell the Bumble facts of how amazing and wonderful a friend and best stinker you are. What the heck, Webby?
Olympus, I accept.
Yeah, stinky, 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 stinky. Oh, restore the threshold. Fuck yeah. Oh, that's some good stuff. You know what, we're gonna go for Aphrodite. Oh, I see who did it. Of course. Of course. The stinkiest of stinkers would only change my weapon to the one I hate the most! Oh, what the fuck? Okay, goodbye, run. Goodbye, run. Goodbye, run. Are there two? Are there fucking two Electos? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Hello? Oh god, I wish I had my shield. Oh my god, I wish I had my shield. Oh, fuck off, dude. Bro. What the fuck? What's my weapon now? Oh, my shield's back. Okay, sick. Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck. What the fuck is happening right now? Oh, fuck. Oh. Okay, but I'm still getting attacked, so like...
Where'd the other one go?
I don't know if he was still beating my ass in the background, but it sounded like it. could fucking try, you little pussy ass bitch. Oh, fuck. Oh! Oh! Ugh. Oh! Fuck you!
I don't think so.
Fucking Asterius, you bull-bagged bitch. Fucking slut. Ugh. Honesty comes easy when it's what the heck? That's my line. What the frick is going on? Fuck. That would actually be nice.
He just grows stronger.
Revenge? Oh. Heckin' killing me. I'm just gonna tack on the more health. More health, more pleasure.
Even in death.
Ah, yes.
Here you go.
Here in Elysium, you have to win this stuff. So I have rarely.
I'd say you earned it more than anybody else I've seen around here lately.
I hope you're having a wonderful day, Solus, and I hope you liked... You are so generous. I'm glad I got the shield back. All I saw was weapon change, and I was like, no! Thank you. I hope you like your birthday present. I worked really hard on it. I love you very much. Around here lately, though, I don't make the rules. Need to give him a few more.
What is that on your wrist there, stranger? Let me see, is that a bracer of the Myrmidons? Achilles.
Achilles.
This is his bracer, yes. You recognize it then. Were you a Myrmidon yourself? I heard they were unstoppable.
Yee, I'm glad I could make you cry. It sounds so silly, but my goal is to make at least each and every single one of you cry once. It's my goal. Should make you so happy. Yeah. I love you. Ugh, beautiful. No, I'm gonna go for money. I'm gonna go for money. I will fuck you and your mama. Back the fuck up. Oh, I just got my health back! Oh, fuck. Fuck. Why is there always like 3 of them? Oh, fuck, I'm stuck in this corner.
Just a bit longer.
No, get fucking hit by all these traps, you stupid! Get fucked! Get fucked!
That one's come back.
Good. Good job, Slick. That's my slime praise.
All clear.
Hot. That's hot. Ugh.
Yum.
Yum. That was horrendous. I had to highlight this so you know how horrendous it was. Oh my god, I love you. Hey, I'm just giving the slimes what they want. Ooh, that was close. Hey, you back the fuck up. Who's left? You. Are you just stuck in this corner? Get out of here. Get out corner. And you stop that. Quit it. Fucking butterflies.
God's grant me strength.
Okay. It's 'cause I gave her her birthday present. Yeah, I was so mean to her. I bully Soul to make myself feel better. Sometimes just making her cry makes me feel good. I can't even say that seriously. I just drew her and left her a silly little message because it was her birthday yesterday, and I wanted to make sure she knew how special and how much she means to me. She's really cool and snazzy like that. Oh, Pepto's the biggest bully. He's so mean to Soul. Oh my gosh. You should have seen the way he was talking to her last night. On her birthday of all times, too. Heckin' horrible. Oh yeah, more questionable clips. I'm so happy. It always makes me laugh to see what y'all clip. Come on. You really have to be right in the middle. I can't reach you over there, you fuck. No, I'm just teasing. They pick on each other. But it's all because they love each other.
Soul's a baby back bitch.
What the fuck? Can I borrow this spray bottle anyways and talk to Pepto? I mean, if you want. I don't see why not.
It's Godspeed, all right.
Definitely for innocent reasons, right? Oh, something in my eyeball.
In the name of
I'm gonna
Hades.
save up money.
What'd that butt crack say?
That butt crack. I love Pepto, probably one of my favorite guys in the whole world. Never mind. Fuck you, Pepto. I adore Pepto. He's an adorable little shit sometimes, though.
You're a butt crack.
So much love in this community. I love it. I love you. Shit. I guess we'll do a dash one because I'm gonna be getting chased a lot in this, so. Ooh, I'm a little fairy boy now. I love it. Ivan would be so proud.
If you seek a swift and righteous death, you fiend, you...
Shut up. I'm gonna fuck your mom, Theseus. How about that? Yeah, I'm gonna fuck all the moms. Especially your mom. I'm gonna fuck her first. No, this guy's mom. Stop blocking me. I'm fucking legit stabbing you from behind, you fuckface. Hurry up and call the fucking god.
I was like, you're gonna fuck my mom? Fuck you, I'll fuck your mom.
No, we'll fuck each other's
You don't wanna go
mom.
down that road with me, Fred.
We'll be your mother lover. I will fuck your mother. Oh, fuck.
I love your mother. You love my mother. Let's
We'll fuck each other, mothers. By the way, fuck you. Theseus, fuck you, buddy. You can add me to that list. Was it him I made go quiet just by moving my hair behind me when I was... Yes. Because you were so cute. Ah! Shouldn't have paused it during this fight. Shouldn't have paused it during this fight. Theseus, come here, you bitch! Bullhorn! Bullhorn! I'll fucking blow my horn, you bitch. Fucker.
You and me now.
City I live in, the city of angels. Together we stand. Ah! Fuck! That was funny because he killed me right when you said that. Pepto is so cool and cute, actually. He is cool and cute. But don't let him know that. Make his head too big. That was for you, my one and only fan. Sorry I let you down last time. It wasn't my fault. I blame Pepto. Ball earrings. Bumble's way cuter though. I hope so. I heckin' hope so. Even if you shouldn't play golf with friends because he will bully you. If you play golf with friends with Pepto, he'll bully you. But honestly, that's kind of what makes it more fun.
I like hit people like one time, and then I just leave alone. People hit each other, and they just fucking blame me.
I love you the freaking mostest.
Oh, that was Pepto. I was like, I would eat the fucking hole.
It was not true. Not true.
And I don't ever want to feel
Yeah, it was Webby's second time ever playing the game. You like kept it.
Also, Webby sprays me all the time.
It's true, he's gotta get his vengeance every once in a while. Shark, take me to the place I love. Take me all the way. Oh, I hear golf. I mean, not golf, fishing. I hear fishing. Just wait, Pepto, I got your number. Who? Does that mean you got my number too? Can you call me? Can we plan a date? I'd love to plan a date. Respectfully. Respectfully. Not to step on Cora's toes. Respectful dates. I have points saved up. Just wait till it's turned back on, Pepto. I got your number. It's true, I've had it off recently. Oh, I would definitely go on a friend date. It'd be so fun. If only the world was smaller. 69! Okay, I have to go across the way though, but I would love to 69 with you, Soul. It's just the rig is across the room, so give me 1 second. While I'm 69ing, I'm also gonna fill up my water bottle. It's almost full. Yeah, that's probably good enough. Alright, and we'll do a dab ski.
One time. I don't know why. Because we can how hard we try. What?
Where'd you leave the tool?
Up there. Times probably big. Let's talk by the pendulum swings. Let's talk down to the end of the day. Got life away.
You moved the tool. You freaking
Oh, it's right here.
out the window. He just fucking singing to himself, like running.
What it meant to me will eventually be a memory. Trying so hard, trying so hard. It doesn't even matter. But in the end, it doesn't even matter.
Alright, that was a good ball. Short's your backup singer.
You won't even recognize me anymore.
Literally a memory. Okay. There's not enough monies in these rooms. Who wants me to slam him up into a wall? I'd fucking slam you into a wall any day. Huh. Who wants Bumble to slam him into a wall?
It's one of their layers.
Consensually, of course. Oh. Fuck's sake. Are you fucked? Are you fucked? This was supposed to be a consensual fucking... Do the Mario, swing your arms from side to side. Come on, it's time to go do the Mario. Let's do the Mario together now. You got it. It's the Mario. Do the Mario, swing your arms from side to side. Come on, it's time to go do the Mario. Take one step. And then again, let's do the Mario all together now. Just like that. Fuck you, Asterius. Fuck you and your mom. Fuck you and your dad. Fuck, just fuck you. Fuck you and your big bull dick, dude. God, there's probably so much inappropriate art of this man, this bull man on the internet. How big he, look how big he is compared to Zagreus.
Everything you say to me
is like a memory. Set you free, yeah, yeah. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? I'm blind! Ugh. Yo, can you fuck off, bro? Can you fuck off? Asterius, just fucking die. Ah. Ah. Okay, hold on. Fucking Griffy is on me. Love you both so much. Thought I hit it so well. I love you, Griffo. Want you to know that I spawned the boss in there. Was it you? Was it you? You stinkers. You always gotta heck with me. So yesterday, I went to the rheumatologist and found out that I had fibromyalgia. And I told my partner, and he was all like, "You're gay? Confirmed?" He was all, "Sorry you have the gay." Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
I guess I win this
I'm
round.
so sorry. If you need to talk to anybody, Solus is actually the tranny conductor.
I had the gay once, and then my mom got a job.
He actually has the Horsma, so if anyone can relate, it's probably Pepto.
I got Horsma.
He's got Horsma. He's not allowed to donate blood.
And I'm about to break.
Olympus, I accept this message.
I'm about to break.
Using fountains restores all health. Ooh, this is so tempting. They probably already healed me, so we're gonna do this one. Wow. Ooh, health, yay! And is that diamond worth buying? I don't think the diamond's worth buying. We'll be back. We'll be back. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. We'll do this one. I'm about to break.
Nothing.
You.
Richard. Well, look to the game. This is the best Linkin Park album by far. Hybrid Theory.
Poisoned.
I'm poisoned. Lung. Wall smash. Just repeatedly smashing him into the wall. But while male models.
Hey, a satyr sack already.
Fuck. I didn't want this yet. Let me just leave. Just leave.
Olympus, I accept this message.
Your foes' ranged attack projectiles are slower. I do need a cast thing. We'll do this one.
A whole entire sack of something. Bit of an aftertaste.
Let me drink some water.
One satyr sack coming right up. Where
No
to?
fishing. I heard something. Nothing. Upgrade. We gon' upgrade. Oh my gosh, no! Bad. I get stinkies. Oh, money! Yay! Money, 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 money! Fuck you, crystals.
Just thought I'd say hello. Purge boons for
Let's see here, let's see here, let's see here, let's see here. No. Pepto's in his emo phase today. Hello, friends. Hello. Hello. How are you, cutie? It's so good to see you, Stinky. How are you doing? It's so lovely to see you. I hope you're having such a good day today. Buddy, buddy. Alright. I hate the exploding one.
I can't.
Alright. What are you spawning? What are you spawning? What did you spawn? Just these stinky little ones? What else is in here with me? Fucker. Okay.
Power of Olympus.
I'm good. It's so good to see you. I'm hecking doing wonderful. We started the day off with some art and we're finishing up with some thank you for holding me. We're finishing up with some Hades. It's been a wonderful stream so far. I got all you cuties that have been hanging out with me. I couldn't ask for a better day. We got Pepto singing emo music in the background. It's a mood. Oh, fuck. Heckin' stinker. Nice. Woohoo! Let's go. I fucking love Deflect so much. Oh.
What is it now?
Come on. No!
Set.
Oh, I was so excited to fucking finally beat Hades. Oh, fuck. Ugh. Hell, Stinker's gotta fuck with me and switch my weapon again. Why? Pepperonis. Ugh, so stinky. Goodbye, perfect shield build.
Just protect me.
Oh! Oh, I got it back! Oh, I got it back! I got it back! Oh, food. Thank you! Thank you for giving it back to me! Oh my gosh. I'll treasure this gift forever and always. Oh, fuck.
Positively crawling.
Tangle with us, Dionysus, tangle. Call me Will Smith, cause I'm in an entanglement! It's Pepto's favorite line. Huh, nice. Whew, scary. I only wanted to take it away for a moment. Let the pain sink in for a minute or two. And then take it away again.
For one good boy.
Just a nice, good tease. I thought there was a trinket that lets fishing happen more often. I think there is, and I'm not wearing it. I should.
What is this stuff?
You don't want to know. Come on. Drive safe, Webby. Thank you for spending time with me. I love you. Have a good rest of your day.
Useless.
Wow. Nice. Easy, bro. Wish it had more money. Poison. Poison, 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 poison. Oh, fuck, I poisoned myself. Oh, see, I fucking knew you could drop me money. Heck yeah. I was like, I swear somebody did it before. Stinky.
Okay.
Money, 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 money. Nice. Oh, boy. I got money. Work, work. Let's see. This one's gotta be good.
Here's the fee.
Let's
That's
go.
the stuff.
Okay. Death Defiance restores more than usual. Okay. Get these
Cheers,
two.
mate.
I mean, when all foes are chilled, chill afflicted, they're 10% slower and decay. It'd be between these two. I feel like killing Freeze. No, we'll do Crystal Beam because it says when all foes.
As we're doing business.
Oh, here we go.
You're out of stock, Charon.
Let's go! I'm fucking... Oh, I hope there's a fishing thing. I hope there's a fishing thing. I hope there's a fishing thing. Please be a fishing thing. Please be a fishing thing.
See you, boy.
Please be fishing. 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 I'm gonna kick your ass this time. Please be fishing. Yes. Oh.
Be still. These waters, teeming with Poseidon's river denizens. That one there before me. It's been taunting me, I think, for quite some time.
Shut up, father, and
Fishing,
bite me.
Sounds more pleasant than having you slaughter me again, or the other way around.
You mistook my meaning. First
He's like, no, we're gonna fight, and then we'll go
It has
fishing.
not yet come to its senses. Though if you vanquish me, I'm certain your uncle shall not mind if you extract it yourself.
They call him Fire Oh, fuck.
Not yet.
Ugh. Get him, Dusa, get him! Ah, fuck. Worst time to use it. Or actually, maybe best time to use it. Oh, fuck you, buddy. Oh, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you! Forgot those exploded. Buddy. Father, fuck off. Oh my gosh, come on.
So this is how Olympus is assisting our domain. Get out, Darkness.
Fuck off. Fuck. Here we go. Here we go. Best part of the game. Let's go. Phase 2. I'm just so fast. Pew! Come on. Phase 2 is always easier. Hide in the center, I dare you. I'm too fast. I got speed, bitch! It's okay, I still got speed. Still got 2 more lives on my side. Sucker. Let's go.
You accomplished this.
Get murked, bitch.
You yet.
See you in hell, Dad. Get it? Because it's Hades. And I'll see him when I die and go back to hell. It's a funny joke.
Blood. Always time to fish.
Meow, 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 meow. Earthfish. Don't fuck it up, Zagreus.
Think I got one.
Oh.
Caught a bass.
Bass? Why is bass pronounced bass when it's spelt base?
Having already seen the splendid cottage of Persephone sufficient times, the stubborn underworld prince nevertheless attempts to go there once again. Although his memory of it shall have to do.
What, I can't get there no more? Satch. Peace! I like how he gave the peace sign this time. That was snazzy.
Finally showed you, Father.
House of Hades. Nothing snazzy to say this time. Do you like your carpet?
In Elysium we spoke of.
Do you like
He
your carpet?
Seems like a good man, though.
I got
was
you a
he always
carpet.
the
Do you like
despondent
it?
sort?
No, lad. I was that sort, I think. But he was not. He was one of the only men I knew who did not look upon me as a threat. He saw something in me I never knew was there. And in turn, with him, I felt... how to describe it? Calm. Whole.
I'm restless all the time. I can only imagine.
He had this wry humor about him, like he was wise beyond his years.
So
a quality I trust shall see him through his struggles now. Although, I hoped residing at Elysium would mean he wouldn't have to struggle any longer.
So wise beyond his years.
He shouldn't, sir. And neither should you.
Now this...
You've always been there for me, Achilles.
Yeah, you're cool.
Even when father pushed me away. This is nothing.
You're cool, Achilles, and I need one more heart for you anyway. What goes here? It's gotta be that really expensive thing. Oh, finally!
Administrative chamber there.
Oh, my babe! I love Thanatos so much.
It's not an empty gesture, then. Besides, if I wasn't trying to stay focused, I'd be drinking it myself.
So hot. He's my favorite. Look at this sexy, death-bringing motherfucker.
So between us, all you're attempting to break out of here, over and over, you're now authorized to keep that up?
I'm allowed.
Exposing weaknesses in underworld security, huh?
I'm a security officer.
Something like that. I guess I've gotten pretty decent about escaping from a place that's known for being inescapable. Lets me keep in touch with the other side of the family. Work with you from time to time.
I have to say, I never thought I'd hear you talking about looking forward to working inside. You feeling all right? Spending too much time on the surface, maybe?
Maybe, but I like it.
Oh, I'm feeling fine. I never thought I was much good at anything, but if my fated purpose is to be a master of frustrating father's efforts to make everything strictly perfect, I think I'm okay with that.
I'm great with that.
Well then, I'll be looking forward to working with you in a more official capacity, even if we're still supposed to keep it all under wraps, for sake of appearances. See you out there.
See
Bye,
you,
then.
Stinky.
Contract I'm looking for should be back there.
Kia.
Nestled among the towering administrative parchment work of the long since deceased lies an old document concerning a special pact signed by a once living court musician who attempted vainly to rescue his wife from death.
Okay, it should be dispatched over to the house contractor now.
Hello, scribes. Do you need help?
Together we can achieve anything my father wants.
What? Is that not inspiring to you?
Check my record here.
Shield of Chaos.
My hammer enchantments.
Very cool, very cool. Yeah.
Till next time.
Till next time. Who's a good boy?
You are the best, you know that, don't you, boy?
Such a good pupper. Cerberus is such a good boy.
After dying in some wretched manner, giving pets to my good boy sure helps me get back on my feet.
Facts.
Thanks for being here for me.
The burning embers in the eyes of monstrous Cerberus, the notorious Hound of Hell, reveal that he too is amenable to the pets of which the Underworld Prince speaks, and in fact is deeply grateful for the quantity of them.
Speaking of which...
Oh! I can give him more stuff! Let's go! Oh my goodness. He's a good boy. Hi, Candles. Speaking of good boys. Do the Mario, spring your arms from side to side. Come on, it's time to go. Do the Mario. Take one step, and then again. Let's do the Mario all together now. You got it. It's the Mario. Do the Mario, swing your arms from side to side. Come on, it's time to go. Do the Mario. Take one step. And then again, let's do the Mario all together now. Just like that. Beat.
Father.
Drago cutie, hello.
Separation order between Orpheus and Eurydice.
It's so good to see you. How are you doing?
Cheat me out of a fair deal.
I honor the terms of my commitments, boy. The rules we put in place are all that keep this underworld in any semblance of a shape.
But what you ask
is
utterly absurd.
The costs of processing a separation order are well beyond your means.
We'll see.
So if there's anything that I can do for you, Nyx, you need but ask, all right? I plan to pull my weight.
Woohoo.
Your services were always welcome here. Please acclimate yourself at your own rate.
You're tired? Have you been sleeping okay?
You may have at any time.
Thank you, my friend. I have to tell you.
How did you sleep, Candles?
It's
It's
good to be
good to
back.
see you. I hope you're having a good day. Can I give either of you... Can't give either of you stuff.
Sam's the featured servant once again. Electo's really something else. She must have been a real handful, huh?
My youngest sister takes a lot of pleasure from her work. I've learned something of that from her. But that's as far as we relate, I think.
Candles is super cool.
She could learn a thing or two from you, I'm sure. About having a little common decency, perhaps.
She won't be learning anything from me. The contempt you get from her is unconditional.
I see.
I see.
Freshly caught, just for you, chef.
Just for you, chef. Ooh,
Done deal.
that's pretty nice. Let's see what else we got in here. I mean, that's actually kind of tempting. I'm not gonna lie.
Need more of those, so here.
Is there anything out here? No. Candles is the coolest. Oh!
In the name of Hades, I hereby release Orpheus from the terms of his pact.
Oh my god, fuck! Yo, I didn't know you could bring them back together! Oh my god, I'm so fucking excited! So that means next time I die, they're both gonna be here?
If I sit down, I won't want to get back up.
Bro. I'm so glad I didn't spend those diamonds. Oh my god, that's so fucking exciting. Ah. No, this is the first one.
Come up playing the second one?
No, it's not done yet. It's still in early access. Besides, there's still so much to do in this one. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Okay, I want to put this mirror.
I think we'll go with this. If anybody needs to see their own reflection down the hall, well, now they can.
Sick.
Leave that poor contractor alone.
Shut up, Dad. This is my house now. I want to get that sundial. But I have to save up for it. Thank you for holding me.
Approved.
He gets a
Cerberus was never
ball.
keen on playing ball, but on the other hand, who doesn't like a ball?
He's a good boy. Shut up, Dad. He's a dog. What do you think he's gonna do with it? He's gonna play with it. Fuckface. God, why is my dad such a bitch? Let's see. What's next? Gilded pedestals. Bust of an old man. Ooh, we could put homely decor in there. Let's do a
Here's the
fire
fee. Should make the climate in the lounge a bit more comfortable for some of us.
Go visit Asphodel.
Shut the fuck up, Dad. No one asked for your goddamn opinion. Ooh. Put a cauldron? Okay, that's what we're gonna save up for next, is this cauldron. This house looks so good, and it's all thanks to me. God knows Dad doesn't have any taste. Just because we're in hell doesn't mean it needs to look like it, you know what I'm saying? Have some standards. God. Let's see here. Do this one, especially doing fists.
We are nice.
I am slain.
Alright, back to work.
Oh, wait. Let's go.
This one's
Let's
for you,
go.
Hello, Lord Ares.
Ares right off the bat.
The twin fists bound to your
Let's
very
go.
capable hands. So many weapons.
I want to get the one that gives me health back. That'd be great. Okay.
Who keeps fixing that?
Requires 5. Poop. Poo poo. Pee pee.
Got to fight.
Heck fighting. Oh, candles. I did art earlier to start my stream off this morning, and I ended up drawing skulls, and you'll probably be next for my next art day.
Glad to see in all that red.
But if you want to see it, I posted it on the art page in Discord.
Right there. Got me a knucklehead.
And then mine will probably be after. Yee. Oh. We need to get more of these, unfortunately. Yee, in Discord. It's just on the art page. I know you like to watch the VODs either way, but it's also posted in Discord. What you looking for? Yeah.
Gods grant me strength.
I figured I could do like cute little chibi poses. So I found like cute chibi pose for everybody. What that little goober up to? No good. He's gonna get up to something. I tell you what. I tell you what. Y'all are so cute. Big hugs to all of you. Losing your attacker special, you are sturdy. Ooh. This is... special. I need that health back. Meh.
Gemstones.
Electricity. You fucker. Pecker.
Remember, you've as many chances as it takes, young man, to fight your way out of the dark and join us in the splendor of Olympus.
Okay, Zeus, relax. Ooh, chain lightning. Let's do this one. Chain lightning, go chain lightning.
Security.
Come on then.
Ah!
That's all the time we have.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Heckin' stinkies. Yeah. I wonder who could have done that. Who could have caused such trouble? I wonder.
Strange it is to be subjected to the fates. But do not fall into the cognitive delusion that they have already made your choices for you, son of Hades. Rather, they are keen about anticipating every choice that everyone shall make, such as the following.
52%. Don't step in traps, or it'll be an automatic death. one. A twofer.
How very gracious.
Yes. This is my last run, and then I'll make dinner. Your call turns into an imperfect. I like this one.
I love you the frickin' mostest.
I love you the frickin' mostest. I love that you like it here.
Restore order to this world and claim the heavens
Makes
for
me
myself.
very happy that you enjoy spending your time here too. Whoop. No trappies, no trappies, no trappies, no trappies, no trappies, no trappies, no trappies. Oh, shit.
That was close.
Ooh.
Commendable of you to live through that. And I suspect you shall think twice next time before.
Okie dokie, artichoke.
Nice place.
Give me the healing one.
Choices.
Ugh. Fuck you. This is the one I wanted to upgrade. I'm not too sure if you can upgrade Draining Cutter, but...
Good enough to eat.
Dang, 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 dang!
Hi, you two.
Okay.
Heads up to Tiffany. I think I found a murderer for you.
What? I mean, at least it's not 3 of them again. Whoa. Not murderer. Oh, fuck.
We're not finished.
Come on. Finally. Kiki's perfection. Alright. Should be able to buy that one back eventually.
Let's see
10 more encounters. Osmosis Chimkin.
Till next time, Tartarus. Yes.
Let's go. Hell can't keep me down.
Asphodel. flea
Nice. Nom 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 nom. I could eat fire, I would too. Looks like it would taste delicious. Ow.
Phew. Where now?
Jewels. All the gems and jewels in the world. Where'd you go? Oh. Where are they? Kapow.
Gemstones.
Ka-chow. Okay. We're gonna do health. Keep saving up my money. Where you think you're going? Nowhere. Buddy. I keep charging into those. There we go. Heck. Frickin' heck. No chest? At least we got some money. Poseidon. Do some Poseidon, because we got some Zeus stuff already.
More.
Come on, baby.
Uncle Poseidon.
Uncle Poseidon.
My understanding you've been blessed already by one of my other nephews, Ares. As you can see, not all of us are cut from the same cloth. And thank the fates for that.
Get me out of here.
Bones. Oh my gosh, I have the most amazing news to tell you. Okay, here we go.
Eurydice, Did you by any chance ever meet a Persephone during the whole thing when Orpheus came down to try to get you?
Oh, her? Yeah, she was with Hades Sr. Why? Wait. Whoa. Are you? I thought...
It's complicated, and please keep it quiet. I was just wondering, what was she like, if you recall?
Didn't get much of an impression, but I can tell you this. She had good taste in music. Orpheus and I think we won her over with our little duet. Haven't seen or heard from her lately, though.
Interesting. Intriguing. This one.
Good choice.
Cheers. Bye now.
Take care.
Such a beautiful voice. Alright, let's go.
I have returned.
Hi.
To be working with you in a more official capacity, Zag. Shall we get started?
Yes.
All of you. It's over.
He's not kidding.
Fucking... You really have to be the ones that fucking move. Oh.
That's quite enough of that. You're not too bad at this. Well, I'm off.
I wish he let me give him a gift when he came in here. Is there any more money somewhere? No. Dang it. Okay. Keep saving monies. Keep saving the monies. Got a verse learning.
Express delivered message for you, cuz. It says, congratulations, you're my 100th customer today. And here's what you get.
Ooh. This one for sure.
Let's go, let's go.
Dodge automatically? Heck yeah, let's go.
I'm back, Lenny, to kill you once again.
Sorry, Lerny. It's not my heckin' fault. You should really blame my father for bringing you back to life for me to murder you every single time, you know? I blame him. Here we go.
Not yet.
What the heck? I'm trying to get my health back, bro. Stop it, Lerny.
I'm empty.
Ugh. Frick.
Oh, damn it.
Keep striking like 1 second too early. Fucker. Heckin' hecker. Onward. Onward, I dare say.
Keepsakes hold power.
Or more encounters, I suppose. I really like getting Aries when I have.
Any boons worth giving up?
This one
should help keep me going.
I'm gonna play the risky game of hoping that I run into oh, okay, hopefully I get all my thingies. Let's go. Yo.
That's a carp, all right.
It's a special carp. It's a chart. Hammer time. Fists, 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 fists.
Your styles for the twin fists.
Your dash strike pierces foes and deals 900 damage to armor. Bro, D. Yes, please.
These fists are hungry to fight.
Damn.
Let's make this quick.
That's like just fucked. It's so broken. It means as long as I like dash strike, I get it.
I shall deal with you later then.
Thank you. Money, 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 money. Gem, 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 gem. Gem, 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 gem. We'll do power up instead of money. We have a good chunk of money. Oh, fuck. Good thing I have the blades. He's stuck with the fists. Ow. Oh my god, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Ah. Yeah.
Delicious.
Sorry, y'all.
Fountain
We
chamber.
should heal.
Yes.
Your cast sends a blade rift hurling ahead. Oh, here we go. And pulls foes in. That's nice. That's nice. Okay, we'll get this one.
You know, you're gonna be tripping.
These fists are going to do the talking soon.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Let's go.
Olympus, I accept this message.
Your specialist faster after using call gain dodge chance and move speed. And cold cast. Where we roll.
Let's see what else.
Ooh, that's better. That's much better. That's nice. Athena.
Come forth and be swatted, deadly butterflies.
Come on. Pew. Where are you, fucker? Bitch.
Keep fighting, cousin. Fight from out of.
Cast damages all foes in an area and can deflect. Sure.
Appreciate the backup.
Sure. Uh, 27 it'll be.
In the name of Hades.
For the next encounters, each time you attack, no. This one. My dash is left. I can do that. I would much prefer that instead. Much prefer that. Holy heck. Why do y'all have to start dying at the same time? Yeah, I'm talking to you. Yeah, I'm talking to y'all. I'm talking to yous, the ones who's dying. Ooh.
I love you the freaking
There we go. Nice. Hello, Shart. Welcome back. It's so good to see you. How are you, Stinky? We just have money? Is money our only choice? No, we got a twofer. We got a twofer. No. I was doing so well. Oh. Fuck. Why do y'all always gotta do this to me? I don't have any lives left. Fuck, dude. I still have 2 gods to fight. Oh. Oh my god. Yeah. It's okay. It's the temptation of crowd control. Okay. Go with Athena, because maybe I'll get... Oh. Spoiled. Look.
You'll get over it.
You will get over it. Oh, fuck these waves. Fuck these waves. Can't see them through my fucking fisticuffs. God, fucking Poseidon. Yeah? What the hell? You gonna make me blush? Shoot the head for the smoochie. Hehe. Mwah. Spoiled. I'm so spoiled from the webby. I'm gonna do the spice. The spice. The spice. The spice. Good. Dangerous. Give me my fucking health back, you dickhead.
Every time.
Oh, yay!
For the mirror.
Alright. I have to pee. And yes, there is always dog petting. I always have to pet the puppers. I'm not gonna play ads because I know they just played. So we're just gonna be right back. And I'll just be quick. Okay, we're back. Thank you for your... Oh my gosh, everything's falling around me! Talks around me. Okay, there we go. Alright, let's heckin' go back. Let's go back. I guess we go store now. Sneaky store.
I'll take it.
Lord Father,
Oh.
would that I could could settle even more such matters quickly and discreetly, so that
Heyo.
only the most vital of them rise up to the level of your notice, sir.
Ooh.
Ooh. Nice. Yes, please.
Thanks, family.
Thanks, family.
Power of the gods.
This one. Alright, well that's unfortunate. I was really hoping to get my lives back, but 2 out of 3 ain't bad.
Dare you clash?
Oh shit.
Who's angry now?
Whoa. Oh. 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 No. Oh, fuck.
I don't think so.
Oh, it's alright. Time to die, Theseus. Such a fucking little bitch you are.
Down, want to go.
Yeah. Let's go.
Please hold your applause.
That was for you. Hiya. My one fan. It's always for you.
Tread lightly, boy.
Thanks for the tip.
Alright. Stinky.
Got through Elysium.
Stinky.
There.
Bumble, I just found out that peyote buttons are 100% legal to buy, sell, and cultivate in Canada. I didn't even know that. That's interesting. I guess it's time to move to Canada, Shart. It's just a plant. How dangerous could it be? We got a fishing. I hear a fishing spot. What the frick?
Father must have put you up to this.
There it is. I was like, am I frickin' blind? Haha, you don't need mushroom. Sorry, stupid joke, but I liked it. Stormy in the oven when I'm not in use. Come on. What? I pulled it! You son of a bitch.
Always a player, Carol.
Alright then, let's go make that spin.
The haste of Hermes.
Sag. Oh. Ooh. Legendary. Hell yeah, brother. Time to make some money. Alright, let's see here.
Where would I be?
Aries.
This one, I guess. You.
Give me my health back,
The curse of
bitch.
chaos has expired.
Bitch. How can you hurt me when I'm trying to get my money back?
I can't. What else?
No. I need a small rat room. Those are the best rooms because you just fist everybody and then get all the health back. That did not sound the way I wanted it to. Just call me the fister. No. Money.
It's quiet, finally.
Fucker. Oh, shit. Urge to kill.
Violence.
Pretty sure I had a Death Defiance one, but Urge to kill. Urge to murder! Murder. We'll do Zeus. And then a theme. Kapow. The fister. You fister.
Why not? Found it already. Olympus, I accept this message.
You take damage your foe is struck after you dash just before getting hit. Bolt strike. Oh, hell yeah, lightning damage
A
is
sack
bouncing
fit for a
around.
huge three-headed hound.
Sad that I found that fountain right after I paid for health.
Time to deliver the goods.
Hopefully I'm not 30 gold short of anything. That's gonna be stinky. Ooh.
Can't do that.
Give me this freaking money! I'm a fiend.
Okay. Hey, money.
Yep. Tested. Bitch. Sucker. Who's next? Nice.
Hear me on my authority.
Ooh. Money. Okay, that means I have to find 70 monies in the last room.
Check the other passageways before I go.
Definitely gonna find enough. Why do they gotta sound like that when they die? Money.
Should be useful.
Might as well spend a little monies, make a little monies. Spend a little money, make a little money. Okay. Get some health. Not much further from the boss now. Let's go. Kicking my dad's ass any second now. Shit. What the fuck? Bing bong. What's good? Let's go.
Going back.
And last rooms. Ooh, bunch of stinkies. Let's go. Ooh. Away. Alonzi. This is my health room. Ah, nice. See? Mini rat room, best room.
I'm rich.
Ooh. Ooh.
Don't spend it all in one place, mate.
This one.
The power of the gods.
Oh. Wow. Okay, let's go. Just make sure that there's not a fishing spot or anything that I missed. Alright, let's go kick Dad's ass.
Fang-bearing Cerberus directs all three of its attentions toward the...
Who's a good boy? Ah, nice.
You're never late,
fishing
Father.
spot. Always on time to kick my ass.
See, it's time again that we begin our bloody business
I
here.
think he only let me through once. Oh, no discussion, just straight ass beating. Okay, you must be really upset from last time. Sorry that I hurt your feelings, Dad. Pussy. What the fuck is this? What did you just do to me? What the fuck? That's new. What the fuck? You son of a bitch. What are you doing to me? Fuck's sakes. Well, you're the pussy you fucking hid behind your impervious while I was ulting, you stupid bitch.
Oh, you.
Fucking pussy. Fuck. Ah! Hello, Raiders. Welcome Informal. How are you? I'm just getting my ass beat by my dad right now. Crowd control is enabled, so if you want to help me beat my dad's ass, feel free. Unless you want to make it harder, then also feel free. Wow! How was your stream, Informal? It's so good to see you. Thank you for sharing your community with me. Fuck. Oh, I need help. Oh, I need fucking help. Oh, okay.
Let's finish this.
I need help. Ooh.
Got that shit myself.
Oh, God. Oh, no. No! Shucks. So close, but so far. Dang.
Damn you, Father.
Damn you, Father, indeed.
Those shades are always milling about.
Overindulgence.
Hey,
Sleeping?
everything
as per usual.
Absolutely. Everything definitely is. It's just, it's Thanatos. He said some stuff, and now I'm not so sure I'm doing the best job I can, you know?
Poor
I'm sure he wasn't
Hypnos.
trying to hurt your feelings. Wait, what am I saying? He's always been
Yeah,
harsh
he's
with you,
always a
hasn't he?
jerk. You want a 69?
He doesn't like me
All
anymore.
right.
He's got other brothers.
We can 69 because it'll be that.
I'll talk to him.
Heckin', I gotta make dinner as stream's been a little long, so we'll be ending stream. We'll be passing your raid on. Bard, hello, I didn't even see you either. I was so fucking engulfed. Oh my gosh. Hello, cutie. I hope you've been well. Oh, heckin' getting beat up.
We've been through a lot then, and I think we'll be going through a lot.
Yeah, consider it my love for you. What, I still need 2 more? Damn.
Then, level with me on this. You didn't happen to hire a shifty character.
Who? What? No.
Ooh.
Didn't think so.
Informal, I'm so heckin' proud of you. You have been doing wonderful.
Now that I
You
have access to
are the
administrative area
stinkiest,
again,
stonkiest,
well,
best
I've
little
access to the
goblin around, and I'm
archives,
so
and
heckin' proud of you, and I
have some
appreciate all the hard
authority
work
to
that
void
you've been
those
doing.
under certain circumstances. So about your pact.
Oh no! I'll rub your tummy better, Shart. I hope you feel better.
I know you mean well, lad. And from the bottom of my heart, or once it was, I thank you truly for the thought. However, don't exert your influence on this. Not now, at least. The fates can twist.
You're sure? Well then, I'll wait. But I am going to...
It's my great pleasure to make your acquaintance. Call me Dusa, please. I'm your house custodian, and I am at your service. Anything you need.
Dusa, wonderful to know you. This house is immaculate. Night and day.
Thanks so much.
Yeah, it's definitely been just her. I haven't been
Thank you in turn.
spending all my gems to make it look especially pretty or anything.
I know you're caught up in the middle of all this and having to weigh your loyalties more.
You should pet the puppies.
The underworld prince's next attempt.
You serve dinner later than this most of the time. Why are you complaining? Holy.
You've always been there for me, boy.
Pepto still likes to serve dinner like an hour from now, but complaining about being hungry.
Like I'm cooking it and then I have to make something else because something failed.
Zagreus, the most amazing
Sounds like a skill
circumstances have
issue.
occurred. The terms of my employment, they've been altered such that I may visit Asphodel sometimes. May visit her.
You sure can.
Orpheus, what are you waiting for, mate? Go and find your muse out there. You two have lots to catch up on, I think.
While you're at it, stop and buy a visit Eurydice so you can
I think you're
make
right.
some bang-ass
I'm
tunes.
so very anxious, I must say. But I must also
I
thank
thought for
you
sure I
this
was going to tell her
opportunity
to see that he was
and
okay,
for
but
speaking with me all this time. So, how might I repay you?
make me music.
Why is it always talk of payment around here? You're my mate, and your songs have lifted many spirits here, including
Legit.
mine. Now go, and make the most of this, will you?
Make the most of it.
Thank you. I shall.
Yeah. Wait. Fuck. I wanted to give him a special thingy. Shoot. Shoot. Yeah. Did I make enough for the... I did.
Here you go.
Cauldron.
There's not much on the menu in the lounge, but maybe this will help. Much better.
Oh, nice. UE. Okay, the next thing we have to save up for... Gotta save up for those vintage shelves. Vintage shields. Pool of sticks. Do we have any other flames? I don't think we have flames. Promethean flames.
Contractor, work approved. A bit more mood lighting in the main hall is certainly in order, isn't it?
Woohoo! Looks good.
Maybe next is with Chaos.
Do the Mario, swing your arms from side to side. Come on, it's time to go. Do the Mario. Take one step and then again. Let's do the Mario all together now. You got it. It's the Mario. Do the Mario, swing your arms from side to side. Come on, it's time to go. Do the Mario. And then again, let's do the Mario all together now. Just like that.
Oh no, let's not get ahead of ourselves, Meg.
Hello.
Look at what I caught, Chef.
Look at what I caught you, Chef. Chef?
Totally worth it.
Chef. 2 keys for 20 gemstones. Not worth it. Hey.
Scratch one off the fated list.
Nice. Defeat Charon in 2 successive battles against him. I thought I did that, but alright.
How am I looking?
Alright. Let's leave again so it'll save. Ooh, I can give her something. Or no, I
Nix, you're
can't.
back. So, how did things with Chaos go? Please tell me it went well.
Yeah.
It did. It did go well, my child. I appreciated having had a chance to reconnect with my great ancestor. Thanks to your generosity. To both of us.
Let's
So
go.
what happens now? You're back on speaking terms.
Chaos is comfortable in their realm. I may, however, visit every now and then. Keep them apprised of what unfolds up here. Beyond that, Chaos knows better than to exert too much influence upon this realm. Beyond having already formulated it and everything.
And everything. Yes,
I see.
Chaos.
Well, take care of each other, please.
Give her a specialty
Nix, if you'll
gift.
forgive me this transgression for a moment, I would like for you to have this vintage bottle of ambrosia, please.
Ah, a crystal bottle come all the way from the highest peaks
Yes,
of
all
Mount
for
Olympus to
you,
these
my
depths within the
beautiful
earth.
princess.
Your father always said he hated it.
Though father does have questionable...
He's a liar.
I accept this gift with gratitude. This is a delicacy I have not experienced myself.
I love her so much. She's beautiful. Alright, let's save it. It's safe. And we shall quit. Alright. Let's find someone to raid out to, cuties. Hallyoop. Thank you for holding me. Thank you all so much for heckin' spending time with me. I had such a good time. I will leave the crowd control up for a few more minutes while I'm finding someone to raid out to, so y'all can collect your coinage. Don't forget, you can save it for next time if you didn't use it for today. Let's see. Who are we gonna raid out to? Also, if anyone had a favorite part of the stream, please let me know. I'd love to hear it. I had a lot of fun hanging out with everybody. So again, I hope everyone has a wonderful day. My favorite part of the stream was finishing the artwork. I'm glad that I got to finish at least skulls, and I can't heckin' wait to add more goblins to that little thing that I'm making. I don't even know what to call it. It's just a little you know, a little thing. We're gonna raid into, ooh, you know what? We're gonna raid into Snoozlin. They are also doing art today, and they visited me earlier today, and it was very sweet of them. So let us heckin' raid into them. My favorite part was spawning the boss. You and Solus both with your stinky boss spawns got me every time. You heckin' heckers, how dare. Alright, cuties. We are going to, like I said, we're going to raid Snoozlin. They are a wonderful little gobbo. If you are subbed, please feel free to use the sub messages, and if you're not, feel free to use the free to use ones. Yeah, it was wonderful hanging out with you. Thanks again for supporting me on my first art stream. Definitely more to come in the future. It was a ton of fun. And I hope y'all have a wonderful rest of your evening. I'll see you in a few, like in a day or two, I guess. Have a good night, everybody. Good night. Goodbye. Be good, you stinkers. Be good.